Thank you. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de...
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, February 2nd, 2023, regarding prohibiting the importation of goods linked to the use of forced labour and developing a related strategy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Culkin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Justification for Detention in Custody. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, as every day, it is an honour to rise in this House on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou and Canadians at large. It is a further honour to be here today to table my fourth private member's bill in this House. Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to address a serious problem when it comes to bail reform. This bill addresses the fact that people who are alleged to have possessed a firearm through a serious gun offence while prohibited by the criminal code will now have a steeper hill to climb when it comes to bail if this bill is passed. I urge Parliament to pass this bill expeditiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mr. Culkins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The current income tax system for seniors gives couples numerous ways to lower taxes while singles get none. Senior couples can split their pension income, thereby allowing them to pay less tax, qualify for the age amount tax credit, and the old age security, with limited or no clawbacks. Well, we, the undersigned single members and other citizens of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to offer tax benefits to senior singles equal to those now in place for senior couples, which would include offering single seniors a reduction of 30% on their income to be taxed, and to reduce the taxable income by 30%, and by allowing upon death single seniors with an RRSP, RIF, or TFSA to transfer it to the RRSP, RIF, or TFSA of a beneficiary of their choice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here from over 60 folks from Powell River who have a lot of concern about foam from marine infrastructure and how it's an increasing source of pollution in Canada's beaches. EPS is impossible to clean up from the shorelines after it breaks down and has a high likelihood of entering the marine environment from damaged marine infrastructure, whether it is encased or not. So the members are asking for the government to prohibit the use of expanded polystyrene in the marine environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply period ending March 26th. Use of the notwithstanding clause standing in the name of Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moves that the House remind the government that it is solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the impression that Quebec does not have many friends in this chamber. Of course, this does not apply to you, Mr. Speaker. But this is particularly clear when we look at what the Liberal government has been doing. It's really going downhill when it comes to its policy on Quebec. It is solely responsible for what is happening. In this context, it may be useful to revisit a series of recent blunders. Although that may seem like a harsh word, but I will let you judge of that. And speaking of judging, let's not forget what happened with the Supreme Court of Canada. Let us draw up a list. C-21, gun control, humiliating climb down, a very unstrategic retreat without even admitting the implicit error, and without acknowledging that we need to preserve the legitimate rights of those who practice hunting, as well as protecting women and victims. Now let's look at the electoral map. Last year, I spent some time in Gaspésie. I was there a few days after the Prime Minister was visiting. This was shortly after new borders were being drawn up. This was near my colleague for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane Matapedia's riding. And the Prime Minister didn't say anything about the fact that Quebec was losing ridings. Even though the member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles has spoken up strongly, the Prime Minister didn't have anything to say. And that's happening again. Now look at Medicago. This was a remarkable Quebec company that, due to a type of ongoing negligence and often very late action by the government, well, once again, unless Mitsubishi does something about it, our great Quebec company may end up going to Japan, which would be a huge loss for Quebec and Canada. Then we know the acquisition of Excellence Paper and Resolute Forest products. And in C-34, we don't even hear anything about that. And if we're not protecting this kind of company, what is C-34 even there for? Now, of course, the health transfers would be another thing on my list. It's quite thought-provoking. Only the Bloc Québécois of all parties present here not only speaks for Quebec, which of course is only to be expected, but also we speak up for a common front of all the provinces. The Bloc Québécois is here to defend. It's the only one to defend Yukon, Nova Scotia, PEI, Alberta, even. We will be waiting for everyone to thank us. Only the Bloc Québécois is here to support the provinces, territories, and Quebec, whereas the other parties are showing a mixture of weakness and opportunism. They may say that this is all a waste of time, but it isn't. It's very revealing. Now, McKinsey, of course, I don't have time to discuss everything about McKinsey. There are so many secrets tucked away. But we know that McKinsey, well, there's been a lot of issues about lobbying, procurement, defense. We know that the former big boss of McKinsey, who is not quite as naive as he wanted us to believe at committee, if I had been the client, I wouldn't have signed those contracts. Well, we saw what happened with McKinsey and immigration. We also saw what it's done about its plan for 100 million Canadians without considering the fact that Quebec will not be able to absorb the appropriate amount of immigrants with the appropriate values. Dominic Barton hasn't taken Quebec into account at all. We know that that wasn't even raised. I mean, I would like to be the leader of McKinsey. If that's the amount of ignorance you can have, you don't have to work very hard, and I bet the pay is not bad. McKinsey regarding the border, now that's another problem. And then, of course, language and identity. The instrumentalization of Roxham Road, along with recent revelations. There are not only smugglers, human smugglers on both sides of the border, but now people are even giving refugees, asylum seekers bus tickets and just shipping them up. Because after a brief period of discomfort with the handcuffs, then people end up in Quebec and they are humanely received. Then we saw what happened with the appointment of Ms. El-Gawabi. I don't want to engage in ad hominem arguments, but we saw that this government is quite blinkered, quite insulated from reality. If our homes were that well insulated, we'd be quite warm and cozy. And then, of course, this government is trying to get rid of Quebec's secularism bill. Then we also saw the divisions in the government on C-13. It's quite spectacular. I will not invite myself to the Liberal caucus. They wouldn't want to have me there, but I think it must be quite fascinating to see them debate language rights. It might be like watching the Conservative caucus debate abortion. Now, in our party, things are going quite well, I'd say. And when Bill 96 goes to the Supreme Court, well, that brings me to my point, the notwithstanding clause. Now, on the principle of the thing, Trudeau père would say that ultimately the legislators' desires ultimately have priority. And that's why in the 1982 Constitution, which personally we don't think much of that document, especially since we never actually signed that Constitution. But in any case, in the Constitution, the idea was to ensure that our parliaments, our democracy, have priority. In 1988, the Ford ruling established that using the notwithstanding clause was legitimate, and that the role of the court was not to simply talk about the number of angels that can dance on the head of a pin, but instead go to the very substantive aspects of things as well as their formulation. And Mr. Lévesque enshrined the notwithstanding clause in all of the bills voted on by the National Assembly of Quebec. Now, of course, there were some stresses and problems, but Canada survived. We need to understand that this government's legislative or legal fantasies are to use documents that are Ottawa's documents, like the Charter and the Constitution. They want to use those documents, and through appointments that over time are replacing justices that are leaving, well, the idea is that the Prime Minister wants to replace provincial legislatures, and even this one, by the courts, in order to be able to amend by interpretation the Canadian Constitution, which, as I just said, in any case, belongs more to Ottawa than to Quebec City. Over time, Mr. Trudeau will be able to appoint judges and he may ultimately hope to have a Supreme Court whose constitution, no pun intended, will be in his favor. He wants to be able to let these judges interpret the Constitution and change it in the ways he wants. That's happened elsewhere in the world, and it's a very dishonorable thing to happen. A parliament should always be sovereign. If not, one parliament could impose its will on another. The National Assembly of Quebec is sovereign in its choices and votes. And the Quebec Parliament is ultimately a national parliament. More than ever, the National Assembly of Quebec needs the notwithstanding clause, which guarantees the prerogative and priority of Parliament and elected officials over the judgment of courts, which are simply just there to interpret. Although we've seen over the course of history that interpretation can be somewhat biased, and I don't mean to throw any stones here. We don't need government by judges. We need government by elected officials. We need a government based on the popular will. And I mentioned that Pierre Elliott Trudeau was the father of the notwithstanding clause, and that's important. And now we're being told we're not against the notwithstanding clause, we're against the preventive use of the clause. This government has a way of often doing own goals. And this was a solid one. If the notwithstanding clause is not preventive, then what is it even for? It's like a vaccine against COVID. You don't take the vaccine after getting COVID, you take it before. The notwithstanding clause protects Quebec legislation, mostly in Quebec, although there was a recent spectacular case in Ontario, but it's mostly in Quebec, especially when it comes to national identity. It's mostly used so that the courts don't come and say, you can't apply your legislation. And then you have to use the notwithstanding clause to repair a status quo that has caused harm in the intervening time. No, that is not how we wish to use the notwithstanding clause. Because then the harm would already be done. And the same courts would have suspended the use of the legislation. The notwithstanding clause is like a little fragment of sovereignty. Of course, people are very afraid of the word sovereignty. It makes people break out in a cold sweat. But sovereignty is ultimately exclusive jurisdiction of whichever parliament. This one, for example, often speaks about its sovereignty. Of course, I'm making an exception for Chinese spy balloons, but otherwise, it's always talking about its sovereignty. We need to recognize that by using the notwithstanding clause, a sovereign parliament is taking back some of that sovereignty, is using that sovereignty in jurisdictions that should entirely belong to that parliament exclusively. With regard to identity, the fact that in 2021, this parliament, perhaps a bit against its will, recognized Quebec as a nation. Well, because Quebec is a nation, because its parliament is a national parliament, well, of course, that's not enough sovereignty. And I don't know how much time I have left. Could you tell me, please? Thank you very much. It's not enough, as I was saying. Because Quebecers need to, at their own pace, but we will support that pace, they will engage in some thought about the nature of their sovereignty. A national parliament, as Mr. Parizeau said, that would levy taxes, all taxes. And then we could be having quite a different debate about the health transfers. A parliament that would vote for all legislation applicable on the Quebec territory, which signs treaties and which adheres, if necessary, to existing treaties and agreements. We need to grasp normality. We need to seize it. But right now, Quebec is reflecting on the situation. It will be observing how its national identity is being treated in a parliament that ought to be its good neighbor or its a good ally or partner. That's how things should be. This process of reflection from Quebec is essential. But this is not something that can happen overnight.
De la souris, des faux fuyants juridictionnels.
Jurisdictional disputes, meddling, intrusion. All of these things are anything but progress, anything but efficiency, anything but instruments for the common good. We will expect a reflection, a detailed reflection, but in the meantime, we expect the good faith of our colleagues here in this House. We expect them to recognize the legitimacy of Quebec and the province's use of the notwithstanding clause. We are not asking for a change in the status quo, but we are asking for it to be recognized. We just want Parliament to state facts and admit that the reality is what it is. It's not as though we're trying to put the Constitution up to a vote, though it's what we saw the Prime Minister trying to do. But no, here today we are asking Parliament to recognize a real existing fact out of respect. In the meantime, and despite a coming vote, the Quebec nation and its representatives will be the only ally of Quebecers when it comes to language, identity, immigration, healthcare, and the preservation of the notwithstanding clause. In this Parliament, the only ally of Quebecers will be the Bloc Québécois, which, again, will rise up proudly in a spirit of courage to defend and to promote the interests of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noted that there's something left out of this motion. It seems to leave out the fact that the federal parliament can also invoke the notwithstanding clause. It has never done so, and I have trouble envisioning a circumstance where the federal government would invoke the notwithstanding clause. So my question for the bloc leader is, should his motion not be revised? The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker. The keys to constitutional issues are typically held by the federal government, not by Quebec sovereigntists. The same could be said for provinces and territories. It would be surprising for the federal government to make use of a constitutional clause protecting it from itself. You would understand that history being what it is, it seemed too bizarre to include in the motion. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting to hear the leader of the Bloc Québécois speaking this morning. What's especially interesting is his criticism of the Prime Minister and the Liberal government for his numerous failures. his failures in Quebec and across Canada. He has pitted Canadians against Canadians, Quebecers against Quebecers. 63% of Canadians, including Quebecers, believe that Canada is broken after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Does the Bloc leader believe that the Prime Minister is trying to create a national crisis in order to distract from his own failures? The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. I would be surprised if he wasn't at least tempted to do so. I think that sometimes in politics there's an unfortunate tendency to weaponize crises and difficult situations. But as we say in Quebec, he got away with it. There has been all sorts of crises and issues and failures and mess-ups, a whole comedy of errors. I would have trouble imagining someone saying, hey, you know, things are going well. That would seem quite unlikely. So I'm sure that the Prime Minister was at least tempted to weaponize current crises. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to make 2 reminders and then ask a question. First, he is not the sole spokesperson of the Quebec nation. A number of our colleagues can claim that title. I also hope that he agrees with Camus, who reminds us that democracy is not about the rule of the majority, but of protection of the minorities. As for the notwithstanding clause, yes, there seems to be a certain spiraling. We saw this in Saskatchewan. We saw it more recently in Ontario, where Ontario attacked unions and workers' rights by preemptively and abusively invoking the notwithstanding clause. Does he not agree that, as progressives, our first duty is to limit the use of the notwithstanding clause as it can be used to attack freedom of association among workers? The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. There's something self-congratulatory in my colleague's remarks. I'm sure he loves talking about defending minorities because he's a minority of 1 within the NDP. All things being equal, we seem to talk for Quebec more than he does. I'm sure he has his things to say, but look, the Constitution was written to enshrine a number of different situations. If in his role as the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, he notices that the NDP is going along a path proving their lack of knowledge of Quebec, he will be forced to be swept along with this. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Beloeil-Chambly for his speech. In his speech, he suggested that he thanked people in this House. I thank him because he's the first person in the House to mention the forestry sector. This is the first time he talked about, I heard someone talk about the Excellence forestry business, which is owned by an Indonesian billionaire who bought Resolute, who bought Donter, who bought Catalyst as well, a business in my province of British Columbia. Now, this enormous multinational has bought up a number of pulp and paper businesses. And yet, not a single word about this has been spoken in the House except by my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, the honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Alongside I should share the credit with my colleague from Jonquière. We first brought this up with the minister responsible in private. Notwithstanding the harmful effects of all of this, if it were an oil company, Canada would have jumped up and said, oh my God, it's an issue of national security. But no, it's just wood, it's just forestry, it's just Quebec. So we can ignore it. There certainly needs to be some work done on this file. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The notwithstanding clause has been used a number of times, in particular for the Employment Equity Act, the Youth Courts Act, a number of different acts. And not once did anyone talk about bringing the notwithstanding clause before the Supreme Court. This idea of bringing the clause before the court only showed up when Quebec decided to defend its culture, its distinct society, its nationhood, and its values. Is this not a problem, and is this not discrimination? I look forward to hearing my colleagues' thoughts. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. At least I don't plant questions. Well, that's an issue for another day. Since 1982, no government has been as so meddling in Quebec issues, especially when it comes to language, values, and identity. These are disrespectful assaults on Quebec society. This use of the Supreme Court to attack Quebec, it's as though suddenly Quebec were a threat. They should mind their own business. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must note that I'm a little bit surprised to see a Bloc Québécois motion fighting tooth and nail to defend the Canadian Constitution. Is the Bloc Québécois, is the Bloc leader willing to recognize, like me, that the 1982 Canadian Constitution is legitimate? The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Huh. 1982. Even I was young back then, 1982. There was a constitution shoved right down the throat of Quebecers and the René Lévesque government. Even back then, the Provincial Common Front was crumbling. No, it's not a legitimate constitution. Though we are able to use the notwithstanding clause to defend who we are and who we wish to be. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Tourism Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am delighted to be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Lac St. Louis. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is a constitutional document of fundamental importance. It is one that protects the rights and freedoms of all Canadians, including Quebecers. This document is one of the cornerstones of our society and has been since it was passed in 1982. It has shown its flexibility and its ability to be adapted. Our charter is also a source of inspiration for a number of different countries. The Honourable Member for Outremont has the floor. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Bloc Québécois did not like the question I just asked their leader, but I will keep going with my speech. Our charter is also a source of inspiration for a number of different countries around the world. Some countries even base their constitutions off ours. I am proud of what we chose to do 40 years ago as a society. Section 33 of the Charter, normally called the Notwithstanding Clause, allowed for a political compromise between different entities that made up Canada when the Constitution was repatriated. This clause lets a legislature suspend certain rights under the Charter, particularly measures protecting certain fundamental rights. At the end of the day, it is a tool that allows a government to bypass the protections offered under the Charter. It is clear that any use of the Notwithstanding Clause implies that certain fundamental rights will be violated.
The use of the Notwithstanding Clause is allowed, of course, although it was always intended that it would be used exceptionally and rarely, but rather its preemptive use is very problematic in my opinion. In effect, by preempting the Notwithstanding Clause, a government is saying, I know I am infringing on the fundamental rights of Canadians, but I am proceeding anyway. And it does so without giving the courts a chance to speak.
By preemptively invoking the Notwithstanding Clause, a government is saying that it knows it is violating Canadians' fundamental rights and freedoms, that it knows it is doing so, but that it is going ahead anyway, without giving the courts a chance to weigh in. The Prime Minister, our Minister of Justice, and other members of Cabinet have been clear that our government is concerned with the preemptive invocation of the Notwithstanding Clause. And our federal government is firmly committed to defending the rights and freedoms protected by our Charter. This Charter is an expression of some of the most fundamental values of Canadian society. It guarantees our rights and freedoms, Mr. Speaker. I dare say that it represents what it is to be Canadian. These rights, these freedoms are the very foundation of our country and of our democracy. But even for these crucial rights, the Charter recognizes that they're not absolute. And that's why Section 1 exists. Section 1 of the Charter provides a workable, pragmatic framework for balancing different rights and freedoms. And it's there because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, a government can justify limiting constitutional rights and freedoms. And through decades and decades of jurisprudence, Parliament and provincial legislatures as well have been engaged in this ongoing dialogue with our courts. Mr. Speaker, the preemptive use of the Notwithstanding Clause ends that dialogue. It short-circuits the dialogue that is necessary in order to ensure that our Charter is functioning as it should. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our constitutional tradition is one of dialogue, particularly between legislators and the courts. The preemptive use of the Notwithstanding Clause limits that dialogue by limiting judicial debate. When the Notwithstanding Clause is used preventatively, these dialogues and debates become theoretical, since the courts do not have the opportunity to order remedies. It is also important to remember that a strong and independent judiciary is the cornerstone of a healthy democracy. The preemptive use of the Notwithstanding Clause limits the work of our courts, which cannot fully perform their role as set out in the Constitution.
Between 2001 and 2017, Section 33 was never invoked. The political norm of rare use seemed to prevail, Mr. Speaker. And the Notwithstanding Clause was treated as an exceptional measure. Since 2017, however, there has been a huge rise in provinces invoking the Notwithstanding Clause to preemptively shield their legislation. This has happened in Ontario, in Quebec, in New Brunswick.
I think there's an issue with interpretation. I'll wait a second.
English, and hopefully the translation will show up. C'est bien.
Okay. I can continue in French, Mr. Speaker. I know. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que je...
Mr. Speaker, shall I continue with the previous paragraph?
2017, however, there has been a huge rise in provinces invoking Section 33 to preemptively shield their legislation. This happened in Quebec, in Ontario, New Brunswick, and threats of its use in Saskatchewan. What is lost in a preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause, Mr. Speaker? Transparency, engagement, accountability, and the Charter was not intended to save a government from these requirements. Certainly not. On the contrary, the imperative to justify limitations on rights and freedoms serve these very purposes. Proper use of the notwithstanding clause may be consistent with them, but preemptive use is contrary to the values that the Charter was designed to protect. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, while the use of the notwithstanding clause used to be exceptional, its invocation is on the rise. The use of the notwithstanding clause is certainly legal, but it should not be taken lightly, since it has the effect of suspending legal protections guaranteed by the Quebec and Canadian Charters of Rights and Freedoms. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that a government that uses a remedy of this scope must set out the exceptional considerations that justify, in its view, the suspension of these legal protections. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize how fortunate everyone in this House is to be Canadian and to be able to rely on the rights recognized by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is up to all of us in this House to ensure its protection. Thank you.
Question.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Westlock. Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to my honourable colleague across the way, she noted in her speech that the notwithstanding clause hasn't been used, wasn't used very often until like 2017 and onward. And I would just note that over the past 8 years, it feels like this country feels broken. We've got Roxham Road, we've got the inflation running out of control, we've got a whole host of issues going on, and we've seen that this Prime Minister has divided the country more than ever, and perhaps the fault or the use of the notwithstanding clause has crept up given the actions of the current Prime Minister. Would the member not concede that this Prime Minister has been the most divisive Prime Minister in Canadian history? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure that the comment of my colleague is relevant to the debate of today, but allow me to say that, you know, provincial premiers across the country make their own decisions about when to invoke the notwithstanding clause, and that it certainly is up to us in this chamber to ensure the protection of the rights and freedoms of Canadians. And I find it surprising that the Conservative Party does not appear concerned with the freedoms of Canadians. Certainly, it is something that the government is concerned about.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does the colleague not think that the use of the notwithstanding clause preemptively will spare many years of needless proceedings before the courts to get to the same result at the end of the day? And does she not think that what we're saying is reasonable? We're just asking Parliament something simple. The contract that you shoved down our throat in 82, could you at least respect what's written in it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I said a number of times, the use of the notwithstanding clause is possible. The preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause does not allow the courts and legislators to have that dialogue which is necessary in a free and democratic society. And once again, my colleague seems to be defending clauses in the Canadian Constitution, and at the same time, he's questioning the legitimacy of our Constitution. So he needs to choose a lane. Either he defends the Constitution or not. But, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois cannot speak out of both sides of their mouth. Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important discussion because either we have a charter that protects the rights of citizens or we do not. And what we've seen is the willingness of provincial governments to use the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to target workers, religious minorities, to justify unconstitutional laws is deeply concerning. What it does is it strips fundamental rights that citizens have and fundamentally strips their ability to challenge these provincial governments when they abuse the rights of citizens. And I want to ask my colleague, what's concerned me in watching these outrageous use of this clause is that the federal government has sat on the sidelines and told citizens to defend themselves. Is the federal government going to stand up for the principle of the charter, or should we just say that the charter is just some paper document that can be used or annulled or ignored depending on whatever government is in power in the provinces?
L'Honorable Secretary Parlement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I share his concern with the rise in provinces across the country preemptively using the notwithstanding clause. To his question, I would say that it has been successive Liberal governments over the years that have stood up for our charter, that have stood up for Canadians' rights and freedoms, and we will continue to do that.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of introduction, to begin my speech, I'd like to talk about this great big country, Canada. A country blessed with many types of wealth and abundance. The envy of the world. We think of hydroelectricity in Quebec, among others, that provides for our energy needs and heats our homes, and that meets the needs in energy of our neighbors in the rest of Canada, in Ontario, and the United States. In the state of New York, for example, we think of wheat and other agricultural products that help to feed the country and the world. Oil can produce medical products and continues to heat our homes during this transition period as we head towards a greener, cleaner future. And we think of our waterways that feed our ecosystems and that are ways of navigating to transport our products towards markets in North America and abroad. But what's really the strength of a country, Mr. Speaker, that's the values of the citizens. Here in Canada, Canadians, including Quebecers, of course, cherish the values of helping each other and living in harmony. And of course, there are democratic values. Values that include cherishing our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in our Canadian Constitution, whether in British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Ontario. Canadians throughout this beautiful country hold strong to their rights and freedoms, regardless of the actions of governments from time to time. For example, there's Nicole Gladue, the late Nicole Gladue, who used the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of the Canadian Constitution to affirm her right to medical assistance in dying. It's a Quebec court that gave her that right under the Charter. I think we need to thank and honor Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who used his political life to bring our Constitution home, to repatriate it, and to include a charter one of the most modern charters in the whole world because it recognizes the interests of communities. And this charter, Mr. Speaker, includes the notwithstanding clause. But we need to note that that notwithstanding clause can't be used to infringe on language rights in education for official languages, minority official languages. That's a point I want to highlight because often many people forget that that notwithstanding clause cannot infringe upon all rights. Some rights are guaranteed under the Charter of 1982. Since I've been elected, and before, I never agreed with using the notwithstanding clause, but it exists, and it has a specific goal. It allows the government, a provincial government, or the federal government, and as I said earlier, we seem to have forgotten that Parliament also has the right under the Constitution to use this clause. It allows government to take time to reflect and to adjust to a decision by a court that invalidates a law or part of one. But that is only for a limited time. It's not a blank check. It's not an open field day. It has to be renewed every 5 years. There are a number of elements of the clause that are democratic. For example, it gives the last word, but not quite, because it has to be renewed every 5 years, to a legislature to withdraw temporarily from a decision by the court. The clause was designed, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, and of course it can be debated, but it was designed to allow the court to decide and to provide its opinion. And in our legal traditions, in our legal system. But after a decision by the court, in addition, the clause was to have open political debate on the merits of using the notwithstanding clause. A debate every 5 years. In both cases, before the court, Bill 96 and Bill 21, we know that the province of Quebec with Premier Legault used this clause preemptively. And the result, Mr. Speaker, is that it pulls the rug out under the feet of the courts. The hands of the court are tied. The court cannot do anything. In the case of Bill 21, it's the Superior Court of Quebec that decided on certain aspects of the bill that infringe on rights, but admitted that it could not do anything because of the notwithstanding clause. So what's problematic in all of this, and the use of the clause preemptively, is that not only are the hands of the court tied, but we can't have a full debate on the use of the clause. A debate within a legislature with the cameras rolling. A debate followed in all of its details by the media. I find that extremely problematic. It brings an anti-democratic aspect to a clause, which is, we have to admit it, democratic and legal. So the question when we use this clause preemptively, whether in New Brunswick or Ontario or Quebec or anywhere in Canada, I think the question that we need to ask vis-a-vis all of the governments that use it that way is, what are those governments afraid of? Are they afraid of their legal professionals, their courts, or are they afraid of their citizens? Are they afraid that the public will follow debates on a measure that infringes on their rights and that they will change their opinion on the measure that the government in question has put in place in a law? Or are those governments afraid of both things, of legal professionals and the public? I will close with that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm ready for questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berry-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the honourable member's speech this morning, and one of the things that he talked about early on is the need for energy. What we've seen with this government is an attack on the natural resource sector, the energy sector. We saw the German Chancellor, the Japanese Prime Minister come to Canada on bended knees seeking LNG, and yet the Prime Minister just shoot them away like they were nothing. There is a real demand in this world for clean Canadian energy. And yes, I understand that there's a transition that's going on, and we're a long way there. But why would the Prime Minister just simply toss his hand at these other Prime Ministers and Chancellors when they came here demanding clean Canadian energy?
Good question.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit mystified. We're talking about a very solemn issue, which is the rights and freedoms of Canadians and how those rights and freedoms can be maintained within a democratic framework, which includes the use of the potential use of the notwithstanding clause, and yet the member is bringing in a discussion about economic interests. I don't see the relevance.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's a bit odd to hear our Liberal colleagues talk about their vision of the notwithstanding clause. The Supreme Court has already ruled about this, for example, in 1988 with the Ford ruling, which states that the National Assembly has full freedom to apply the notwithstanding clause if it so wishes. It can do so preventively without having to wait for a court to contest the legislation before. I'll stop there, but what we see here from the Ford ruling, the Ford decision, is that it's quite clear. Does this government really think that it should actually take priority over what the Supreme Court has said? Or should it perhaps trust what the Supreme Court has ruled? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but we know that Supreme Court decisions evolve over time. That's what we see with a society like ours that is full of progress and change. I respect, of course, Supreme Court decisions. As I said in my speech, I've never favored calling upon the notwithstanding clause. I respect the Supreme Court's decision, but I'd like to hear its rule on this again. The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that my colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis, is telling us that the notwithstanding clause is legal. We understand as members that it's allowed to use it, but that the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause is problematic. I'd like to hear from him about what he's hearing from his constituents and concerns in Lac-Saint-Louis. All of which can bolster what we have to say today on the Bloc Québécois motion. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I think it goes without saying that many of my constituents are highly concerned. The increasingly common use of this notwithstanding clause in a preemptive manner is definitely an issue in my writing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of lamentable government from this Prime Minister, he's now trying to distract people from his terrible record, the crisis in the cost of living, and the doubling of rents and mortgages. He wants to distract Canadians from record usage of food banks, record credit card debt, and the fact that he tripled the carbon tax. He wants Canadians to forget that violent crime has increased by 32% and that gang-related homicides have increased by 92%, as well as the very cozy relationship with lobbyists, which are costing a fortune, as well as his ethics violations. He's trying to stoke division in Canada, and he's trying to create an unnecessary constitutional crisis. That's just his latest way of trying to distract from his failures. Meanwhile, the Bloc Québécois does not seem to have solutions to Quebec's real problems. In 1991, more than 30 years ago, Lucien Bouchard and other members founded the Bloc Québécois, which was supposed to be temporary in order to contest the failure of the Meech Lake Accord. Maybe I myself would have been part of that group, maybe. But the temporary Bloc Québécois of 1991 has nothing to do with our current Bloc Québécois. It certainly doesn't reflect what Lucien Bouchard was thinking at the time. And we see that today, the Bloc Québécois is like the Liberal Party. It's completely disconnected from the reality of people in Quebec. To take a whole opposition day to talk about the Constitution when there are so many issues that are more important for Quebecers. As Conservative Party Quebec lieutenant, I'm trying to understand what the Bloc Québécois' goal is here. It seems very nebulous. I'm not trying to attack duly elected MPs, but rather a political organization which is just thinking about Quebec sovereignty. We know that the leader of the party loves to engage in very lyrical speeches, very flowery speeches, but really he just wants to end the Canadian Federation. That's why I don't think it was strategic to spend a whole day talking about a subject which is not interesting to Quebecers, the Canadian Constitution. Aren't there more important things right now for Quebecers with everything that's going on? I know that while the Bloc makes a lot of patriotic speeches, it's really just trying to score political points about various issues. Whereas Quebecers want their federal MPs to work for them. I have a document here, a proposal before the Bloc convention in May, and it says in this document, we have the right to make mistakes, review our positions, and change our opinions. And so let's take this opportunity to do just that. And I'll just say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Perth Wellington. Now, there are multiple decisions made by the Bloc which are dubious. For example, supporting the Liberal government in Bill C-5, which allows gang hooligans to avoid prison, allows perpetrators of sexual assault to serve their sentence at home instead of where they should be in prison. Should they have voted in favor of Bill C-75, which allows the worst criminals to go out on bail when there's still a threat for society? And there's lots more. Well, for example, was it a good idea to punish Indigenous hunters and other hunters by supporting Liberals with Bill C-21? The Bloc has an extremely far-left agenda. They are the greatest supporters of the Liberal government. They may laugh, but it's true. When the Bloc Québécois was created by Lucien Bouchard, as I said, it was supposed to be temporary, but 30 years later, we see that the party is getting a bit threadbare. In the same document, as I mentioned earlier, at point 18, it says, we are like the crushing majority of Quebecers. We tend to turn towards the National Assembly of Quebec when someone mentions our government. This is a party that is searching for its own, for a purpose. This is a political party which claims to support the National Assembly of Quebec, but instead poured all of its resources into supporting the Parti Québécois during the last election campaign to work against the Coalition Avenir Québec, which is the government that won a large majority in the last elections. So how can they say that they are an ally of the government of Quebec when they actually are trying to get PQ members or MNAs elected? And only 3 Parti Québécois MNAs were elected. So they're hardly an effective spokesperson for Quebec. Another thing that they brought up in this document for their convention, we are against censorship, cancel culture, bullying, humiliation, and the court of public opinion, especially on social media, under the cover of anonymity. We believe in open conversations and the rule of law, and yet Bill C-11, the Broadcasting Act, or the Act to amend the Broadcasting Act, which will be coming back to the House after being amended by senators. Well, conservative senators, did everything they could to create amendments to prevent the CRTC from overly controlling algorithms through an authoritarian government. But independent Liberal senators did everything they could to prevent that. They want the government to have additional powers over algorithms and the entire digital universe. These so-called independent Liberal senators refused the amendments. But the Bloc Québécois supports C-11. Now, I know there are some good parts in C-11, but there are some extremely problematic ones, and we need to oppose them at all costs. Once again, I don't understand why the Bloc Québécois is supporting the Liberals in a bill which will lead to more federal control over what Quebecers can listen to or watch. Is this really the mission of the original Bloc Québécois from 1991? I don't think so. So again, this is a leftist sovereignist party which is actually just supporting the Liberals. It's quite something. We, the Conservatives, would fight inflation, cancel the carbon tax, end this government's waste, and fire high-cost consultants. And guess what? Liberals are stoking division. But I do agree with the Minister for Heritage, who regularly says that the Bloc Québécois is just looking to start arguments and pick fights. The Bloc Québécois is very condescending, but they are not the only ones who know the truth about what Quebecers want. On our side, we are working for unity and respect for all Canadians, including Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire ou leader en chambre. That's you.
Thank you. You were looking past me, Mr. Speaker, and I wasn't quite 100% sure. Mr. Speaker, you know, I cannot imagine that Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Jean Chrétien back in 1982, when we signed off on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and brought the Canadian Constitution home, at the time ever envisioned that you would have, for example, the province of Ontario in a preemptive way use the notwithstanding clause in order to put limits on labor, Mr. Speaker. And as we go through the debate today, I think it's important in terms of just recognizing how in recent years it seems that some provinces are using it as a preventive measure or a preemptive measure. And I think a great majority of Canadians would disagree with that kind of usage. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on governments, whether it's national government or provincial governments, taking advantage of that clause and using it in a preemptive way.
The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I think Pierre Elliott Trudeau would be disappointed in how his son is managing the country today. However, regarding the notwithstanding clause, preemptively or not, I think the Prime Minister's goal in talking about the notwithstanding clause was just another way to stoke divisions among Canadians and really just distract Canadians from the current economic issues and all his problems in managing the country. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my colleague's speech, it's fine for him to have opinions about our choice of an opposition day topic. It's fine for him to have an opinion, but we don't really care. We think that our motion is much more interesting than coming back for a third or fourth time to the matter of abolishing the carbon tax. Because that motion keeps getting rejected, you need to recognize reality at a certain point. And another thing that I found particularly amusing is associating the Bloc Québécois with the Liberals. Regarding C11, our position will always be to support Quebec's interests, no matter who we work with or who we work against. In this case, we happen to have a position that is closer to the Liberals than the Conservative position, because they are just engaging in untruths in order to misdirect people, including Quebecers. And we are here to support Francophone Quebec culture in Quebec and Canada. But the issue today is about the notwithstanding clause. So I'd like to know whether my colleague agrees that Quebec and the provinces should decide when it's the right time to use the notwithstanding clause or not, whether it's not their prerogative. Thank you. The honourable member. Well, I think generally our answers are allowed to be as long as the question, so I can make an entire speech. And I will just say that I also really don't care much about his question. I could use the same expression as he did, but it's obvious that the Bloc Québécois is a sovereignist party, it's a leftist party, and it supports the Parti Québécois. The Bloc Québécois doesn't have a monopoly when it comes to speaking for Quebecers. I am a proud Quebecer, just like other conservative colleagues, and as like Liberals as well. We are all Quebecers, and we all speak for Quebec. And I've been taking positions from the Bloc platform, and I'm looking at what they actually did, where they actually voted on various bills. Thank you.
Comments, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly enjoyed the speech from the honourable member. I remember going on international trade missions with the Bloc Québécois back in 2008. Their theory then was, I love Canada, I love Quebec. Two great countries. Let's move forward. At that point in time, it was made of Marxist-Leninists to entrepreneurs. It had the full spectrum. But now they look at what is happening with the Liberal Party, and they look at how they have torn apart the fabric of this country, and now their mantra is simply, see, Canada's broken. There's no way that we can be here. That's why they want to be away from this country. Ken, I know that the member had spoken about this, the spectrum of the Bloc Québécois over the number of years. I wonder if he could make that comment.
The député Charlebourg-Haute-Saint.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Like I said in my speech, the Bloc Québécois has changed a lot. Today, it's a far-left party, which too often supports the Liberal Party. A Liberal Party which is trying to divide Canadians, and the Bloc Québécois is trying to take advantage of that to separate Quebec from Canada. But here in the Conservative Party, we want to show unity, despite our differences, to bring the country together. We do have our differences. In 2015, when I arrived here, I tried to understand the differences between colleagues from various provinces in Canada. As Quebecers, we have our own reality, everyone does, and we have to work together.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Perth-Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honor and a privilege to rise in this House once again and contribute to the debate on today's Opposition Day motion. I want to begin by talking a little bit about where we are right now in this country. Mr. Speaker, sadly, we see reports that 67% of Canadians feel like Canada's broken. 67% of Canadians feel like our country is broken. And the challenge is that after 8 years of this Liberal government, 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, we're seeing motions like this, motions that are trying to stoke constitutional crises rather than bringing our country together. After 8 years of this Liberal government's failures, we're left with the Liberals trying to stoke fears and stoke divisions in this country, rather than focusing on the issues that matter to Canadians. the issues that matter to the citizens of this country, to the constituents of Perth Wellington, to the constituents of places like Oshawa or Cypress Hills grasslands, those important communities in our country where they're concerned by the rising cost of living, 40-year high inflations. And so when Conservatives have a chance in this House to debate, we raise these issues. Just this week, we had an opportunity for all members of this House to pronounce themselves on the carbon tax. And what happened? Every other party voted no. They voted against giving Canadians a break. They voted against lowering the cost of groceries, lowering the cost of heating their homes, lowering the cost of putting gas in their cars so they can take their kids to school and go to work each and every day. And issues that we think are important, like bail reform. Sadly, in this country, in the past year, we saw 5 brave police officers killed in the line of duty. Back in December, we saw a police officer in Haldimand, Norfolk, killed in the line of duty by an individual who was out on bail. All 13 provincial premiers have called on this government for bail reform. And when this House had its opportunity to pronounce itself on bail reform on Monday, on our Conservative Opposition Day,
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just going to raise the issue of relevance. We're debating the notwithstanding clause, Constitution, Charter of Rights and Freedoms, all sorts of room in which the member can provide comment on. I don't think the member has been relevant, even remotely relevant, unless he's suggesting that we use notwithstanding for bail.
Same point of order, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, just because the member doesn't like what the honourable member is talking about doesn't mean that they get to rise on points of order. It has to do with the standing orders and the rules, and I know you'll rule appropriately. Thank you.
Appreciate the interventions here. We do give a lot of latitude on bringing people back to the topic at hand, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington will find his way there. The Honourable Member for Perth and Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the fact that the member of the Liberal Party doesn't like what I'm talking about, the fact remains is that we are here on Opposition Day motion debating a constitutional issue when there are so many other issues that Canadians care about. And if the member wants me to talk more about the Constitution and the history of our Constitution and where we got to the point where we are today, I am happy to do that, but I would need his unanimous consent to give me a full hour and a half so that I can debate this in the House at full and extensive length. But back to where we are, Mr. Speaker, back to where we are as a country and why we're seeing constitutional divisions being stoked, why we are seeing issues like this being brought forward in the House of Commons. It's not because Canadians are happy with the status quo. It's quite the contrary. Canadians are concerned. Canadians are concerned about where their country is going when we see violent crime up by 32%, gang-related homicide up by 92%. We're seeing highly connected Liberal lobbyists getting rich, while everyday normal Canadians are dealing with 40-year high inflation and a tripling of the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, that's the problem we see here in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about where Conservatives stand on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Conservatives and the Conservative Party has always been a champion of the rights and freedoms of Canadians. That's right. We need to look no further than the late, great John Diefenbaker, who had that famous quotation that Parliament is more than procedure. That's right. It is the custodian of our nation's freedoms. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, it falls to us as parliamentarians to stand and defend the rights and privileges of Canadians. Now, the Liberal Party, let us remind ourselves that when John Diefenbaker brought in the Canadian Bill of Rights, the Liberal Party were reluctant supporters of that. Of course. You know, Mr. Speaker, if we think back to the late Jack Pickersgill, who was indeed a fervent adversary of John Diefenbaker. I know Diefenbaker once said that Parliament without Pickersgill would be like hell without the devil. But if you reflect on Pickersgill's comments at the time, and read one of his quotations. The Liberal Party, in fact, had to be dragged kicking and screaming to support Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights. In fact, he said this: "Human rights, I believed, are likely to be protected more effectively by an elected parliament than by appointed judges. Despite the misgivings of few members, we decided in the Liberal caucus we could not afford politically to oppose the principle of a Bill of Rights." So, Mr. Speaker, let's not let the Liberals have a monopoly on protecting the rights and privileges of Canadians. We Conservatives, we in the Conservative benches, have always stood for the rights and freedoms of Canadians. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, our founding principles as a country have recognized the freedoms of Canadians. The freedoms of Canadians didn't magically appear in 1982. We didn't all of a sudden get granted the rights, freedoms, and privileges of Canadians magically on that spring day in 1982. We come from a long evolution of constitutional principles in our country, beginning with the Magna Carta and stretching to this current day. So, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about this motion, we're talking about the divisions that are being stoked, let us remember where we stand and where we stand as parliamentarians. We stand in this place on behalf of all citizens, on behalf of all Canadians in this country, as part of a unified country, recognizing that there are differences within our country. Let us not forget that it was under the leadership of Prime Minister Stephen Harper that recognized by a motion in this place that the Québécois form a nation within a united Canada. Recognizing that special history, that special unique culture that the Québécois bring to our country, and celebrating that culture, but nonetheless recognizing and reaffirming that it is within a united Canada, a united country. And that's part of the history of our Conservative movement, recognizing that there are differences, but those differences contribute to our country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote from Georges-Étienne Cartier, one of this country's founders. And I see I have 2 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur Cartier said this: "Distinctions of this character will always exist. Diversity seems to be the order of the physical, moral, and political worlds. As to the objection that we cannot form a great nation because Lower Canada is chiefly French and Catholic, Upper Canada English and Protestant, and the Maritime provinces mixed, it is completely futile. In our confederation, there will be Catholics and Protestants, English and French, Irish and Scotch, and each by its efforts and success will add to the prosperity, the might, and to the glory of the new confederation." And Mr. Speaker, that's what this House ought to represent. It ought to represent a diversity of opinion, a diversity of background, a diversity of thought. But together as a parliament representing Canadians, we must always stand for the rights and freedoms of Canadians. And we as Conservatives will always stand on the side of the hard-working Canadian families who are working hard each and every day to provide for their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brilliant. Questions and comments? Question Kamal Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that note, when the member says that the Conservatives will always stand for the freedom and rights of Canadians, would that very same principle that he spoke about apply also to the province of Ontario when they did a preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to limit labour negotiations? Does he believe that that was an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause? Ontario in its preemptive way.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Another important function, or a feature that Conservative parties believe in, is a separation of powers. where each province has their right to do as they see fit within provincial jurisdiction. We have always respected, as a Conservative Party, the rights of the provinces in their sole jurisdiction. And so if the member has concerns about a provincial issue, he ought to run in that provincial legislature and bring his concerns to that place. We have rights and freedoms, and we have safeguards within each of those. The member will know full well that the case in question was withdrawn by the province in question. And what's more is that Section 33 does provide a 5-year sunset clause wherein which the people's elected representatives in each of the provinces have the right to pronounce or repronounce on a matter that falls under Section 33 of the Constitution Act 1982. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm a little shocked to see how constantly, whenever we do an opposition day, the Conservative wags their fingers at us saying, oh, we should talk about something else like inflation. Well, they had 7 opposition days on inflation without proposing a single solution. They just quoted slogans all day long. And now we're talking about a fundamental question. My colleague is talking about a beautiful, united country where everyone has the right to their differences. Well, Quebec has its differences. The Constitution was shoved down our throats, and we have one tool to protect ourselves, the notwithstanding clause. Now the government is trying to undo the contract that it forced upon us. This is a parliament. Look, I'm not going to use parliamentary language, but here's my question for my Conservative colleague. Please support our motion. If you don't support our motion, then it will mean that you will accept this government spending millions and millions of dollars in lawyers to hold up the functioning of laws for 10 years. How can this be, Mr. Speaker?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé for his speech. And I think there was a question tacked on to the end there. Let us be clear. In the Conservative Party, we believe that there are important issues in this country, in my view, and in the view of our party. Inflation is a primary issue for Canadians right now, for Canadians and for Quebecers. He asked about the motion. The motion is all about, is a statement of rights. The Constitution is clear. The facts in the Constitution are clear. We all know that Parliament or a provincial legislature can pass a bill explicitly stated to be valid notwithstanding certain sections of the Constitution, of the Charter, rather, sections 2 and then 7 to 15. So now the Bloc is asking us to weigh in on a statement of facts. Well, the facts are clear. It's in black and white in the Constitution. Maybe he should read it. Questions and comments?
Oshawa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Perth Wellington for an excellent speech. But I'm very concerned, Mr. Speaker, when you see the Liberal Party of Canada aligning their ideology with the Bloc Québécois. They're very divisive. The Bloc at least is clear about it, but I'd like to remind the House that there's never been a constitutional crisis under the Conservative Party when the Conservative Party's been in government. And now we see the Bloc and the Liberals working together so they don't have to talk about their miserable 8 years, poor record for the Canadian and the Quebec people. So I'd like my colleague to talk about this dangerous game that the Liberals and the Bloc are playing in regards to Canadian unity.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington, and a short answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would agree with my colleague's comments. This is a dangerous game when parties, when the Liberal Party, when the Bloc are stoking divisions with our country, rather than bringing this country together on issues that matter to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I will note that I am sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Esquimalt Saanich Suk. Mr. Speaker, first I'm going to take a few seconds following the tragedy that took place yesterday in Laval to express my thoughts for the children, the parents, the families with connections to this daycare, which was struck by a tragic act. I think we all should have a collective reflection on the mental health issues going on. I hope we'll see some details on this in the coming days. Now, to start, you might be surprised to learn that I'm going to thank the Bloc Québécois for tabling this Opposition Day motion. It's not often I say that, but really, I think this is a fundamental debate, especially given that we are talking about fundamental rights and freedoms. So it's good to have a debate about our vision for democracy. It will be a legal, constitutional, political, even philosophical debate. And it's a debate that will be important to have for us in Parliament. But beyond that, this is also a discussion that affects all of civil society. We ought to have reflect on the actions of our legislators, which have a real impact on people's lives. This is not just an airy-fairy philosophical debate about our different visions. This is also a debate about the use of a legitimate clause with a real effect on people's lives. Here, we must not forget this fact. The notwithstanding clause came through a sort of compromise. We know that Quebec was excluded from the Constitution, which is ghastly, but the Constitution was negotiated, and that negotiation led to the notwithstanding clause. With the notwithstanding clause, you can use it in the right way or the wrong way. We've seen it used the right way throughout history with the Quebec Charter of the French language. Following legal challenges, the Quebec government invoked the notwithstanding clause. But this was after a societal debate and an opportunity for the courts to weigh in. Eventually, the defense of the French language in Quebec was deemed to be the greater good. Now, Bill 101 is the subject of a widespread consensus in Quebec. Basically, anyone you talk to after 40, 50 years of it will agree. Now, should we always use the notwithstanding clause? Certainly not. Just as freedom of expression is not absolute, the use of the notwithstanding clause ought not to be absolute. That's what the NDP believes. And the only people who are able to decide the criteria for the use of the notwithstanding clause sit in the Supreme Court. I believe there should be a public debate involving people from all sectors of society. And I think it's part of a healthy democracy to have a discussion about when we'll use this clause. Remember, it's supposed to be a last resort measure. And yet today, in a number of provincial legislatures, not just Quebec, a number of provincial legislatures, we are seeing that the use of the notwithstanding clause has become repetitive, almost inappropriate. We've seen it become systematic. I know the Bloc doesn't like it when I say this, but we're also seeing the clause used preemptively, and for me, this is extremely concerning. We really ought to ask a question about whether legislators should be able to suspend fundamental rights that they're supposed to protect just because. This ought to occur only when there are very good reasons. If this is not the case, then a majority parliament would be able to violate fundamental rights left, right, and center without offering any justification. So this is something we ought to reflect on. I know the Bloc will be jumping up and down because of this. But let us remember what Camus said. Democracy is not the rule by the majority, but it is the protection of minorities. this protection takes place through fundamental rights. Fundamental rights should be a rampart defending against the abusive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend people's rights. The notwithstanding clause, rather, fundamental rights have ensured a number of significant gains, for example, the right to abortion. So there's a spectrum going on here. There's two sides. There's laws governed by Parliament, and there's rights which protect the people, and there needs to be a conversation between them. We could talk about the Canadian Charter, but also the Quebec Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is even older than the Canadian Charter. Remember, the notwithstanding clause ought to be exceptional, and it should not be used preemptively. Here, I would like to quote from certain justices in the Ford case. One justice said that the use of Section 33 ought to be part of a debate on fundamental issues. Note that the use of this clause prevents people from going before the courts to defend their constitutional rights. The only way to express your unhappiness with the use of the notwithstanding clause is by voting out the government, which is problematic because often majority governments invoke it. As for Quebec, remember, the Superior Court recently wrote that by definition, in a society that wishes to protect fundamental rights, the use of the notwithstanding clause ought to be used carefully.
Some may think that the use made by the Quebec legislature is undermining it because it is used preemptively. The preemptive use short-circuits debate and ties the hands of judges in protecting fundamental rights. Justice Blanchard said it was about neutralizing fundamental rights and freedoms. Their respect should lead to a more targeted use of this power, which must remain exceptional. It must remain exceptional. The use suspends the rights and freedoms of citizens, and it must also be exceptional in the case where it undermines the rights of workers. We saw it in Saskatchewan, and we recently saw it in Ontario, where there was preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend, thank you, Mr. Speaker, preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to suspend the rights of workers of freely negotiating their working conditions and their contract. In Ontario, it was 55,000 workers, professionals in the education sector who are poorly paid, who have full right to advocate for better working conditions and salaries and wages. And we saw a conservative government attack the union movement who wanted to take away the rights of those workers with, in our view, an abusive use of the notwithstanding clause. And that's why I think that this discussion is important, because we see this backsliding. And as a union activist, as a leftist man who stands up for the rights of workers, I think we need to ask this question. Can the notwithstanding clause be used to undermine the fundamental rights of workers, their working conditions? They want to advocate for a better life. And I think this is part of the social movement, and it has been for a number of years, promoting better working conditions, fighting against poverty and inequality, and the abusive use of the notwithstanding clause that undermines fundamental rights of association of workers, free negotiation. And it's a good thing to ask the question about the conditions of using this clause. It goes beyond Quebec, and it has to do with the union movement and all workers. So let's ask the question, which is fundamental.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. This is a very interesting topic that we're debating this morning. I just listened to the remarks from my NDP colleague. I remember in 2018, the newly elected Ontario provincial government decided to wait in the municipal election in the fall, the same year. And, you know, I think it was maybe a couple of days before the election that the writ jobs decided to slash the council seat by half. And at the time, the government threatened to use the notwithstanding clause. And to me, it's kind of ironic because in the election, it's an opportunity to hear what people want for their government. But using the withstanding clause to slash this council seat by half, despite the legal minds are saying that this is infringement onto people's democracy and rights. I just want to hear my NDP colleagues comment on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question, and yes, it is a good example. I remember that unfortunate incident with the Toronto City Council where an abusive use of the notwithstanding clause undermined the rights of the people of Toronto to be well represented by a number they felt necessary of city councillors. Was that what was intended? In the spirit of people and provinces that in 1982 called for that notwithstanding clause to be able to withdraw from the use of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms from time to time. I don't think it was in that spirit, and I think it's good to have this discussion today on the conditions of its use. Is there a real and urgent need? Does it reflect the common good, or does it undermine fundamental rights and freedoms abusively? Let's have this discussion. Let's not be afraid to have it.
A commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, I just want to say Grasslands, but I know there's another one that goes along with it. Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for his speech. He finished it by saying that this issue is bigger than Quebec, and he's absolutely right. But what he is failing to acknowledge and to address is that this issue with the use of the notwithstanding clause quite often stems from this Prime Minister. The use of the notwithstanding clause has spiked since 2017, and the common denominator there is this very divisive Prime Minister, yet this member continues to prop the Prime Minister up. So I'm just wondering if the member at any point in time is going to withdraw his support for this tired, corrupt Liberal government so that way we can actually address the issues that are affecting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I think the NDP caucus has used the power dynamic wisely to force the Liberals to do things they've never wanted to do in the past that will benefit millions of Quebecers and Canadians, whether it's dental care accessible to all, pharmacare, social and affordable housing, Indigenous housing, or finally, an anti-scab law that's been called for by the Quebec and Canadian union movement. So as long as we can make progress and carry out the points that we've been forcing the Liberals to act on, we'll continue to work hard for the good of people, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for today's de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, listen. I'm still pinching myself thinking of my colleague's speech. The NDP's Quebec member is supposed to defend the interest of Quebecers. The interest of Quebecers is also a minority issue. When Quebec uses the only provision of the Constitution to protect its right to live in French, to protect its right to protect its identity, to preserve the nation. Laws adopted in the National Assembly. I have a hard time understanding how he can be lukewarm on this and not fundamentally recognize Quebec's right and the rights of provinces to use the notwithstanding clause to protect, to preserve legislation, preserve the right of elected officials to decide by and for themselves and not to give that to the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I don't think she listened to my speech carefully. I said at the outset that I thought it was a good use of the notwithstanding clause for the Charter of the French language for the rights of Quebecers to live in French. I'd like to repeat it now. Regarding the accusation that we shouldn't have government by judges, I'm a little bit surprised to hear my Bloc colleagues speak like that, because that's an argument that was used by the Stephen Harper Conservatives, and it's often used by the Republican Party. And if we want to stand up for the rights of Quebecers, we have to defend their right to free association, free union negotiation, and to use the notwithstanding clause to attack unions. I find that a little bit strange from her.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the broader topic of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I will eventually, after a bit of a diversion, come back to the motion that's before us today. But I think it's important to note that at the time of its adoption, the Canadian Charter of Rights was controversial. At the time of the patriation of the Constitution, we weren't used to the idea of a written charter, something which really comes from a civil law tradition. And because our institutions have been founded on the British system, which revered supremacy of Parliament. And so what we had was a compromise that was reached when the Constitution was patriated, where the national parliament and the provincial parliaments agreed to limit themselves with a written constitution and with a written charter of rights and freedoms. So I would argue at the time this was exercising parliamentary sovereignty and a voluntary restriction, recognizing that we have to agree on the basic rules by which we work together, and those should be difficult to change. And so we have a written constitution, and recognizing that even in a British system, a written charter of rights and freedoms would help preserve the rights and freedoms of Canadians. I have to say, as an aside, my own enthusiasm for the Charter at the time was tempered by what was often called the omission of sexual orientation from the section of the Charter, as if it was somehow unknown or forgotten at the time. And so that's not the case. I knew this well. I was very fresh out of university and working here at the House of Commons for Ed Broadbent at the time. And when the Constitution Act was before the House in committee, New Democrat MP Sven Robinson moved to add sexual orientation to Section 15 as a protected grounds against discrimination. So this was at committee stage. There was a debate and a vote on whether sexual orientation should be one of those protected rights. And that was defeated. The proposal to add sexual orientation was defeated 22-2, with only Sven Robinson and Lauren Nystrom of the NDP voting in favor. And it took a series of court cases following the adoption of the Charter to affirm that sexual orientation is a prohibited ground for discrimination, analogous to the enumerated grounds listed in the Constitution. And you'll see in a moment where I'm going with this, and I'm going to tie this to the notwithstanding clause. Members of the LGBTQ plus community continued to fight for recognition of equality of rights. And there were a series of court cases, starting in 1992 with Hagen Virch versus the Canadian Armed Forces, 1995 with Egan versus Canada, and culminating in 1998 with the case of Wren versus Alberta. And all of these cases served to make sure that it was understood that just because a right like citizenship or prevention of discrimination against sexual orientation was not listed, that it was still a protected ground. In 1998, the Supreme Court of Canada found the omission of sexual orientation from the Alberta Human Rights Act. Remember this is the Supreme Court deciding on Alberta legislation. And what the court found was that it violated the equal protections of the law guaranteed in the Charter not to list sexual orientation. So in other words, the Supreme Court of Canada at this time ordered the Alberta legislation to respect the Constitution and the Charter by protecting against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Immediately there were calls in Alberta for the use of the notwithstanding clause. Immediately. Now, why didn't the Alberta government proceed? Because there was a public outcry against the use of the notwithstanding clause. And it was very strong at that time because the Alberta government had just months before brought forward a bill to use the notwithstanding clause. And in that case, there had been a decision against the government which had proceeded with forced sterilization of those with intellectual disabilities, and that they had won a large settlement against the Alberta government. So the Alberta government brought in a bill that proposed to use the notwithstanding clause to limit the compensation for those who had been forcibly sterilized. There was a huge public outcry about the attempted use of the notwithstanding clause to prohibit payments that had justly been won in court for this discriminatory treatment. And so that precedent, just a few months before, led to the same kind of debate about the use of the notwithstanding clause to get around the Supreme Court decision, I guess is what I'll say, that forced the Alberta Human Rights Act to include sexual orientation. This is the way those who adopted the Constitution Charter thought the notwithstanding clause would work. In response to court decisions or legislative decisions that were controversial, not preemptively, but in response to developments within the legal system, and that ultimately who would decide whether the use was legitimate? The Supreme Court of Canada, because we have a country which operates on the rule of law. So when we see a motion today which says, in quite simplistic terms, I guess I would say, that it's just up to the provinces if they want to use the notwithstanding clause. That's clearly not true legally. It's also not true in the political sense. It's not clearly up just to the provinces. It's up to Canadians to decide what is an appropriate action and to judge their governments. And we saw, again, I'm going to go back to Alberta. 2 years later, in Alberta, after a series of court decisions which recognized the right to same-sex marriage, Alberta added, at this point, they added to their Marriage Act a notwithstanding clause to allow them to say marriage is only between a man and woman. And in a reference to the Supreme Court, in 2004, the Supreme Court of Canada found that on jurisdictional grounds, Alberta could not use the notwithstanding clause. In other words, they said, because marriage is in federal jurisdiction, Alberta can't use the notwithstanding clause to get around that. It's exclusively the power of the federal government to make this decision. So once again, we have an example where it's just not up to a province to decide if they want to use a notwithstanding clause. There was jurisdictional reasons why the Supreme Court found they could not do so. So after this very long detour through issues that are very important to me personally and very important to a large number of Canadians, we come back to where we are with the motion before us today saying, quote, it's solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. Clearly, I think the arguments I made today show that that's not the case. It's just not something that a government can decide to do. We have a constitution, we have rule of law, but most importantly, I think the three examples in Alberta illustrate how those who designed the Charter and the Constitution, as they said, thought it would operate. And public opinion plays an enormous role in deciding what governments can and cannot do when it comes to the use of the notwithstanding clause. So that's why I think the preemptive use is problematic. So before we've had any public debate, before we've had any court decisions, before we've done anything on an issue for a province, and let's face it, it's the provinces who've tried to do this, to insert a notwithstanding clause preempts all those things that should take place. It presumes outcomes. And it actually indicates an attitude where rather than trying to find a solution to the problem in front of them, it becomes simpler to preempt the debate altogether and say, we're not going to talk about this. We're just going to go ahead and do whatever it is we want to do. And unfortunately, I think that the block motion reinforces that kind of idea that this would be appropriate in Canada, in the democracy that we have. And when we look when it's actually been used, when the notwithstanding clause has actually been used, it's been, I guess, most frequently used as an expedient when collective bargaining fails. And so the 1986 use of the notwithstanding clause by the Conservative Devine government in Saskatchewan was to implement back-to-work legislation after they failed to reach an agreement with public employees. Or most recently, the 2022 use of the notwithstanding clause by the Ford government preemptively made it illegal for education workers to strike and imposed a contract on them. Now, what I would argue, there's a right to collective bargaining, and preempting that right through the notwithstanding clause meant the government simply didn't want to sit down and bargain fairly with the workers. So between 1990 and 2018, there were only 4 uses of the notwithstanding clause, and many of us believed it was fading away. But the fact that we are debating it today as if it's an unlimited power of the provinces is disturbing. As I've said, we already know it's limited. It's limited in time. It can only be used for 5 years. It doesn't apply to certain sections of the Constitution. And it's limited by Supreme Court decisions on the question of jurisdiction. And hopefully, the use of the notwithstanding clause will always be limited by public opinion in this country, and that part of our political culture and our political values, which says we are very proud of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and suspending any part of those rights and freedoms should not be taken lightly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I get to questions and comments, I do need to remind people to have their phones on vibrate or turned off, and it's right over here somewhere. I don't know where it is, so if somebody wants to grab that for me, that would be wonderful. So questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his well-presented speech on the notwithstanding clause, and in particular with respect to the impact it's had on LGBTQI rights. I am wondering if the member could comment. I know last year in the U.S. We saw really an overturn of Roe versus Wade. It's been highly problematic, not just in the U.S., but many Canadians are quite worried about that impact it has on rights in Canada. I'm wondering if he could speak to the potential of the notwithstanding clause being used preemptively and in the wrong way with respect to abortion rights in Canada.
Member for Esquimalt-Shannock-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, because I think he raises the concern that I was getting at again, that if it becomes part of our political culture that we can willy-nilly use the notwithstanding clause preemptively, there will be a temptation for certain political actors, certain political leaders, to attempt to appeal to segments of the population by offering to use the notwithstanding clause to respond to their concerns about public policy. And I think that's what's very dangerous. And I would not like to see us go down this road where we consider suspending rights a normal part of the Canadian political regime.
Questions and questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I was a bit surprised to hear some people from the left, for example, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie earlier, always ready to defend all forms of diversity and all forms of expression, and yet try to prevent Quebec from expressing its difference. That's what we're talking about this morning. The notwithstanding clause, Quebec is a nation. It was recognized here. It has its own way of living together. It has its own language. Every day here with the Bloc Québécois, we have to stand up and defend Quebec's difference. Once again, this motion this morning to state that this is an enshrined right. We are tired of always having to try to defend our rights. We are not the same. We are tired of having to stand up to defend Quebec difference. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The only thing I can say to that is there's an internal contradiction in the argument that was just made when the member says that Quebec recognizes the nation and Quebec's rights are enshrined. They are in this country, and they are recognized by virtually everyone in this chamber. So I'm not sure how the reference to the need for a notwithstanding clause has anything to do with the rights that are already recognized and enshrined when it comes to Quebec.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague and neighbour from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, I appreciated the words of his speech and the reflections on the failure of the initial charter to protect sexual orientation. Since he has raised my old friend Sven Robinson in this discussion, I'll mention two of my constituents. Sven Robinson is a constituent on Galiano Island in my riding, and I'm enormously indebted to him for many stands he's taken over the years. But another constituent, Conservative Pat Carney, was actually the first member of Parliament to put forward legislation for equal marriage, one of many early efforts on her part. What I wanted to put to the honourable member is, what do we do, because he says quite rightly, it was never, ever anticipated that the notwithstanding clause would be used, as Premier Ford just proposed he would do, to deny teachers' rights. Was never expected it would be used for back-to-work legislation applied indiscriminately. What do we do to mobilize public opinion to protect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms from political cavalier efforts to just grab it as an...
I have to give the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke an opportunity to answer.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands and my neighbour on Vancouver Island for her question. I think that one of the things that this debate does do today is allow us to bring public attention to the fact that this was never the way that the notwithstanding clause was intended to operate, and that to remind Canadians that we have to be vigilant to protect our rights, and we have to be vigilant in making sure that suspending rights doesn't become the normal course of action for certain governments in this country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will be sharing my time with the member for Trois-Rivières. I have a river, he has 3. We will share them between ourselves. Very well. Today's motion: that the House remind the government that it is solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. The notwithstanding clause is in Section 33 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It gives the right to various stakeholders in the provinces and federal governments the capacity to adopt legislation that could go against some of the provisions in the Charter. And Section 33 is the following. It means that the act or provision thereof shall operate notwithstanding a provision included in Section 2 or Section 7 to 15 of this Charter. And it states that this will have effect independently of the provision of the Charter, and that it must be renewed after 5 years or it shall cease to have effect. Now, Madam Speaker, you may say that this goes without saying. You could say that all this has already been settled, that it's already been in our laws since 1982, 41 years now. Really, we don't need to discuss it over and over. I think this is a matter that should be settled, but recently, our Prime Minister has said that the notwithstanding clause should not be used preemptively. It should only be used after the courts have invalidated legislation. He thinks people should spend their time and money on useless legal challenges. And then at the end, no matter who wins the challenge, well, they've actually lost. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be spent to get a decision from the Superior Court or the Supreme Court, and even if they win, well, then the government will just say, oh, we were going to use the notwithstanding clause, so even if you won, you've lost. That's completely illogical. There are backlogs in our courts at the moment, sometimes backlogs that extend over periods of years. Why on earth will we add to that? We would have to ask Mr. Trudeau. Oh, I'm sorry. We would have to ask the Prime Minister. I think that's absurd. And also rather fascinating. In the Ford decision in 1988, the Supreme Court stated that the National Assembly is free to use the notwithstanding clause in any legislation if it so desires. It can do so preventively, without having to wait for a court to reverse legislation previously, and that the court should not judge about the substantive parts of the law or the legitimacy of the use of the notwithstanding clause. The court's only role is to consider whether the use of the notwithstanding clause respects the prescribed format, which means that it needs to specify what part of the Charter will not be operating on the legislation. And of course, René Lévesque had the Act on the Constitution Act, which preventively introduced notwithstanding legislation for all Quebec legislation, notwithstanding provisions. And so I would say the law is very clear. It's been there for over 40 years. It has barely been challenged. The Supreme Court confirmed how it should be interpreted. And yet somehow, for reasons that I can't pretend to grasp, none of this seems to have reached the ears of our Prime Minister. I will admit that I'm looking forward to seeing how our Liberal colleagues, and especially the Prime Minister, intend to vote on this motion. In 2016, a Sherbrooke University law professor, Guillaume Rousseau, listed 41 laws made by the government of Quebec that include a notwithstanding provision, including at least 11 that are still in force. Out of these 41 laws, 9 of them included notwithstanding clauses applied to 2 charters, the Canadian and Quebec, 32 for the Quebec Charter, 18 for the Canadian. Those statistics are interesting, but it's more interesting to look at the examples. For example, the law on agricultural recruitment, which includes funding for farmers under 40. Yes, it's age-based discrimination, and that's something the Charter doesn't allow, but it's very logical for Quebec society. And that's why the National Assembly decided to pass that legislation, and they used the notwithstanding clause. Then there's the Workforce Equity Act to promote people who are from underrepresented groups. Again, that goes against the Charter. It's a form of discrimination. But Quebec society did like that idea, so they decided to adopt the legislation despite the Charter, and again, the notwithstanding clause was used. In order to relieve the legal system for less important matters, quote unquote, or at least financially less important, we know that for cases that are only going to cost 10 or 15,000, when these tiny financial sums, for situations like that, we decided to create the Petty Claims Court, and lawyers will not be authorized to go plead there because it wouldn't make sense because of the small amounts of money involved. People plead their own case and a decision is made. Well, the petty claims, goes against the Charter because the right to a lawyer is recognized in the Charter, but we as a society realized that it made sense. The Youth Tribunal now, Madam Speaker, which recognizes the privacy of children. We thought that was important in Quebec, but anonymity goes against Charter provisions because trials should be public. Although recently, I don't want to come back to that, and it would take me like 20 minutes to talk about it, but we haven't always seen that recently. So anyway, the Youth Protection Law was passed, and again, the notwithstanding clause was used. These are choices that the National Assembly of Quebec made, that it had the ability to do, thanks to one thing and one thing only. Despite the adoption of the Constitution Act 1982, despite the fact that it did so without Quebec's approval, they at least had a minimum level of decency. So they said, okay, we're doing this, but we're going to allow Quebec to get away from some of these provisions thanks to Section 33. That's what happened in 1982. And I would remind everyone that at the time, the father of our current Prime Minister, of course, we didn't always find that he had the right attitude about Quebec, but at least he had the decency to say, well, we're going to do this without Quebec, but we'll let them also extract themselves from it. How is it that the current Prime Minister is deciding to call into question what his father decided at the time? He's trying to violate the autonomy of the provinces in Quebec. I find that really unacceptable. I listened to my colleagues talk about various pieces of legislation in Canada that they don't agree with. And perhaps I wouldn't agree either, but the fact remains that democracy means the right to legislate and the right to get things wrong. We can't forget that. A democratic nation isn't a nation that adopts legislation that is approved of by citizens of other nations. It's one that should adopt legislation that is approved of by its own democracy. I want to respect democracy that enables the Ontario government or others to adopt legislation that might not work in Quebec, but I respect them. It's up to their citizens. They've had their own elections. And we want to be able to take advantage of our own right to democracy. We have our own National Assembly. We want to have legislation that meets our values without having to consider what the federal government has decided to impose on everyone. Once again, without Quebec's consent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre de la Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Justice has been clear. The preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause concerns the government. Provinces should be confident that their legislation complies with the Charter. We have serious concerns about the use of the notwithstanding clause in this way. I would ask my colleague if he agrees with the way in which Doug Ford used the clause last fall. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. As I said at the end of my speech, but I'll repeat, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I respect him greatly. He's raising an important matter, but I just did in my speech. Democracy is just that way. It's not that I should agree with Doug Ford, and he doesn't have to agree with François Legault. We're talking about two different jurisdictions who are separately deciding what they want. And if they make mistakes, which they have the right to do, then their own voters will punish that at the next election.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just to follow up, is the member then suggesting that if a provincial jurisdiction decides to use the notwithstanding clause for whatever it deems that it wants to do, that Ottawa has absolutely no role to play, even if the citizens of the nation feel compelled that there should be some national leadership on an issue?
Honourable Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member, the answer is simple, yes. The Supreme Court said so, and I repeat it, yes. It's not up to the federal government to judge about what the provinces are doing. As long as it's legal, the courts can decide whether to reverse a law or not based on a variety of criteria, but whether to decide whether they respect the Charter, it's up to Section 33, not the federal government, which is not there to decide on the values and the nature of these provincial legislation. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question. If the federal government wants to bring the notwithstanding clause before the Supreme Court in order to change it, does that not mean that the federal government is showing some openness to the idea of renegotiating the Constitution? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very relevant question. Madam Speaker, she is right. And it has to do with what my colleague across the way was asking a few moments ago. Should the federal government do nothing? Well, if the federal government isn't satisfied with this legislation, it can modify it or at least propose amending it. The Constitution Act 1982 can be amended. Of course, we know that it's very complex to do so, but it's possible. So if the government doesn't like it, well, maybe it should propose a round of constitutional negotiations. We'll see what the provinces have to say. And we'll see what the changes would be if any changes are desired. But the fact that they want to handcuff us with this law even though we never consented to it, well, they shouldn't additionally impose an interpretation that goes against logic, against what the Supreme Court said, against even what Pierre-Elliott Trudeau said.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Be very clear, Madam Speaker. So, for example, in the province of Ontario, you, in a preemptive way, took actions that went against Labour in a very significant fashion. It is the position of the Bloc that Ottawa should not even be stating any sort of an opinion on the matter. It's not an issue of jurisdiction as much as it is standing up for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and saying what's right in many ways. Is to be very clear, Ottawa should have no place to provide comment, is what he's saying.
Le député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member. Well, Ottawa can comment. We can all comment. We're a free country. Freedom of expression is important. I'm not saying we can't comment. I'm saying that this is a matter of provincial jurisdiction and that my colleague across the way doesn't have the authority to tell the Ontario government what to do, and it also can't tell the Quebec government what to do. It is up to the National Assembly, it's up to the provincial governments, it's not up to the federal government, and we need to live with the law as it is now. Ontario democracy doesn't need to be exactly like Quebec democracy or others.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Take your time, Madam Speaker. Bless you. Look, when I began studying philosophy in '92, the first problem that was put to me was the question of a government of judges. This was already 10 years after the introduction of the Charter. People were asking whether unelected judges should have the right to make certain decisions. So it's not exactly a new issue. When we talk about the notwithstanding clause or clause dérogatoire, you know, crickets. I know one French author who would have a lot to say about the topic, but let's start with history. Cicero said that dérogatoire comes from derogare. This comes from de, which is a negative prefix that appears in words like dédouaner, and then the word rogare, which is Latin for ask. So dérogatoire, literally translated, means unasking. However, it was Erasmus, a philosopher, astronomer, mathematician, economist, musicologist, physician translator, and Latin language theologian, all noted liberal roles. It was him who gave us two great gifts. First, the famous quote, "All I know is that I know nothing." And second, the use of the word dérogatoire in a legal context. In any discussion, the most important thing is to distinguish between semantics and principles. And in order to figure out principles, we need to first pass through semantics. I often say that a word is a pairing of form and meaning, but this can lead to confusion. Let's take one word form, like laïcité, secularism. We can assign at least two meanings to this word. So when you take a word like secularism or dérogatoire, it's important to understand what we're talking about. The word dérogatoire refers to repealing one or more bills in whole or in part. The other term for the notwithstanding clause contains the word notwithstanding, referring to removing obstacles. So the notwithstanding clause prevents the federal government from laying obstacles before provincial governments. At any rate, the notwithstanding clause is a legal protection in the original form of the Constitution in order to prevent future obstacles, in order to prevent obstacles to societal advancement. Since the notwithstanding clause was included in the 1982 Constitution, which Quebec never signed, you'll hear us say it 32 times today, Trudeau Sr. was also concerned about the possibility of a government of judges, and he was in fact quite favorable to the notwithstanding clause. He even had a quote about it. He said, "Frankly, I'm not really worried about the notwithstanding clause. Sure, like anything, it could be abused. But just look at the Canadian Bill of Rights passed by Diefenbaker in 1960. The Bill of Rights also contains a notwithstanding clause, and no one seems particularly upset about that. I don't think that the notwithstanding clause takes too much away from the Charter. In fact, it's a way for federal and provincial legislatures to ensure that it is elected representatives that have the last word rather than appointed judges. So since its very beginning, the notwithstanding clause lets governments in this federation express their choices, express their preferences, express their desire to do one thing and not another thing, just so long as those choices do not impact other members of the federation. Here, preemptively, I'm predicting the question that my colleague from Winnipeg will ask. The notwithstanding clause allowed for compromises between individual rights and collective rights, and between the various cultures present here in this country. Let's take a step back. If you look at geography, Canada is immense. Maybe 10 million square kilometers, I don't know. If you were to take this land area and lay it on top of Europe, which is roughly the same size, you can see that Europe contains 56 states, 56 sovereign states. And as you might know, Quebec can contain France 6 times over. But yet, if you look at France and its different regions, there's a number of cultures present, a number of identities present. In the 56 countries of Europe, I mean, France is not Germany, Germany is not Finland, Finland is not Italy. And yet here in Canada, if we did not have the notwithstanding clause, our 10 million square kilometers would be governed by the one culture for everyone, and it would not recognize the specific characters of certain regions. So historically, rather geographically, Canada is a historical mistake. If what happened in Europe happened here, some people would have come together, other people would have grown apart. Quebec would have become a sovereign state in North America. The notwithstanding clause seeks to lessen the impact of this historical mistake by allowing corrections where necessary. The notwithstanding clause also corrects the inequity or imbalance inherent in any legislative tool. Any bill is a text fixed in time, so the notwithstanding clause allows governments that make up our federation to address unexpected situations. Equity is a more perfect form of justice. It's justice with exceptions. And when we seek equity rather than equality, equality is a line between 2 points, whereas equity is a line that curves in such a way to reflect people's needs. The notwithstanding clause implements equity and helps protect us from a government by judges. It is elected and not appointed officials who should have the last say. Above all, Quebec is an entity of diversity and tolerance. Quebec is history. Quebec is culture. Quebec is a distinct identity. And there's this Polish philosopher I'm a big fan of. Her name is Maria Ossowska, and she suggested that in international relations, nations should show open-mindedness, courage, intellectual honesty, critical thinking. They should weigh their words carefully, which doesn't always happen here in this house, and they should maintain a sense of humor. But above all, in international relations, it is important to be decent. Be decent. Treat other people as we would want to be treated. I will conclude by stating that a treaty lasts forever. But experience shows that it is often practical to stray from the written word. Straying one time leads to straying another time until the written word withers away completely. So what do we want? Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Very simple question for my colleague. Where does he draw the line? What law would he consider inappropriate to maintain via the notwithstanding clause? And what laws And in what circumstances would it be legitimate to violate people's rights through the notwithstanding clause? Where does he draw the line? Some rights which cannot be violated and some which can. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his trick question. Look, it's not a question of violating rights. This is a matter of modulating the application of certain measures by recognizing the importance of different parties. The Anglophone community's rights are not violated by the notwithstanding clause. They are a very advantaged minority, and we have never had any problems. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ask a question to my colleague following his excellent speech. If other people are not rising to ask questions, it's possibly because my colleague was just too eloquent, too sophisticated. I wonder if my colleague believes the specific character of Quebec, with its specific model of tolerance, whether this would even exist were it not for the notwithstanding clause. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you to my colleague from Drummond for his question. The notwithstanding clause in the 1982 Constitution, which Quebec never signed, but which has one clause we like, has ensured our survival, our identity, our culture, our specific character. Without this clause, we would have been drowned.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to get a little bit more clarification from the member. My colleague asked a question about the rights in terms of which legal rights would he feel is okay to undermine compared to others. Like, is there a listing of orders, like which ones are really, really bad, which ones are not as bad?
Le député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. But I'm very sorry, he didn't even ask me a question. But I will respond anyway. He wants to create a debate, after all. Look, Quebec jurisdiction, the Quebec entity, makes its own laws for Quebecers. This is allowed under the notwithstanding clause. There's no question of a hierarchy of rights. We make judgments based on our own prerogative and our own culture and our own identity.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech this afternoon. We worked together in committee. His contributions in committee, just like his contributions in the House, are always very wise. Does the Honourable Member agree that there has never been a Prime Minister in the history of Canada like this one, which uses division, pits Canadians against Canadians, Quebecers against Quebecers, and who insists on using constitutional crises to distract from his own failures? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Always happy to work on the Ethics Committee with the member. This Prime Minister's current policy of divisiveness is unprecedented. It is unacceptable. And in fact, it is insulting. A few days ago, I went to an event in Quebec, and everyone was living in harmony with no issues. People with headscarves, people without headscarves. So if people are living in harmony, why cause problems? I really believe that the Prime Minister is trying to cause division and drive people apart.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I value the Charter of Rights and Freedoms very much. And I know that, the intent behind this certainly is to protect Quebec identity, the identity of Quebecers, and I understand the importance of identity. But I also respect the identity of other nations within Quebec. I would say Indigenous nations, including the James Bay Cree, for example, where Quebec has signed bilateral agreements between Quebec and the federal government, noting that these are different relationships as Indigenous peoples have their relationship with the Crown. I'm wondering, when we're talking about nations, what my colleague thinks of my interpretation of nation.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, 15 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague. I believe Bernard Landry signed a treaty with the First Nations. It was called the Pays des Braves, and it recognized the rights of Indigenous peoples while promoting their integration and collaboration between them and us. I entirely agree with the member.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to speak this afternoon. And I will be sharing my time with the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. And let me at the outset acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. And before I go into the speech, Madam Speaker, I just have some important reflections on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's a document that actually has entrenched into Canadian law such fundamental rights and freedoms that I think people around the world aspire to achieve. And over the years, this has been a guiding document. In my life, I think it's been a guiding document for many in this country. And while it's not perfect, I think it's offered a very important path towards recognition of human rights, international human rights, and the universality of human rights. And of course, we can date this back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was signed right at the end of World War II, but also the former Bill of Rights in Canada, as well as other international covenants and documents that Canada is party to. On a personal level, Madam Speaker, my family came to Canada 40 years ago this year. We fled an armed conflict in Sri Lanka, one where the rights of minorities were suppressed, and suppressed at will, and oftentimes reinforced by law. And I can tell you, around this House, around this country, around my riding, there are millions of Canadians who can trace their history to difficulties because governments chose to make decisions that would suppress their rights for who they are. And in fact, in Canada itself, we can see a number of occasions, and I know the member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke talked about the experience of the LGBTQI community, and of course, the member for Winnipeg Centre has often spoken about the disparity between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. So the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in many ways has set a benchmark for us to follow. And while it is important that we were able to get this agreement in 1982 with the provinces, with the inclusion of the notwithstanding clause, it was always meant to be used sparingly by governments. Notre charte est...
Our charter is also a source of inspiration for countries around the world who have drawn on it as they wrote up their own constitutional documents. As a Canadian, I am proud that we decided to create such a legal instrument 40 years ago.
Known as the Notwithstanding Clause, made it possible to reach this political compromise between the different entities that make up Canada when the Charter was adopted. This section authorizes Parliament or the legislature of a province to derogate from certain provisions of the Charter, namely those protecting fundamental freedoms, legal guarantees, and equality rights.
Interrompre l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire, l'honorable député de Shefford, un rappel au règlement.
Désolée d'interrompre le discours.
Sorry to interrupt the speech, but the interpreter says that the member is speaking too close to the microphone and there's a risk of feedback.
Keep the earpiece far from the microphone. far from the microphone on the desk. Yeah. Yeah. Or just inside. Yeah, perfect. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you.
Madam Speaker, throughout this historical overview, I hope to bring out two main points. First, who used the notwithstanding clause in a particular political and historical context. The use of the notwithstanding clause was exceptional until very recently, and the other recent case of Ontario where it was preemptively used. The political cost was simply too high to do otherwise. Second, the frequent practice of provincial legislatures was to invoke the notwithstanding clause in response to a court decision. In my opinion, the only potentially legitimate use of recourse to Section 33 necessarily involves the courts. Our constitutional tradition is one marked by dialogue. The preemptive recourse to the derogatory clause eliminating the legal debate is contrary to our traditions and must be decried. The legislature of Quebec, for a time, included a standard notwithstanding provision in each of its new laws, a practice that continued until the 1995 election. Afterwards, the notwithstanding clause was used only a few times by the provincial legislatures. The Saskatchewan legislature passed back-to-work legislation invoking the notwithstanding clause in the mid-1980s. The legislature did this in response to a decision by the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal that declared an earlier version of the law unconstitutional, did not include an overriding provision. The Supreme Court eventually sided with the Saskatchewan legislature. She ultimately concludes that the law did not infringe the charter. Recourse to derogation clause in this case was therefore not necessary. The third province to use the notwithstanding clause was Alberta. In 2000, the Alberta legislature passed the Marriage Amendment Act 2000. With this act, the province's Marriage Act was amended to declare that a marriage could only be between persons of the opposite sex. Madam Speaker, apart from the initial and particular example of Quebec, immediately after the patriation of the Constitution in 1982, it can be seen that recourse to the notwithstanding clause was relatively exceptional. Prior to 2018, only 3 provinces had laws in effect invoking the notwithstanding clause, and only a few times. On the other hand, since 2018, we can only note a renewed interest in the use of this clause. The Ontario legislature almost invoked the notwithstanding clause in 2018 in response to the Ontario Superior Court decision that declared unconstitutional a law reducing the size of the City of Toronto's council. Legislation invoking the notwithstanding clause was not passed, however, due to the intervention of the Ontario Court of Appeal. Subsequently, the Ontario legislature passed for the first time legislation invoking the notwithstanding clause in 2021, the Protecting Elections and Defending Democracy Act of 2021. The notwithstanding provision was invoked here in response to the decision of the Ontario Superior Court, which declared certain provisions relating to third-party election expenses unconstitutional. This new bill from the Legislative Assembly of Ontario therefore follows a worrying recent trend. As I mentioned, Madam President, if the use of the derogation clause was then exceptional, then it seems to be less and less the case. One could add to the examples I described to you earlier in this failed attempt by the New Brunswick legislature in 2019. This provision should also not be taken lightly. There was never any question when it was included in the Charter that it would become a tool used routinely. It should only be used in the most pressing cases where no other option could be considered and when there is a strong public policy consideration. What is the point, if not of adopting a Charter incorporating into our Constitution fundamental rights and values, if only to derogate from it at the slightest inconvenience? A healthy democracy should not be based on majority rule. It must respect and protect all Canadians by giving them the chance to question the decisions of the governments in place. The Charter is an instrument for challenging decisions made by governments by applying clear guidelines. It is not normal for a government to be able to make decisions without submitting to the scrupulous evaluation of its population. However, Madam Speaker, this is what Article 33 is for, to avoid any debate and exchange of ideas about a measure. This is a way for the government to hide behind the notwithstanding clause in order to avoid questioning itself. I don't think that allows us to live in a healthy democracy. In addition, the time of use of the notwithstanding clause is also to be considered. Indeed, when used preemptively, preventatively, it has even more negative repercussions on our parliamentary system, since governments can pass laws without worrying about the impact on the fundamental rights of their citizens. Its preventative use risks upsetting the fragile balance that exists between the protection of fundamental rights and the effective functioning of a parliamentary system. Madam Speaker, in closing, I would like to just conclude by saying that I take a dim view of this frequent preemptive use of the non-derogation clause. This practice trivializes our most basic protections, and I'm happy that we have the opportunity to discuss this important matter for all Canadians across this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. He's a passionate man, and in my opinion, he is respectful of rights and freedoms of each person and peoples. I have two aspects I'd like to ask. Should I understand from his speech that he agrees with the 1982 Constitution Act except Section 33? That's my first question. And the second question is, does he think that the same reasoning should apply to all peoples of the world? That is to say that all peoples, perhaps including Sri Lanka, he was talking about where he's from, the Sri Lankan people, should they be free to decide some laws, but only insofar as they respect some precept set out by, for example, the United Kingdom?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we have internationally human rights instrument that define fundamental rights and freedoms. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is a reflection of that in many ways, and in some ways it's gone much further than international norms. It's important that I think we all abide by a basic set of values. Section 7 to 15 of the Charter are critical components of the protection of rights for individuals, and as a result, any derogation of that, I think, should be thoughtful, should not be preemptive, should be one that I think can withstand the test of the courts. So it's important that while Section 33 is in the 1982 Constitution, it should not be used lightly.
Questions, comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'm really pleased we're having this discussion because whether or not we stand up for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is something we have to confront because either we have constitutional rights for protection of minorities or we don't. And it's becoming very concerning when we see how laws are being crafted that targeted Muslim Canadian women, resulting in them being fired, how we saw provincial governments using this tool to strip labor rights from low-paid workers, allowing these governments to evade review from the courts and stripping away the minority right to actually question whether or not a law is fair or whether a law is valid. So I'd ask my colleague, is the federal government willing to stand up for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or are they going to continue to wring their hands and say it's unfortunate when any time a provincial government decides it's easier just to arbitrarily strip away rights out of the Constitution? Are we going to protect the Constitution and the Charter, or are we just going to say it's really not nice what's happening?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I value this opportunity to respond to this. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that Canada is a country of the Charter. We are the party of the Charter. Our government is very much committed to ensuring that Charter values are protected for all Canadians, and I can assure the member opposite that both the Minister of Justice as well as the Prime Minister as well as our whole government will defend the Charter rights every step of the way.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my Liberal colleague on his speech earlier. I asked a question earlier to my colleague from Trois-Rivières. I was expecting his answer a little bit, I have to admit, but I'd like to hear my colleague opposite on the same question. That is, Quebec is recognized as a nation, a full nation with its language, culture, its model of society, a model that often needs to be defended because it's poorly understood, it's not always respected. If there weren't that notwithstanding clause in the Constitution that we didn't sign, I'll remind you, what would Quebec have left to protect its values, its vision of society? I'd like to hear my colleague on that, please.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite. I think it's fair to say that he's strongly defending what he believes is the right thing to do in Quebec. My family when we came to Canada, we were in, Quebec was the first place we stayed at, so I understand Quebec society very well. It is in many ways a model society when it comes to the protection of minorities within the context of a country like Canada. And of course, there's more to do. But using the notwithstanding clause and doing it preemptively is not the way to protect Quebec society. I'm going to suggest that Quebec has a lot to offer to the world. And as Canadians, we all have an obligation to make sure that Quebec is...
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I rise today as the Member of Parliament for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill to speak on this very important issue. You know, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is such a fundamental part of who we are and of Canadian values. And I wanted to start by reading a few quotes from the origins of the Bill of Rights with John Diefenbaker and up until now. And the Honourable John Diefenbaker said, "I am Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all of mankind." And that was in 1960, as we know, when the Bill of Rights was first introduced. And the Honourable Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, back in 1981, prior to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, said, "We must now establish the basic principles, the basic values and beliefs which hold us together as Canadians, so that beyond our regional loyalties, there is a way of life and a system of values which make us proud of the country that has given us such freedom and such immeasurable joy." And more recently, on the 40th anniversary of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, April 17th, 2022, our current Prime Minister eloquently stated that the Charter protects the rights and freedoms that define who we are as Canadians, allowing us to express our individuality and celebrate our differences. Built around our shared values of equality, justice, and freedom, it brings us closer as a country and as a people. And it makes Canada the place of choice across the globe to raise a family. And I know that so many of the constituents in my riding value these rights and freedoms and value the fact that they're enshrined in our Constitution. And so it is with concern that I hear this opposition motion and that we're talking about the use of the preemptive resort, an increasing use of this by provinces, certain provinces, to the notwithstanding clause of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in an attempt to short-circuit our courts from determining whether provincial legislation violates constitutionally enshrined fundamental rights and freedoms, and to avoid a public debate on its use. You know, we have recently seen in Ontario the Keeping Students in Schools Act not very aptly named in my mind, but which will, if enacted by the legislature, effectively remove the right to collective bargaining that is protected by Section 2 of the Charter's guarantee of freedom of association, and that is using the notwithstanding clause. You know, many of the speakers today have talked about the increasing use of this clause. And when the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was entrenched as part of the Constitution Act 1982, Canadians were proud to see fundamental rights and freedoms constitutionally guaranteed and protected, including freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion and expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Legal rights including the right to life, liberty and security of the person, and rights guaranteeing equality before and under the law, and the equal protection and equal benefit of that law. Of course, these rights are subject to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society, and that's provided in Section 1 of the Charter. The advent of the Charter 40 years ago was a milestone in the protection of fundamental rights in Canada, and I believe put Canada on the map for human rights protection. Part of it was the inspiration of the Bill of Rights, as I already mentioned, pioneered by the Honourable John Diefenbaker. It was a quasi-constitutional statute deserving of a large and liberal interpretation, but it was simply a federal statute nonetheless. And the courts were cautious in applying it, particularly in a context of parliamentary sovereignty, where a future parliament could undo the handiwork of an earlier parliament by enacting new legislation inconsistent with the earlier legislation. The tension between protecting fundamental rights and recognizing the continued sovereignty of Parliament was reflected in Section 2 of the Canadian Bill of Rights, which provided every law of Canada shall, unless it is expressly declared by an act of the Parliament of Canada that it shall operate notwithstanding the Canadian Bill of Rights, be so construed and applied as not to abrogate, abridge, or infringe, or to authorize the abrogation, abridgment, or infringement of any of the rights or freedoms herein recognized and declared. In other words, the Bill of Rights stated that laws enacted by Parliament were to be interpreted and applied in a manner that would not abridge or infringe on the rights and freedoms recognized and affirmed by the Bill of Rights, unless Parliament expressly declared that the law should operate notwithstanding the Bill of Rights. So the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms goes much farther in the protection of human rights and establishes a better balance between such protection and legislative action. By Section 1, the Charter constitutionally guarantees the rights set out in it, subject only to the Reasonable Limits Clause. It ensures a respectful democratic dialogue can take place between Parliament, the provincial legislatures on the one hand, and the courts of justice on the other, in terms of the scope and limits of guaranteed rights and freedoms. However, in the political compromise that led to the final form of the Charter in November 1981, a notwithstanding clause that echoed Section 2 of the Canadian Bill of Rights was grafted onto the Charter in Section 33. That clause provides the Parliament or the legislation of a province may expressly declare in an act that the act or a provision of that statute shall operate notwithstanding a provision included in Sections 2 or 7 to 15 of the Charter, that is, the provisions guaranteeing fundamental freedoms, legal rights, and equality rights. Many commentators have noted it was a heavy price to pay, and I agree, to achieve substantial consensus among the provinces so as to move ahead with the patriation of the Constitution and the entrenchment of our Charter of Rights. However, politics is the art of the possible, and this was what was possible and necessary to achieve the consensus. Section 52 of the Constitution Act of 1982 declares that the Constitution of Canada is the supreme law of Canada. Parliament and the provincial legislatures derive their powers and authority from the Constitution and from no other source, as the Supreme Court underscored in the secession reference in 1998. We have constitutional supremacy rather than parliamentary supremacy in Canada, and a political culture that values fundamental rights, democratic debate, and the rulings of our courts as guardians of the Constitution. Parliament and the legislatures are sovereign within the spheres of authority that are allocated to them by the Constitution within the limits of the Charter's guarantees. Section 33 of the Charter was conceived as a tool of last, not first resort. It was rarely invoked for many years, but has become much, much more common. But it should only be contemplated in the most extraordinary and extraordinary circumstances. Our government has made it consistently clear that it has serious concerns with the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause by provincial governments, and we're considering various options. We're firmly committed to defending the rights and freedoms protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In the dialogue between Parliament and the Court, the first word should not be the last. Although the use of the notwithstanding clause is legal, it has serious consequences because it has the effect of suspending legal protections guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And these are basic values that I believe all Canadians share. So, Madam Speaker, we believe that a government that uses a remedy of this magnitude must set out the exceptional circumstances that justify the suspension of these legal protections. Our government is concerned when governments use it in a preemptive manner before the debate has begun or the courts have ruled. This is not, in our respectful view, in keeping with Canadian values of democracy and the rights of the individual. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For us, as members for the Bloc Québécois, we're often made to feel that when we rise to discuss the specificity of Quebec, it's treated as suspect. And yet we've seen the Prime Minister go into all sorts of countries and, I'd just like to remind the Honourable Member that we cannot use names of current members. Yes, I should have said the Prime Minister dress up in all sorts of costumes of different nations, which is fine. But when it comes to supporting the fact that Quebec is a minority with its own history and values and culture, its own way of living, well, it's always treated as suspect. And today, with this notwithstanding clause, we're trying to defend our specificity. I clearly see in this House that people don't want Quebec to keep its rights. Whereas I think that the only solution to all this is for Quebec to become a country. Once we're independent, we can fully live out our values, our language, our culture. That's what I hope for the entire Quebec nation.
For Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member opposite, I'd like to thank for his question, and also to say that I don't believe that we're suspect of the intentions of the Bloc Québécois. I believe that the distinct culture and history of Quebec is something that has added greatly to our nation and something that I value greatly. I believe that having laws that work for Quebec is very important, but I do believe that the fundamental rights and freedoms of Quebecers and all Canadians should be respected, and that should only be used in the notwithstanding clause, in very, very exceptional circumstances. And the concern that we've expressed today is really about the increased use of that notwithstanding clause in a preemptive fashion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And I want to pick up on her very last point when she talks about the preemptive nature. When we take a look, and the example I've been providing is that of the province of Ontario, Madam Speaker, with regards to labour issues that impacted literally thousands of labour people working in our teaching profession, and using a preemptive attitude towards the notwithstanding clause, I felt, and many members of the Liberal caucus felt was just wrong. And I'm wondering if she could just kind of expand upon her thoughts in regards to the using of the notwithstanding clause in that preemptive fashion. And just if she could expand on that.
Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Yes, as my colleague knows, I feel very strongly that in that particular case, it was not an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause. Those are basic fundamental rights of Canadians. A premier should, in my mind, need to respect those fundamental rights. And when you bring in a piece of legislation, especially one that prevents teachers, prevents workers in our education system from collectively bargaining, I feel that's a perfect example of why this is of such concern to us. And I hope the members in the Bloc Québécois share that concern, that need to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of our workers and their right to collective bargaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listening to my colleague's speech, she spoke several times about the importance of freedom and equality. I agree with that. Using the notwithstanding clause doesn't mean that we're undermining freedom. Let me give an example. The Youth Tribunal, its implementing act ensured that it's not a public tribunal, so it creates discrimination between youth and adults. And it enables these youth to be protected. In a case like that, is the use of the notwithstanding clause an attack on freedom and equality? Where does my colleague decide to draw the line?
Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill in 15 seconds or less.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't pretend to know where to draw the line. I trust our court system for this. We have established case law. I believe that in cases like that, the wisdom of the court would see the beneficial effect of that. So I say, why use the notwithstanding clause? Why not put this forward and see if there is a challenge? And if there is, let our courts decide. Thank you, Madam.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Madam Speaker, let me just say that I will just be introducing, essentially, the speech of my colleague for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'm not the star in this segment. Well, Madam Speaker, I love Quebec very much, and I had the privilege to travel throughout the continent for my work, my previous work, and other places in the world for pleasure. And wherever I go, when we say that we're from Quebec, we get a lot of questions. People are curious. What is this curious place, Quebec, which refuses to lose itself in the Anglophone ocean of North America? What's this place, this little piece of earth where people don't eat the same thing as elsewhere in Canada? Where fashion is different. Look at the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I mean, perhaps today what he's wearing is quite normal, but he often surprises us. Where most artists prefer to use their language than try to break into the Anglophone market. Where the entire nation is ready to battle for the space they deserve on radio, on the radio, on TV, in films. Earlier, we talked about C-11. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles discussed it in his speech. Bill C-11 is a good example of the difference between Quebec and the rest of Canada. In Quebec, the cultural industry mobilized to defend the specific culture and the culture of expression in French, whereas in the rest of Canada, there were other concerns. And people were opposed to the bill for their own reasons, and that's fine, but it just shows that there are differences. And these differences are important. What is this nation, again, a difference, where women marry without taking their husband's name? And that's when they even get married, because people don't get married as much in Quebec as elsewhere in Canada. And that's not because we don't have very attractive inhabitants who fall in love. It's just that they're different. Where parents increasingly are giving the mother's family name to their children more and more. A Quebec which rejects exploiting fossil energy and instead is exploiting renewable energy, which prefers electric vehicles to gigantic pickup trucks. How do we manage a nation which wants at all costs to protect its language and culture, its fundamental values, its societal model? That's often the heart of the problem, our differences regarding integration in our society. Quebec wants to be an open nation, but it also requires openness from those who want to integrate, which doesn't mean that people need to forget their individuality and just become part of a homogeneous mass, no, but openness to the basic values which are the cornerstone of Quebec society: gender equality, separation of church and state, and French as the official and common language. As many colleagues may not know, there's a statement that people need to commit to when they want to settle in Quebec, when people want to settle in Quebec, and it says that Quebec is a pluralist society which welcomes immigrants from all parts of the world with their know-how, skills, language, culture, and religion. Quebec offers services to immigrants to facilitate their integration and participation in Quebec society in order to be able to meet the challenges of a modern society like economic prosperity, the sustainability of French, and openness to the world. In return, immigrants must adapt to the milieu. All Quebecers, whether native or immigrant, have rights and responsibilities and may freely choose their lifestyle, opinions, or religion. But whatever their convictions, they need to respect all the laws. The Quebec state and its institutions are secular. Church and state, politics and religion are separate. All Quebecers benefit from the rights and freedoms recognized by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and other legislation, and must also respect the values enshrined there, common values. The main values of which are the following. I named 3 of them earlier. Quebec is a free and democratic society. Church and state in Quebec are separate. It's a pluralist society. Quebec society is based on the rule of law. Men and women have the same rights. And exercising one's rights and freedoms need to be done while respecting the rights of others and general well-being. And Quebec society also has the Charter of the French language, which makes French the common language of work, teaching, communications, business. And this is something that we often see in this House. We remember that French is important, but sometimes in this House it's not well remembered. Now, we know that the reason that there's been a resurgence of the debate on the notwithstanding clause has to do with the recent use of Section 33 by Quebec, having to do with issues of the French language and state secularism. Often in debate, we talk about the unique record of Quebec over the last 75 years, or since the 60s. That's when we really started to see major differences with the rest of Canada. Quebecers were affirming their values. The desire to have their values and their vision of a secular society without shame. We managed to shake off a great burden. It was a long process, but we wanted a secular society where religion, the Catholic religion in our case, had controlled Quebec society for too long, and we wanted to shake that off. We did not want the church interfering. I'm a child of that generation. In the 60s, I was a choir boy. I studied at a Catholic school. I would go to church every Sunday. So I really saw every step of the path that led to religion being excluded from matters of state in Quebec, which doesn't mean that it's excluded from people's lives. Everyone in Quebec believes that everyone should have freedom of religion. But having a religious conviction is something that needs to occur in private life. It should not have to do with the services offered by the government to the population. And when you think about that path, it's quite easy to understand why Quebecers feel that it's so important to keep religious matters separated from the state. But as the years go by, people who have witnessed all of this path, well, there's fewer and fewer of these people speaking up, fewer and fewer of them around. So I don't want to fall into the trap of division, which we know the Prime Minister is always stoking this division. For example, just yesterday, the Prime Minister said something very insulting. He said that the Bloc Québécois doesn't care at all about francophones outside Quebec. The Bloc Québécois has been working with francophone associations from all parts of Canada, Acadians, francophones from all the parts of Canada. We've all worked together in order to promote francophone culture in all of Canada. In our broadcasting system, we've all worked together for that. So the fact that the Prime Minister said that yesterday is an unacceptable insult. But despite that, I don't want to fall into the trap of stoking more divisions, because the only way to build a society where we can collaborate despite our differences, even though we do have differences, no matter what kind of society we have over the course of history, whether within a perhaps not entirely functional Canada or within an independent Quebec, which will be a good partner and neighbor, we will need to learn to maintain dialogue, to communicate, to understand and respect each other, if we want to be able to work together in a productive manner. So, let's send the devil populist speeches and misinformation. Instead, I would repeat that the notwithstanding clause, no, we can't use it all the time, but it's an important tool. It's an important tool to protect Quebec in a secular society, to protect Quebec's fundamental values, which may shock some who may not understand the reality of Quebec. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I think that really the problem with the notwithstanding clause in recent years has been the preemptive nature or the preemptive use of it. And, you know, I specifically think of the most recent example in Ontario, where Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, used the notwithstanding clause to preemptively limit the ability for teachers to strike. Now, I know that the Bloc will come into this House quite often, Madam Speaker, and talk about how they are great, they encourage and they are great supporters of the labor movement and of unions specifically. So my question for the member from the Bloc is, would he support the use of the notwithstanding clause by the Quebec government if they were doing what Doug Ford had done, which was to limit teachers' rights to collectively bargain? I hope he can answer that rather than deflect.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I don't mean to criticize the question, but the key point here is that it's up to the various legislative assemblies and the National Assembly to determine how the notwithstanding clause should be used. And then if it's challenged, and it might be, and also being able to use the right to use the notwithstanding clause means that sometimes you might get it wrong. That's just how it is. And we do have the Ford decision from 1988 where the Supreme Court said that it was not opposed to the preventive use of the clause. And actually, it's much less expensive for society to use it preventively than to have to go and make it go through the entire legal system, which can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and I agree with a lot of his speech. As Quebecers, we all want the very best for Quebec, our culture, and our way of living. I completely agree with that. But one thing is clear. Ultimately, if they want sovereignty, my colleagues should aim to be elected in the National Assembly, not here. Now, regarding Bill C-11, yes, there are elements of C-11 to protect Francophone culture and Quebec culture, but what I'm concerned about in C-11 is the effect it's going to have on information control on our digital platforms and the fact that the federal government and the CRTC might be able to change algorithms in order to prevent foreign content from accessing our platforms like some countries already do. Doesn't he think that's a problem as a Quebecer? One moment, please. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Point of order. Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I'd just like to call upon you, Madam Speaker, because the question is not in any way relevant to the debate before us. Yes, but there is a good deal of latitude, especially since reference was made earlier to Bill C-11. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just going to say the same. I think there is a relevance here because I raised C-11 in my speech to talk about the differences of opinion between the rest of Canada and Quebec. And regarding the question from my colleague for Charles-Beauce-Saint-Charles, I would answer this. There have been some concerns about possible manipulation or control of web giants and various digital platforms for all sorts of reasons, but ultimately that's not actually what's happening in C-11. It's just not true. The CRTC needs to be able to ensure that objectives are met. It doesn't say how. It's not up to the CRTC to control social media algorithms. I wouldn't agree with them. But I do think that the CRTC should be able to take all reasonable and necessary means to ensure that the objectives of the Broadcasting Act be met. And that's the nuance here. And perhaps that's where we differ in our point of view. But it's a legitimate question.
The
Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to follow up on my Conservative colleague's question, and given that this is the second question that we've been able to ask from the Liberal Party, I'd like to ask the Bloc Québécois whether they know why the Conservatives don't really seem to want to get involved in this debate, because I noticed that the Conservatives haven't actually taken a position on this. They haven't taken a position on the block motion today. So perhaps could my colleague clarify that? Just a few seconds for the member for Drummond. The short answer is no, I can't clarify it, and the long answer is I expect the Conservatives read the block's motion and think that it makes a lot of sense, and they're just looking forward to the end of the day to vote in favor.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll just switch over quickly. I'm happy to rise today, but first I'm going to take a few moments at the beginning of my speech to express my condolences to families affected by the incident in Laval yesterday. This is the first time I had the chance to bring it up in the House. Now, what today's motion calls for is much more simple than what some parliamentarians seem to believe. This motion, in its current form, has a certain function. The notwithstanding clause has been around for 40 years. It works. So the intention of today's motion isn't to change anything. It's to remind the government, whoa, hold on 1 second. There's just one tool at our disposal when it comes to protecting our specific character under your constitution, which was forced upon us. So please, at the very least, recognize it. That's all we're saying. All we're saying is, please, at the very least, respect your own constitution. That is what we are calling for today. I've heard a few people talk about this throughout the day. When the member for Charles-Bourgault-Saint-Charles wonders aloud why the bloc is still here, well, it's because we're still working. We don't give up. We would have liked to be gone already, but that's not what happened. So at the very least, we're here to make the best of a bad situation. And this is what we will keep doing regardless of what conservatives have to say. Really, this is just more conservative populism. I would ask them to focus on solutions rather than quote their tired slogans. As for the member for Lac Saint Louis, he referred to how great Canada is, and I agree with him. Canada is a wonderful country. Regretfully, it is not my country. And here's why, Madam Speaker. Because we've been talking about the Constitution. We are living under a Constitution which was never approved by the people of Quebec or by the government of Quebec. This is not recent news, this is history. And if the government wants to correct this, I would like to hear them say it. Instead, I think what they're trying to do is trying to further weaken Quebec and further weaken our ability to protect our social integrity, our distinct societal model, our desire for societal tolerance, something stronger than individualism. I would love to give a quick history lecture about the Constitution so that people can understand how this Constitution was not only approved despite Quebec, but improved in a spirit of weaponization. People call Canada a confederation, but if it were a real confederation, and it is not, it is a federation, well, all of this is to say that one government is submitted to the whims of another one, and that is not good partnership. The notwithstanding clause allows us to vote on bills that we believe in collectively and that are reasonable. And I have a list of bills, and you will see how essential this clause is for Quebec, which very different from the anti-Francophone laws that Canadians approved, very different from the federal government's will to prevent Quebec autonomy. We could talk about how the political weight of Quebec within Canada, just very quickly, can we ensure that there's no noise in the antechambers, if you will? I would remind my honorable colleagues that Quebec's political weight has been in constant decline within Canada. It is essential to preserve this one democratic tool, because that's what we're talking about here. This is a democratic tool which the government of Quebec relies on. I've heard all sorts of things today. Oh, it should be exceptional. We're trivializing this. Well, it's not that exceptional in Quebec, that's for sure. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord gave a list of a few bills, like the bill about concerning young farmers. In that context, I'm very sorry. I have to interrupt the honourable member another time.
Colleagues who are speaking in the chamber to please go to the lobbies to pursue conversations. Thank you. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I imagine I'll get an entire minute added onto my speaking time at the end of this. So this bill, which was involving the next generation of farmers, we as a society decided to give a hand to young people wanting to work in agriculture. Is it discriminatory? Of course, because we were giving financial support to people of one age group but not another. We invoked the notwithstanding clause. So it applies to ordinary laws like this, the Employment Equity Act. When you support the employment of women or visible minorities, you need to invoke the notwithstanding clause. Small claims. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord talked about the small claims court system. This allows people to defend themselves before the courts without having to mortgage their home. In court cases involving smaller sums of money. Here, lawyers are not allowed to participate. Some people could say, oh, but I have the right to a lawyer. That's why we need the notwithstanding clause. We've made us intelligent use of it. Protecting children's privacy in the youth courts. Is that so unreasonable? I believe that the Quebec government has demonstrated, Madam Speaker, that we can be reasonable. And getting back to what I was saying earlier, today we're witnessing a sort of culture clash. The 1982 Constitution, which was imposed upon us, well, we live under this Constitution because we don't have the choice, because a court decided that it would be fine. What we're asking for now, rather, they're asking for us to get rid of the notwithstanding clause, and it will be decided by those same judges who imposed the Constitution on us. Seriously? The power of elected officials to make decisions, to show their vision to voters, that's what we are defending. In Quebec, we have decided that we would use a system of common values. That's what works in Quebec. And yet, constantly, the federal government meddles in our work. We saw it, we've seen it this week. They're not giving any money to our hospitals, are they? The federal government constantly meddles in Quebec legislation. In the field of immigration, I was just bringing this up in a discussion. There's horrific immigration delays created by the federal government because of a clash of laws. We always witness situations like this. What we're asking for is reasonable. We want our laws. We want to be able to protect them. And what is the federal government saying? No, you can't do that unless you spend 10 years arguing before the courts. Well, let's go. Come on, let's be reasonable. This is not a revolutionary motion. All we're asking the government to do is recognize the contract that they forced upon us. Show us the decency of that at least. Respect this contract. We need the notwithstanding clause to protect our language in Quebec. This is a completely reasonable request, and yet we see Quebec being criticized for it. That's why we need a law. What about religion? Well, we brought this up earlier. There's a clash between Canada's neutrality model and Quebec's secularism model because we have a distinct history. And at a certain point in our history, we said that's enough. Everyone has the right to their own religion, but it cannot be present in government. Of course, this suppressed certain individual rights. But my individual rights end where others' individual rights begin. And I do not get to impose my personal religious symbols on people when I work in the government. That's it. It's not discriminatory. But under the Canadian Constitution, which we did not sign, we need to use the notwithstanding clause for this. It's a necessary democratic tool for us. So I'd like the people here to stop making speeches about how beautiful Canada is. Instead, I'd like them to stop trying to shut Quebec up. Often they'll be quiet for a while and then they'll find another way to meddle with us. All of it is death by 1,000 cuts. Luckily, the Bloc is still in Ottawa. Thank goodness that we're still here after all these years. Thank goodness that we're holding strong. I really appreciate the look on your face, Madam Speaker. Quebec is faced with two choices. First, assimilation into the Canadian model. Second, independence in a spirit of difference. I think the choice is obvious. Long live Quebec independence. Questions and comments? The honourable member, the honourable secretary, parliamentary secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said the Canadian Constitution is not my Constitution. This same Constitution that the Bloc is trying to defend. They're trying to defend Section 33, the same Constitution that guarantees that the Bloc is able to participate in the Canadian Parliament and which allows our colleagues to discuss the issue today. What other sections of the Constitution that is not his own would he like to keep around? The honourable member. None of them. Because I did not sign that contract. This wonderful country, and I get it, it's a lovely place, is unfortunately not my own. Because when its administrative system was being set up, we were not being respected. So stop asking why people are still sovereigntists. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague briefly brought up towards the end of his speech that rather something that I would like to bring up again. It seems that there's a lack of understanding surrounding certain concepts. 3 interrelated concepts. First, secularism. Second, religious neutrality. And third, the Quebec system, which is laicity. In a spirit of good communication and better understanding, and cross-cultural understanding, because we don't always understand one another, could my colleague briefly distinguish between these 3 concepts? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinangé, very quickly. Ooh, that's a challenge. Here's the issue. The Canadian model has chosen to be neutral. So anyone can wear whatever they like. Fine. It doesn't bother that English Canada is a multiculturalist society, but Quebec believes in its own model. So that's neutrality. In Quebec, we made a different choice. We want to ensure neutrality. We want to ensure the right to neutrality for all people dealing with the government. And for that reason, we've decided the state should have no religion. That's the distinction, and we are able to do so via the notwithstanding clause. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the member is, what's he so afraid of? Why does he seem afraid of a democratic debate, an open debate, on the use of the notwithstanding clause? Rather, the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause by legislatures. I think I got the answer earlier. One person said, oh, it's a big waste of money. Lots of money would be spent on the court cases, and it would end up at the same point anyway. So here's my second question. Does the member wish to make Quebec rights subject to money? I thank my colleague for his question, but he's getting a little mixed up here. First, I'm not scared. We're here to have a debate. What we're trying to prevent, and not because we're scared, is this Ottawa knows best tendency. I didn't do a history lecture earlier, but I'll give one now. It's 1867. John A. Macdonald, loved by some, hated by others, wanted a hyper-centralized federation. And the reason why Quebec even got involved is because of the need for a common market. Quebec was guaranteed that certain issues would be managed directly by the Quebec government. This was not respected, and we're seeing more of that today. It's not a financial question at the end of the day. It's a question of respecting what was done on the backs of Quebecers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. I'd like to start my debate contribution today, Madam Speaker, by addressing one of the more recent points to the previous bloc member who spoke before me. He said, and I believe the way he said it was that Quebecers are forced, this Constitution has been forced upon them. I would remind that member, Madam Speaker, that Quebec has decided not once but twice not to leave Canada. as most recently as 1995, which would have been after the 1982 Constitution came along, Quebecers chose not to. So despite the fact that the Bloc will come into the House and assert a degree of sovereignty over, Quebec, I would remind him that the majority of Quebecers have decided to stay within the country of Canada. And quite frankly, as a member from Ontario, I am very grateful for that. You know, I think that our country is so rich and diverse because of the incredible contribution that we have that comes specifically from Quebec. The culture, the diversity, it is a relationship that no doubt has been difficult from time to time over the years, but a relationship that has made this country a better place. It has not just added to the cultural vibrancy and diversity, it has encouraged us to tackle the challenging issues around this relationship, and it has made Canada a better country. My issue with this particular motion today, Madam Speaker, is not that I have a problem or that not that I see the notwithstanding clause as being a problem when it was originally put into our Constitution years ago. I see it as a problem now because of the preemptive nature in which it is being used. I'll focus my comments primarily on the use of it in Ontario recently. However, it definitely links back to some of the comments from the member from Drummond that he made earlier, and I will address those in a moment. But let's just talk about Doug Ford's preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. Doug Ford, Madam Speaker, literally right after being elected Premier, one of the first orders of business, oddly enough, was to determine the makeup of Toronto City Council. Don't ask me why, as a new Premier of of Ontario, one of the largest provinces in the country, I don't understand why that had to be the job for day number one, but it was. And he put into his legislation the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. And the problem is that what you're basically saying when you use the notwithstanding clause in a preemptive fashion like this is you're saying, I don't care if the law that I'm making is constitutional. I don't care if the court will uphold it. I'm not even interested in arguing my case with the court to try to prove that what I'm doing is right. What you're basically saying is you're saying, I don't care about any of that because I don't care about the law and I don't care about the Constitution. That's effectively what's happening when premiers are trying to use it in a preemptive fashion. So on day one, Doug Ford did that. He then did it again in 2021, Protecting the Elections and Defending Democracy Act. That did ultimately receive royal assent on June the 14th. And then, of course, the most recent time that Doug Ford utilized that, which I brought up in one of my questions, he used it as a preemptive tool to prevent teachers from having the ability to negotiate in good faith. Can you imagine that? The teachers and all organized labor have the right by afforded to them in our country to have the right to be able to negotiate their union's position in a collective manner. That is a fundamental right with organized labor in our country, and I would argue most developed countries, especially ones that operate under a democratic system like ours. And here we have a premier saying, well, I really don't care about your ability to negotiate. I don't care about whether or not you want to do that. I'm just going to supersede that before I even bring in a law and determine that you don't have the right to do that. And what I found most interesting when I brought this up a few moments ago or a little while ago, and I asked the member from Drummond, I tried to ask him a very what I thought to be legitimate question. I have concerns over that. I believe in the collective bargaining process. I believe in union rights. I believe that unions should have the ability to negotiate in good faith. I always thought that the Bloc Québécois felt the same way. They've always come in here, they've always talked about unions and the strong labor movements and the need to have a strong labor movement. So I asked the member from Drummond a very simple question. I said, does he believe that Quebec should have the right to trample on those union rights the same way that Doug Ford did? And the member from Drummond just attacked my question. He said, and basically just said, well, the provinces should have the rights to use them in their own way, which is a de facto way of saying, yeah, he supports it. So I'm left to believe that the Bloc Québécois is okay with a province, including Quebec, using the notwithstanding clause to strip away the rights of a union to negotiate. So that leaves me with the conclusion that the most important thing to the Bloc Québécois, the most important thing above any rights out there is power. Ensuring that the province has the power to trample over top of any legislation. That's effectively what they're saying by not answering that question and not coming clean on at least saying, yeah, Doug Ford went above and beyond. They could have said that. The member from Drummond could have stood up and just said, yeah, you know, maybe Doug Ford went a little too far. But he didn't do that because the Bloc is afraid of giving an inch on this. They don't ever want to suggest that there might even be a time when it's not appropriate to use it. And I think anybody out there that is watching this debate or considering, you know, the disregard that the Bloc has for those rights in an attempt to ensure that that power is retained, I think people should be concerned. Because we live, as the member from, my colleague from the NDP, the member from BC said earlier, we live in a country based on rule of law. We live in a country based on a constitution that affords certain rights and responsibilities, and we're required to ensure that those are upheld. And one of those is the right to negotiate, for organized labor to negotiate, in particular unions. And so I will end where I started this, Madam Speaker, which is that I am extremely concerned when provinces start to preemptively use this tool, because what they're saying is they're saying, I don't care if what we're doing is unconstitutional, we're doing it anyways. That's right. And that is problematic, Madam Speaker. That should concern every citizen, because Doug Ford's maybe only done it 3 times, but it pretty much had never been done in Ontario before that. And Doug Ford and the Conservative government in Ontario is just testing the waters. They're banking on the fact that eventually people won't really care about it because it will have happened a bunch of times, and well, life still goes on. We have to be careful about this. We have to protect this, and we have to ensure that people's rights that are afforded to them under the Constitution are not infringed upon as a result of the abusive use of the notwithstanding clause.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was directly addressed, I'll ask a question for my colleague. There's a number of things here. He's saying major things. There's no one here who approved the decisions of the Premier of Ontario. That's not what we've done. We've simply said that it needs to be dealt with in the province, and public outcry did the job, I think. And it's not because something was done that was less acceptable elsewhere that we need to diminish Quebec's autonomy, which did not do that. So that's the first correction I want to bring. And the second correction I'd like to make, my colleague says that Quebecers have said no twice to being independent, so they're happy to be in Canada. Quebecers and the government of Quebec never signed the current constitution. Quebecers were forced, or enticed twice by nice promises. In 82, our seats are in play. The Constitution will be changed. Yes, it was shoved down our throats. We have goodwill. 1995, a lobby in Montreal. They said, new people, will give them another chance, but they've done nothing since then. So my question for the member is, within his party, when will there be an initiative to offer Quebec what it wants?
Parliamentary Secretary.
What I said, Madam Speaker, is I said that the Constitution was adopted in 1982. Quebec had an opportunity to leave after that, and Quebec chose not to. And I am very, very grateful. I remember, I was much younger then, but I remember watching that. I remember watching the news, and I couldn't imagine, as a teenager, not having Quebec as part of our country. Well, it means nothing to this member, Madam Speaker. He's just throwing his arms up in the air. I get that. I understand that. But I value Quebec's existence in this country. I would never want to see this country without Quebec in it, despite the Bloc Québécois.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And I guess he seems to share one of my concerns. In the debate today, we don't spend much time talking about human rights. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is about human rights. And the Notwithstanding Clause is about avoiding respecting human rights by doing the hard work that would be necessary. So I wonder if the member would reflect a bit more on the importance of human rights in this debate today.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, this was my point towards the end, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question, because today, Doug Ford trampled on union rights. Tomorrow, who knows what he or another premier will try to trample on. Today, the collective movement and public pressure prevented Doug Ford from moving forward. But we don't know if that will be the case tomorrow. And the whole point to protecting those rights is to protect the rights of minorities. And if we put people in a position where it becomes normalized to use this tool in order to strip people of their rights, the problem is going to be much greater than what we're seeing has happened to organized labor in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And my question for the member opposite is this. He seems to be very offended about, the violation of charter rights and freedoms by all kinds of other levels of government. What would he say about his own government and the continual attacks on freedom of expression, freedom of religion, mobility rights, etc.?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's so glad to hear the Conservatives get into this debate today, Madam Speaker, because they've been absent up until this point, and even when they do decide to get in, they completely don't even bring up the topic at hand. We're talking about the Notwithstanding Clause and its use and the motion that's been brought forward by the Bloc. So I find it incredibly rich that Conservatives are suddenly here, wanting to debate in this debate when they've been completely silent the entire morning.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saanich Islands. Very quick question.
And I also appreciate that we're getting back to talking about rights.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I thank my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands for talking about rights. I've been deeply offended as well by the number of times and worried and frightened for this country that the Premier of Ontario flings around like cornflakes the idea that he's going to grab the Notwithstanding Clause to stomp on the rights of teachers, stomp on the rights of workers. And I really do want to encourage all of us in this place, without regard to partisanship, to stand up for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country.
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Every Canadian should be invested in this conversation, Madam Speaker, because the more that the clause is used, the more normalized it becomes throughout the country, the more people are willing to accept it. If we do not allow, or if we do not defend the use of it now and stand up against it, the problems will only be much greater later on.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's a pleasure, in part, to be able to rise today and address this particular motion brought forward by the Bloc. I'm not surprised by the Bloc in terms of them bringing forward this motion, because after all, from the Bloc Party's perspective, what they want to try to do is to cause division. And even though when you look at their attempt this time round, the member from Kingston is correct in his assumption. If you think through the logic, what the Bloc is actually proposing, Madam Speaker, is to say that the federal government plays no role, that we should be silent when a province actually wants to invoke in a preemptive way the notwithstanding clause. And the example that we can use, the best example we can use offhand, is the province of Ontario. When Ontario and the Premier say, and Ontario is the largest province population-wise and land-wise in the country. Maybe not land-wise, but population-wise, Madam Speaker. Got to be factual here. Now, Madam Speaker, when the province of Ontario makes that statement that they want to take away labor rights, all of us should be concerned, affecting thousands of people. Absolutely. All of us should be concerned about that, Madam Speaker. And yet the Bloc tried to give the false impression as if they're sympathetic to the labor movement or to the working person. This motion contradicts that, Madam Speaker. But I'm not surprised with the Bloc. I expect that. I'll tell you what Canadians would be very disappointed in. And this is where I'd like to pick up on, Madam Speaker, is the official opposition. When you really stop and think about it, one of the greatest values we have as Canadians that we treasure, ultimately I would suggest health, but that's another day for another debate, but I would suggest to you, is our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Absolutely. We understand how important those are, and in terms of values, we like to share our values around the world, and there are countries around the world that have adopted Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Canada has demonstrated leadership for 40 years. That's 40 years, Madam Speaker, on the issue of human rights and the protecting of freedoms and rights for the individual, Madam Speaker. Now, you would think that the Conservative Party of Canada would care about that when it applies here in Canada. One would think that. But that is not the case, Madam Speaker. I'd like to quote what it is that the Prime Minister had said, Madam Speaker. And this is in reference to Ontario and the whole teachers and the union issue and the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause to walk all over the rights of thousands of people in Ontario. Here's what the Prime Minister had to say. Canadians themselves should be extremely worried about the increased commonality of provincial governments using the notwithstanding clause preemptively to suspend their fundamental rights and freedoms. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms cannot become a suggestion. You know, Madam Speaker, since 2017, we've had Ontario, New Brunswick, Quebec, and to a certain part the province of Saskatchewan entertain or use preemptive, notwithstanding what I would suggest to you is a form of threats, to take away rights, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister, demonstrating leadership, makes statements in regards to it. The current leader of the official opposition, nowhere to be found. Watch the debate today. Take a look at the debates that have been occurring, Madam Speaker, on this very important issue, and you will find a vacuum of leadership coming from the Conservative Party. As Liberals will stand and defend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and will recognize how important...
Order! Can we allow the honourable member the courtesy of making his speech in peace? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as my colleague says, truth is hard to hear at times. At the end of the day, we have not heard any significant word. Yes, they were obligated to address it a couple of times, but they were virtually forced to do that, Madam Speaker. And read the content of the speech. Rather, they're more concerned about talking about the Conservative spin lines that they get from the Conservative back MP lobby, Madam Speaker. Triple. You know, these are the types of things in which the Conservatives want to talk about. But when it comes to issues of great substance, issues that impact the rights and freedoms of Canadians, and I pose questions to the Conservatives on this, and they just scramble. They don't know what to say. In fact, one of them said, well, we don't have anything to do with it. That's completely the province. Why would we participate in that sort of a discussion, Madam Speaker? And one of the questions I did get on the record today. But they don't like to stand up because they don't want to be held accountable on this particular issue, Madam Speaker. I made reference to the number of provinces that have been using since 2017. I suspect since 2017 we've probably seen more usage of preemptive type measures than we had seen in the previous 35 years. I don't know that for fact, Madam Speaker, but I suspect that that could be the case. And at the end of the day, when the people of Canada are looking for their politicians here in Ottawa to stand up for those rights and freedoms, the Conservatives are being silent. And I hope that maybe they will look and reflect during question period and decide to participate genuinely in this debate, Madam Speaker. Does the Conservative Party support, for example, what Doug Ford was doing when he had preemptively taken the notwithstanding clause to walk over the rights of union people in Ontario, affecting thousands of workers, Madam Speaker? Does the Federal Conservative Party, is there a Conservative member of Parliament that'll stand up in his place and say that that was wrong? And of course, Madam Speaker, they won't do that. But it's nothing new, because they won't do that for any provincial jurisdiction based in terms of what they've been saying today.
The honourable member will have 2.5 minutes to conclude his speech after question period. Statements by members. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Across Waterloo Region, we have a thriving community of Black entrepreneurs, and it hasn't happened by accident. We're lucky to have programs like Liftoff, hosted by the Canadian Caribbean Association of Waterloo Region and led by Dr. Trevor Charles. In the past year, Trevor and his team have supported 50 founders in 5 cohorts. Established Black entrepreneurs like Lenore Johnson from Lenjo Bakes and Ajoa Minta from For All Ice Cream have inspired others to follow their lead, and they now also give back as coaches of Liftoff participants. We're also fortunate to have a Kitchener chapter of Soconi's Black Entrepreneurship Program, and they've got a pop-up market happening this Saturday, February 11th at the Kitchener Market. While Black entrepreneurs face systemic barriers to their success, across Waterloo Region, this thriving...
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this year marks the 150th birthday of my beautiful riding of Richmond Hill. A cause for celebration, to reflect on our past, to cheer on today, and to recommit ourselves to the future. Today, Richmond Hill continues to be a diverse, compassionate, youthful, and ambitious society with a strong sense of collective and community building, where ordinary people do extraordinary things. The year-long celebration kicked off with a flag-raising ceremony on the city municipal offices on January 25th. Last Saturday, we celebrated the 54th year anniversary of Richmond Hill Winter Carnival, when I announced $60,000 funding from the federal government. This milestone anniversary celebration continues through Richmond Hill Public Library program, including CD Saturday and a Starfish Project, the planting of 150 native trees at Lake Wilcox Park, 3 community art projects, a heritage summit at Richmond Hill Center for the Performing Arts hosted by Richmond Hill Historical Society. Mr. Speaker, in Richmond Hill, we are proud of our accomplishment. We are proud of our community, for this is Richmond Hill, and this is our home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Carbon tax has had a devastating effect in my province of Saskatchewan. On April 1st, the carbon tax will increase the cost of fuel an additional 14 cents a litre. Shame. My constituents tell me their heat and hydro costs are already unaffordable. A typical Canadian farmer will now face $150,000 in carbon tax alone, something their competitors will not have to pay. Our farmers are the most efficient in the world. Right. As the world needs more Canadian food exports, this Prime Minister is making it impossible for our farmers to survive. He needs to stop punishing their ability to feed the world. As carbon emissions continue to grow, money continues to flow from families, businesses, and farmers. If your goal is to fight climate change by reducing emissions, it is obvious that carbon tax is not the answer. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have a better way. In a Conservative government, we will get rid of the carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, my Conservative colleagues across the aisle have begun paid advertisements in my riding that are misleading. So let me clarify for those across the aisle. The facts are, climate change is real. Second, we must move ahead with decisive climate action, and 8 out of 10 families in St. John's East will receive more money back than they pay in. That means a family of 4 will get $328 back every 3 months. So let me be clear. The federal system only replaces the provincial system on July 1st. Our approach will put more money back in the pockets of Canadians. So why do the Conservatives want to take these checks away from Canadians? We need to look no further than the southwest coast of my province and the devastating effects of Hurricane Fiona. Canadians want solutions, not more empty slogans and scare tactics from the Conservatives.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. The Haiti House, Maison d'Haïti, is celebrating its 50th anniversary on Saturday. It started out as a summer project, but has evolved into 5 decades of community work, basic literacy education, integration, welcome services, and the revitalization of the Saint-Michel neighbourhood. These are crucial services that are generously offered both to our very large Haitian community and to Quebecers from all over the world. Over the years, the Haiti House, Maison d'Haïti, has also been involved in major struggles such as the feminist movement, the fight against racism and discrimination, and access to work for all. Several people have marked its history: Ernst Gressot, Max Chancy, and Adeline Magloire Chancy, who the House itself considers responsible for its creation, its very DNA. Also, Célie Toussaint, director for over 30 years, and Marjorie Villefranche, who was director of programming for over 30 years. On Saturday, let's take the opportunity to celebrate with the Haitian community. Let's celebrate 50 years of building bridges between Quebecers of all origins. Join the party at Tohu starting at 10:30 on Saturday. And happy 50th to Maison d'Haïti.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Waterloo Region, we have a thriving community of Black entrepreneurs, and it hasn't happened by accident. We're lucky to have programs like Liftoff, hosted by the Canadian Caribbean Association of Waterloo Region and led by Dr. Trevor Charles. In the past year, Trevor and his team have supported 50 founders in 5 different cohorts. Established Black entrepreneurs like Lenore Johnson from Lenjo Bakes and Ajoa Aminta from 4 All Ice Cream have inspired others to follow their lead, and they now also give back as coaches of Liftoff participants. We're also fortunate to have a Kitchener chapter of Saucony's Black Entrepreneurship Program, and they've got a pop-up market happening this Saturday, February 11th at the Kitchener Market. While Black entrepreneurs face systemic barriers to their success, across Waterloo Region, this thriving community of founders is another example of Black excellence.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, Nickel Belt, Greater Sudbury is privileged to work with many community-based social, cultural, and educational organizations. Organizations such as Collège Boréal, the University of Sudbury, ACFO Greater Sudbury, Place des Arts, Le Voyageur, La Nuit sur l'Étang, West Nipissing, Cano, NWT, and the Francophone school boards that contribute to the development of the Francophone community. in 1971 was the creation of the first public high school named Franco City, in Sturgeon Falls. There, student activists took control of the school for several days. In January of this year, at that school, Franco Cité, we announced that for the first time, in 2022, we reached our target of 4.4% Francophone immigration outside of Quebec. This is why it's necessary to work together to pass Bill C-13 as quickly as possible. C-13 will help us promote and further defend linguistic minorities from coast to coast to coast. It's a bill that will promote French and protect all official language minority communities in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, Japanese purchases of Russian snow crab nearly doubled in 2022 year over year. Traditionally, Japan would purchase about 40% of Canada's snow crab. Last year, it purchased a fraction of that and chose to dramatically increase its purchases from Russia, while inadvertently supporting the Russian war machine. While Japan, a G7 partner and ally, continues to purchase Russian crab, 30% of last year's Atlantic Canadian snow crab sits in inventory. Another G7 partner, the United States, decided to ban Russian crab last June in an effort to defund the Russian war in Ukraine. My Conservative colleagues and I have had several meetings with Japanese officials to express the need for allies to support each other in trade where possible. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberal Minister of Global Affairs and the Minister of Trade to pressure the Japanese on their moral obligations as G7 partners and support the Atlantic Canadian snow crab industry at the same time.
Support Atlantic Canadian. Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Pavna Varma, an outstanding citizen and community leader from my riding of Kingston and the Islands. Pavna has just announced that she will step down from her position as CEO of the United Way of Kingston, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington at the end of August. Since 1999, Pavna's leadership has inspired record annual fundraising campaigns and successful local initiatives. A true community partner, Pavna has been a leader in addressing complex issues like food insecurity, poverty reduction, addictions and mental health, and homelessness. With Pavna at the lead, the United Way's impact has grown significantly in our area, providing funding support to a substantial network of agencies who deliver vital programs and services. The United Way helps thousands upon thousands of people in our region on an annual basis. As a member of Parliament for Kingston and the Islands, I want to express my deep appreciation for all that Pavna has accomplished over the past 24 years. I have no doubt that she will leave the agency in good hands and will continue to be a positive force within our community. Best of luck on your future endeavors, Pavna.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Saint-Michel.
Counseling Week in Canada, an opportunity for us to recognize the remarkable work done by school counselors to support the academic, social, and emotional growth and career development of our students at all grade levels.
According to a survey conducted by the Mental Health Commission of Canada, the greatest challenges that our youth face are as follows: feelings of isolation, feelings of loneliness, limited access to mental health resources, and limited access to other health-related supports.
Listening, focusing on positive solutions, and working hand in hand with parents and teachers, school counselors provide students with tools they need for everyone to overcome their challenges and reach their full potential. Thank you to all the school counselors for the amazing work you do. But most importantly, thank you for helping our youth reach their goals in a safe and supportive school environment. Bonne semaine.
Happy Canadian School Counseling Week to all school counselors.
Honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies, our justice system is broken.
That's right.
Recently, OPP Constable Greg Priscilla, a Barrie resident, was murdered by a violent repeat offender who was out on bail. Constable Priscilla died a devastating and preventable death. I would like to send my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and colleagues. In response to this tragedy, OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrique has stated, and I quote, "A minority of offenders commit most of the crime in Canada, and the chronic nature of reoffending by these individuals is not adequately recognized in current bail and sentencing practices." End of quote. Due to this Liberal government's elimination of mandatory prison time for violent offences, criminals are given free rein to terrorize our communities. The result of this failed policy is clear. Last year in Toronto, there were 44 shooting-related homicides. Of these 44 criminals, 24 were out on bail. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for his failures. He needs to listen to premiers, police associations, and community advocates and reform Canada's broken bail system.
Here, here. That's right. The honourable member for Sackville Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's African Heritage Month in Nova Scotia, and Sackville Preston Chesapeake is marking the occasion by celebrating their culture, legacy, achievements, and contributions of the people of African descent in our country. This year's theme is Seas of Struggle. African peoples from shore to shore recognizes the strength and determination of the people of African descent from the shores of Africa to the shores of Nova Scotia. A full slate of events, including local celebration, film screening, a light show, performances, and much more. As always, the Black Cultural Centre is at the centre of it all. We've seen the centre grow its national profile in recent years. Last summer, they hosted the Prime Minister for the historic No. 2 Battalion Apology, where the Prime Minister recognized all the work and research that they do. Let us all continue to celebrate Black history this month and beyond. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, every day I hear from countless people in my riding voicing their frustrations as they try to survive under this Liberal-made affordability crisis. After 8 years under this Liberal government, everything in Canada is broken. After 8 years, Canadians are out of money and can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. And just when you think it can't get any worse or more expensive, the carbon tax again is increasing on April 1st. It's no surprise Canadians are turning to their food banks, as this is the only means to feed their families. After 8 years, this government has plagued the country with travel woes, passport and immigration backlogs, and affordability crisis. Offers made as a solution instead of assistance, eased bail access for criminals, and eliminated mandatory minimum sentencing for offenders. After 8 years, it's time for this Liberal government to come to an end.
Here.
Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off.
Here.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Liberal government has only made life more difficult for Canadians. Their ideological policies and lack of leadership are affecting all Canadians, and things are just getting worse. After 8 years, this government has yet to fix immigration issues. People are waiting months, even years, to get a response from IRCC, and this is taking a huge toll on families and small businesses. After 8 years, Service Canada is still unable to process passport and employment insurance applications. This leaves the most vulnerable Canadians without enough money to put food on the table. After 8 years, this government continues to hurt farmers with its ridiculous policies that increase production costs and drive Canadians to use food banks now more than they ever have before. After 8 years, inflation is at an all-time high. The carbon tax is making everything more expensive. The government doesn't realize that this ineffective policy is not working. A Conservative government with our new leader, we would put Canadians back in charge of their lives. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. It's our turn now. The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply saddened by the tragedy which occurred yesterday in Saint-Rose, Laval. St. Augustine defined the nation as a multitude of rational beings united by the shared objects of their love. In my opinion, the object that unites us the most is family. This is a dark moment in Laval, in Quebec, and everywhere in Canada. We are here for you. We were with you yesterday, we are with you today, and we will be with you tomorrow. Thank you to all the first responders and to all those who helped yesterday. I also want to pay special tribute to the daycare and school employees who went to work this morning. They went to work to brighten the days of our littlest ones. Our littlest ones deserve love, care, tenderness, and safety. This tragedy reminds us that we must not let the darkest parts of us outweigh the brightest parts in us. My thoughts and my prayers are with my constituents and with the victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The The honourable member for Churchill, Chihuahua, Askey.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians for Tax Fairness released a damning report on how the richest corporations in Canada use the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to get richer and avoid paying taxes. The report shows most of the large Canadian corporations that took public subsidies during the pandemic used tax havens, paid out dividends to shareholders during the pandemic, increased their total dividend payout, did share buybacks, and actually reduced their overall employment. Once again, Canada's political and corporate elite are lining up at the trough to use public money for their own private gain. When it comes to tax fairness, it's Liberal Tory, same old story. They don't stand up to these corporations. They refuse to bring in a windfall tax, refuse to increase the corporate tax rate, refuse to go after their friends who use tax havens. Canadians have had enough. Working people and people on fixed incomes are struggling, and only the NDP is calling for action. It's time to stand up to corporate Canada and take back what they owe Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, today we are in the middle of Suicide Prevention Week in Quebec. And I warn you in advance that this year's theme is a heavy one. The theme is, prevention is better than death. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say it often enough. To help prevent suicide, we need to talk about it. We all have a duty to create a climate of openness and kindness, without any taboos, where each person feels that they can express themselves. We need to remember that absolutely no one is immune to distress. We should remember that this distress, this suffering, can occur, but is only temporary, provided that we speak up, that we dare to talk about it. Let's remember that mental health problems are health problems. They do not define us. They can be treated. We need to remind everyone that help is available, and above all, Mr. Speaker, let us remind our loved ones how important they are to us, and remind them that we love them.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, inflation is at a 40-year high. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent in Canada's 10 largest cities has doubled from 8 years ago. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of variable rate mortgage holders say that they will have to sell or vacate their homes this year because, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, interest rates are at a 23-year high, while after 8 years, 9 out of 10 young people think that they will never be able to buy a home. And after 8 years, a bunch of random Liberals, including Mark Carney, Bill Bourneau, and John Manley, blame this government's spending from before, during, and after the COVID pandemic for the inflation crisis that we're in right now. But, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, there's hope. That's right. Conservatives are ready to form a new government and clean up this mess.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, a horrific and unprecedented tragedy has occurred in my riding. It occurred at the St. Rose Daycare, located on Terrasse Dufresne in Laval. A Société de Transport de Laval bus drove into this daycare, which caused the death of 2 children. And 6 children were also seriously injured. This is very sad. My thoughts are with the children, their families, and the daycare staff. I am deeply saddened. I want to thank the first responders, firefighters, police officers, paramedics, and the community members who were present at the scene. Thank you to many colleagues from all political parties for their condolences and support after this unspeakable tragedy. I extend my deepest condolences to the affected families. Thank you.
questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer this week criticized the fact that the government decided that it's not worth going after the $15 billion in overpayments to big corporations that they received for salary help. That's money that they should not have received. That's money that's coming out of the pockets of Canadians. It's the equivalent of $1,000 for every Canadian family. When will the Prime Minister finally go get the money that was illegally given to these major corporations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the Honourable Member, and he has access to it, that's the public record. Last week at the Public Accounts Committee, the Commissioner of the CRA made clear that verification work with respect to determining eligibility for the various COVID emergency programs is ongoing. It was the CRA public employees who in a very focused way, helped to administer the various programs in place during COVID, and it's them now that are carrying out the vital verification work. This work is taken seriously. It's fiscally responsible approach. He voted for it. Let's continue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, no, the Prime Minister's top tax collector, Bob Hamilton, the Commissioner of CRA, said, quote, it wouldn't be worth the effort to review and recover every of the $15.5 billion paid out illegally to these corporations. Wouldn't be worth the effort. $15 billion equals $1,000 for every single household in Canada. Wow. Money taken from working class single moms who can't feed their kids and given to wealthy corporations with connections to this government. Why won't they take back the money that was illegally taken and give it back to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader talks about Canadians. Where was he at the height of the pandemic when Canadians needed their government? He was talking about an austerity agenda. He was talking about cuts. He wasn't behind the various programs that helped to sustain this country. The work of the CRA continues, as I mentioned before. It's ongoing. It is serious. It's focused. In fact, you should check the record. In November of 2020, it was he and his party that voted to stop that work on the part of the CRA. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's absolutely false. Where was I? I was in this House telling the government that they shouldn't pay wage subsidies to corporations that were wealthy enough to pay out dividends, bonuses, and share buybacks. That's where I was. And now we find out that it gets worse, that there were 37 corporations that received the wage subsidy worth $81 billion who paid out dividends to their wealthy shareholders. This was not money for workers. It was money for the wealthy. Why is it this government always gives more to the have-yachts by taking from the have-nots?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, again, when it comes to vital COVID programs that help to keep businesses going, he was against all of that. The key fact about the wage subsidy is that small businesses and medium-sized businesses in particular were kept going throughout the pandemic. That's what we have to keep in mind. In fact, when it comes to the vital avoidance work and evasion work that the CRA carries out, the Conservatives cut the CRA budgets. It couldn't do that work effectively. In 2015 and onwards, we've invested in the CRA to carry out avoidance work, to carry out evasion work. Investigations are up, as are criminal convictions and time spent in jail among those convicted. Thank you very much.
The Leader of the Opposition.
It is absolutely true that we were able to collect taxes from powerful corporations while having less bureaucracy at CRA. We deliver more for less. By contrast, this Prime Minister's top tax collector says he doesn't have the resources to go after the $15 billion the Prime Minister gave in wage subsidies, illegal wage subsidies to these powerful corporations. This is an agency that has added 10,000 additional tax collectors. Wow. Right. What are they doing? Going after the little guy. Why won't they go after the Prime Minister's corporate friends instead?
The Honourable Minister for Family.
Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about the little guy, I've been talking to small businesses and charitable organizations across this country who say to me every time I meet with them, thank you for the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. We would not have been able to keep our doors open. We would not have been able to keep our people employed had it not been for this vital and crucial support at the height of the pandemic. Unfortunately, we have the leader of the opposition who said we don't want big government. We don't want to help Canadians during this time. Well, Mr. Speaker, we took a different approach. We were there for Canadians when they needed us, and we'll continue to be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the opposition.
She should talk to her fellow colleague who just admitted that I voted in favor of supporting small businesses during the pandemic. But we, on this side of the House, are against fraud. There's been $15 billion in overpayments given directly to the largest corporations who should not have received it. And now the Prime Minister's top tax collector says that he's not going to go after the money. He'll just leave it in the hands of those corporations. This money equals $1,000 for every household in Canada. Why do they put the burden on the Canadians who are drowning in debt rather than the powerful corporations that are swimming in profit?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Our government is against fraud as well, and for every dollar that we invest in the Canada Revenue Agency, we get $5 back in people that have avoided their taxes. That is a fantastic return on investment, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear, CRA is working hard to get back the wage subsidies that were given to people in error. Mr. Speaker, our government also put place regulations to make sure that companies that put money towards profits have those monies clawed back. Mr. Speaker, a windfall tax on the banks and insurance companies as well. We're doing the right thing. We're sticking up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister refused to denounce the disinformation on the French language charter at the Official Languages Committee. He even refused to correct that disinformation to reassure Anglophone Quebecers on the real effects of C-13 and Bill 96. So he's not denouncing the disinformation, he's not fixing it. If he's not denouncing it or fixing it, that means he approves it. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, is the position of the members for Saint Laurent, Westmount and Mont-Royal on French in Quebec also the position of the Prime Minister? Is that his position? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were very clear. Our government is the first government to recognize the importance of French across the country, including in Quebec, and that's why we're moving ahead with Bill C-13. We've been very clear in the throne speech. Our government and the Prime Minister has also been very clear that we are moving forward with this bill to make sure that we do our fair share to protect and promote French across the country and also to protect official language minority communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is dividing. He's dividing Canadians and Quebecers with the nomination of Amira El-Gawabi. He's dividing Quebecers between themselves by telling his gang from the West Island to spread misinformation on the French language charter. Yesterday, he attempted to divide Quebecers and Francophones outside of Quebec by slandering the intentions of the Bloc Québécois. He even found a way to divide his own caucus on the protection of French. You can't invent this. The Prime Minister is fanning the flames of division in his own house, Mr. Speaker. Where is this going to stop? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Acadian who lives in an official language minority community, I am aware of the importance of protecting and promoting French across the country, including in Quebec. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with this bill. It's an ambitious bill that's going to make a difference for our official language minority communities. And once again, I hope that we will have the support of our colleagues everywhere in this House to make sure we can move forward, because people across the country are telling us that they want to see this bill passed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, veterans and their families are concerned about the outsourcing of essential services to Loblaws. My office has been hearing about treatments on hold while contractors reevaluate the veterans' injuries, significant delays in services, trusted providers blocked from delivering services to veterans who desperately need them. And this contract is costing taxpayers 25% more and delivering less. Veterans deserve better. When will the Liberals actually start serving veterans instead of greedy for-profit companies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we have been the government here supporting veterans since the beginning. In 2016, we invested since 2016, over $11 billion to support veterans, including lots of different programs to support those veterans. Let it be Chronic for Life Center of Excellence for Chronic for Life. Let it be Pension for Life. We have been there since the beginning to support veterans, and we will be there right through as we continue as government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling with their mental health. Levels of anxiety and feelings of isolation are at all-time highs, but accessing help is nearly impossible. Costs for therapy are sky high and out of reach. Publicly funded services have long waits. People have nowhere to turn. Yet the Liberals' new healthcare deal with the provinces doesn't guarantee money for mental health, and after 2 years, a single cent hasn't been spent on the Liberals' promised Canada Mental Health Transfer. It's broken promise after broken promise. Will the minister commit today to delivering on the Canada Mental Health Transfer?
The Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be able to access timely, evidence-based, culturally appropriate, and trauma-informed mental health and substance use support services to support their well-being. Through the proposed bilateral agreements on the shared health priorities, we're working with the provinces and territories to integrate mental health and substance use as a full and equal part of our universal healthcare system. This will ensure provinces and territories provide transparency and accountability for the access to the most appropriate mental health and substance use services.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Les-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Prime Minister, inflation is out of control. It's simple. Everything costs more. Groceries, home heating, and housing. The Prime Minister wants us to believe that he can't do anything about it, that it's not his fault, but it's because of the way he's been spending that we're in this situation. Even his former Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, recently confirmed this. Could he look the truth in the face, Mr. Speaker, and admit that he has caused immense damage to the economy of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, the situation that Canadians are facing right now, the question facing Canadians right now is who has a plan for the future for Canadians? Who has a plan for climate change? We do, the Conservatives don't. Who has a plan for the future of this economy in Canada? It's the Liberals, not the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are acting, the Conservatives are just starting fights. We're there for Canadians. The honourable member for Bellechasse-Les-Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, who is killing Canada's economy? It's the Liberals. The Liberals, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent Léger poll, Quebecers are going into 2023 with a very high level of stress. Their main concern is the impact of increased costs. What is it going to take, Mr. Speaker, for this Prime Minister to see the same thing and hear the same thing as us? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's remember the facts. Our GDP, our real GDP, is at 3.5%. It's the highest since the pandemic. We have one of the lowest inflation rates. It's lower than the United States or the UK. Our growth is going to be the highest in the world. And it's not us that are saying this. It's external experts. And we have the lowest unemployment rate since 1966. And who's leading this economy? We are the Liberals.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the carbon tax grab is leaving Canadians in the cold. The government has reported that more than half of Canadian households pay more than $200 a month just to heat their homes. But it's going to get worse because of the tripling of the carbon tax that will affect home heating in every house in this country. We need to keep the heat on and take the tax off. Right. Will this Prime Minister take responsibility, axe the carbon tax, and fix what he broke?
Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every time we put forward an affordability measure, rental support, dental support, the Canada Child Benefit, the middle class tax cut, the Conservatives vote against it, Mr. Speaker. And something's just not sinking in, Mr. Speaker. The climate action rebate puts more money in people's pockets than they pay at the pump. 8 out of 10 families will be better off, Mr. Speaker. But you know what won't make families better off, Mr. Speaker? Investing in cryptocurrency, investing in Bitcoin. I wonder if the Leader of the Opposition will stand in this House right now and apologize for those Canadians who lost their shirts.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know what Conservatives will do? We will axe the carbon tax, which makes the price of everything go up in this country and is affecting inflation.
That's right.
The government likes to say that they'll take no lessons from the Conservatives, and that's obvious because things keep getting worse. A resident of mine, Chris, says it's hard to keep up with his bills because of inflation. And he says, quote, he's always a little hungry, and he's always a little cold, and his clothes are now hanging loosely. You know, we teach our kids to take responsibility for their actions, and yet this Prime Minister blames everyone else. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the cost of living crisis and fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Development.
Speaker, I'd like the opposition to take responsibility for the terrible jargon they're putting out of what we have to do on climate change. My riding is devastated, as you've heard me say numerous times. A vital income in my riding is a fishery. I have, as a result of Hurricane Fiona, $59.2 million worth of damage done to small craft harbors infrastructure. That was in pretty good shape before Hurricane Fiona hit. The price of not addressing climate change is real.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
8 years of out-of-control spending by this Liberal Prime Minister has led to a massive increase in interest rates. And as a result, nearly half of Canadians with a variable rate mortgage say that they may have to move out of their homes in just a matter of months. And if skyrocketing mortgage payments weren't enough, the Prime Minister is set to triple the carbon tax on those struggling Canadians. Conservatives will keep the heat on to take that tax off. So will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for this affordability crisis that he's created, so that, or get out of the way so that we can fix the problem?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it is very rich hearing the other side talking about affordability with respect to housing, because every housing measure that we brought before this House to help Canadians attain their dream of home ownership, they vote against it. Whether it is the $200 million rent-to-own program, whether it is the first-time homebuyer tax-free savings account of up to $40,000, whether it is doubling the tax credit for first-time homebuyers, or whether it is the ban on foreigners owning Canadian residential real estate, they vote against all those measures. Yet they try to stand here and say that they support Canadians when it's clear that they don't.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, that minister needs to get out of this Ottawa bubble. He keeps talking about government programs, but he's not listening to Canadians. Canadians who have seen their rents double after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Canadians who are now facing the prospect of having to move if they have a variable rate mortgage after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Canadians who can no longer afford to put food on the table with 40-year highs in food prices. 1.5 million Canadians lined up at the food bank. Why don't they take responsibility and cut the carbon tax and give Canadians a break?
Yes. The Honourable Minister for Housing.
The member opposite talked about supports for renters. He talked about renters struggling in Canada. That is precisely why we introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which looks to invest an average of $2,500 to vulnerable renters across the country. In addition to that, we introduced a one-time top-up of $500 to vulnerable renters, 1.8 million renters across the country. Not only did they vote against that, they played procedural games last fall to delay passage of that bill, which would have sent much-needed supports to renters.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the federal government promised a substantial offer to Quebec and the provinces to support the healthcare system. Instead, we got a substantial disappointment. The minister knew that Quebec and the provinces needed $28 billion more per year to repair the healthcare system, and he's offering them barely a sixth of that. Is the minister seriously able to claim that by offering a sixth of the money that's needed, he's giving Quebec the means to fix problems in healthcare? The parliamentary secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Canadian expect to be able to receive healthcare services when they need them. Our government is going to be there today and in the future with investments to do everything that's necessary. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that there's a crisis in health caused by chronic underfunding from the federal government. Everyone except the minister. Quebec and the provinces have said that they need $28 billion more per year. The government's put $4.6 billion on the table. The government's offer guarantees that we're going to continue to have problems in the healthcare system for at least 10 years. Their offer makes chronic underfunding of healthcare permanent, and they say they're expecting to see results. Do they not realize that by offering so little, they're ensuring patients won't get the care they need? The Honourable Minister of Mental Health. This government will ensure that Canadians receive healthcare services when and where they need them, and we will continue to support our healthcare workers. Our plan of $198 billion over 10 years includes additional immediate funding and unconditional funding to the Canada Health Transfer, as well as targeted investments and an increase in permanent funding to the health transfer. The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been repeating that this government spends too much, and yet their new leader has promised to maintain the Liberal offer for healthcare funding if they take power one day. That's literally the only Liberal policy that the Conservative leader has committed to protecting if he becomes Prime Minister. And everyone knows that when the Conservative leader listens to Séraphin, he finds that Séraphin isn't cheap enough. So is this not the proof that the Liberal offer is a cheap offer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the working meeting with the premiers of the provinces and territories, we discussed an increase of over $190 billion over 10 years to the Canada Health Transfer, including new funding, an immediate and unconditional increase of $2 billion to the Canada Health Transfer to take immediate pressure off the healthcare system, particularly in pediatric hospitals, emergency rooms, and to deal with surgical wait times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bent Airdrie.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, many Canadians are left shivering in the cold because they can't afford to heat their home. And the Prime Minister has shown zero compassion, refusing to take responsibility for the pain that he's causing with his punishing carbon tax. But Conservatives will fix what he's broken. We'll axe the tax and we'll keep the heat on. Does the Prime Minister really believe that Canadians should have to wear a coat inside their own homes to keep warm in the winter?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to see the Conservatives try to create fear amongst Canadians for political gain when we understand that they are vulnerable. He should know that his constituents will actually, on average, receive more money as a result of the policy to put a price on pollution. It's extraordinary to me that the Conservatives have a plan to take money away from families so they can give it to polluters. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have made decisions to put more money in the pockets of middle-class and working-class families. We're going to continue to be there for them, no matter how hard the Conservatives oppose.
Well, member of Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, the cost of living is out of control. In the past 8 years, home heating costs have skyrocketed. To add insult to injury, this Liberal government is going to triple the carbon tax. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says carbon tax is a net financial loss for most Canadians. Will the Prime Minister take the tax off so Canadians can keep the heat on?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really disappointing to hear from the other side because months after the worst climate disaster in Atlantic history, the Conservatives want to take away a measure that will actually fight pollution and put more money in people's pockets. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member was even mocking some of the measures we want to introduce to help Atlantic Canadians transition away from dirty foreign oil to cleaner forms of energy. And that's because, Mr. Speaker, they have no plan for climate change. They have no plan for affordability. They have no plan for the economy.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Disappointed, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell these Liberals who are disappointed. Atlantic Canadians. That's who's disappointed, who put their trust in them since 2015. And this this government has passed its expiry date, Mr. Speaker. Corey and Gander, he knows that. His oil bill is going to increase to $8,000 from $4,000 last year. And it's about to get worse with the tripling of the carbon tax. But, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will keep the heat on to take the tax off. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the misery that he's caused Canadians like Corey so he can fix what's broken?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First, I'd like to begin by pointing out to the member opposite, and he's well aware that Newfoundland doesn't actually have the federal backstop that applies. But I want to also point out that we are helping Canadians to make the home heating more affordable. We have the Oil to Heat Pump program, the Greener Homes Grant, and more than that, today we announced the deep retrofit accelerator to help Canadians to make those necessary changes. And there's good news attached to this, Mr. Speaker. It's creating good-paying jobs doing these retrofits in small communities and large communities right across our country.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiewatnik-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, today, Canadians for Tax Fairness released a report that looked at 74 Canadian companies that use the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and tax avoidance schemes. When this Prime Minister said we're all in this together, I didn't know he meant we're in a billionaire tax haven. Take Brookfield Asset Management, a tax gap of $6.5 billion. 5 of its subsidiaries received the wage subsidy despite being based in Bermuda. Enbridge, Thomson Reuters, a who's who of corporate tax avoidance. Why do the Liberals expect Canadians to subsidize the lifestyles of the ultra-wealthy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key point, as I said before, about the wage subsidy is the way that it helps small businesses. Small business owners, their employees, medium-sized business owners, their employees. That's the fundamental fact to take away. With respect to the honourable member's questions about avoidance and evasion, again, this government has invested no less than $1 billion to counter both of those things, and the results are clear. Investigations are up, convictions are up. If the honourable member has another question, I can go into the specifics of it. I think I'm running out of my 30 seconds, but I welcome the question again if she wishes. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it does a disservice to small business to use them to deflect from answering questions about why giant corporations got over $15 billion in taxpayer money while they were reducing their workforce and paying tens of billions of dollars in dividends.
That's right.
Meanwhile, if you're a Canadian living below the poverty line, the government knows exactly where to find you to send the bills. So why is it the giant corporations are getting general debt relief from pandemic benefit programs when Canada's poor are being chased down by the CRA? Where's the fairness in that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have respect for the honourable member because since the moment he was elected, he has raised the concerns of working-class individuals and families. On this matter, though, the wage subsidy proved enormously effective for people in his community and in every Canadian community. Businesses in need of support, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and that verification work that I was talking about earlier today does continue as a matter of fairness. With respect to CERB and amnesty questions that he has raised, he knows very well that that work is ongoing as well. It's only fair that when Canadians, thousands across the country, look to see if they were eligible and were not, we have to continue to verify because they took that effort to ensure.
Député de Bourassa.
Monsieur le Président, as we commemorate the impactful contributions and accomplishments of Black in Canada this Black History Month, it is important to recognize the challenges faced by Black communities across the country. Last October, the Minister of Diversity introduced the $200 million Black-led philanthropic endowment fund aimed to improve the social and economic well-being of Black in Canada. May the Minister provide an update of this substantial initiative, please?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Bourassa for his question and really his important advocacy on this matter. As part of our government's commitment to eliminate anti-Black racism and improve social and economic outcomes in Black Canadian communities, we launched the first ever Black-led philanthropic endowment fund. And just yesterday, I was pleased to announce that after a fair and transparent call for proposals, the Foundation for Black Communities has been chosen to administer the fund. Simply put, this fund will provide much-needed resources to Black Canadian charities and nonprofits who have done so much for so many with so little resources. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, we have an economy that punishes the middle class and those struggling to stay in it. But Liberal friends, they're doing great. 37 corporations took the Liberal wage subsidy, then spent $173 billion on dividends, share buybacks, and takeovers. The Liberals are refusing to make them pay back the money. So Canadian workers foot the bill when they can barely afford mortgages, rent, and groceries. When will the Liberals force their corporate friends to pay back that money?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The parliamentary secretary has been up many times on this subject. The reality is the process of collecting money is ongoing. I would remind the party opposite that they opposed at that moment in time many of the measures that were critical to make sure we got money out instantly to those who needed it, to keep doors open, to keep businesses going, and we have an opportunity to talk to those businesses every day and hear that that's the truth. Mr. Speaker, they're not only wrong about that, but I would say, as they say things like, 8 years instead of 7, I know they're bad at math, Mr. Speaker, but really, I would ask them to be a little bit more realistic in how they're speaking.
Well, Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, we supported businesses staying open. We didn't support large dividends for their large corporate friends. The minister refuses to do her job after 8 years in her portfolio and 10,000 more tax collectors. It's her duty to go after fraud of any taxpayer money. She protects wealthy shareholders and executives. Her government drives up interest rates and inflation, and life becomes unaffordable for working Canadians. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer is sounding the alarm on this incompetence. Why does it feel like everything is broken? Because the Prime Minister won't do his job, so will he get out of the way and let Conservatives...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member talks about fiscal responsibility. When Conservatives continue to make the case, unfortunately, that crypto poses some kind of promising future for Canada, this government has introduced and will continue to do the vital work of standing by Canadians through the pandemic and into the future. With respect to what the member raises on evasion and avoidance work, just with respect to the Panama Papers and the response, 900 individuals identified as subjects of concern by the CRA, 160 audits are underway, and 200 audits have come to completion. The work continues, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, nothing is too good for Liberals. For Liberal friends, the middle class is finding hard to pay their bills, but it's Klondike for large corporations. 37 corporations have asked for billions of dollars of wage subsidies, and what did they do with that money? Well, they gave themselves bonuses. In our riding offices, we have people who call us to say that the CRA is at their heels. But the CRA is doing nothing against large corporations. Will the Prime Minister finally step up to the plate and reimburse Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. The Parliamentary Secretary was right in his answer earlier. The CRA continues its auditing of wage subsidies. Our government implemented regulations, specific regulations, to regulate the abusive use of wage subsidies, including those that were used to buy shares and for bonuses. We will find people who committed fraud. We will defend Canadians. We are here to deliver for Canadians. That is what we are here to do, and that's what we will do. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable, after 8 years of this government, they don't even know what's happening in their own department and in their own government. The CRA Commissioner stated that there was no point trying to recoup $15 billion that was disbursed to companies. If the CRA Commissioner said that, it's not me. They're following the example of this Prime Minister for the past 8 years. Will the Prime Minister ask his minister to finally do her job and get the money back? Or perhaps they should let us take their place, the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it took us 7 years and a few months in order to repair the harms of the previous Conservative government, and we'll continue to rectify their wrongs. When they claim that they are helping Canadians, we are actually helping Canadians. We have a strong economy, we are helping Canadians. They will cry and wail, but we will deliver on this side. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Mr. Speaker, Joe Biden, in his State of the Union address, had some bad news for Quebec. He announced that he was reinforcing his Protectionist Buy America policy by promising that all infrastructure projects would use only American materials. The first thing he named was softwood lumber. So do you think Ottawa is on the verge of settling the trade dispute, Mr. Speaker? Biden is not concerned about keeping the free trade agreement he signed. He even says so publicly. So when he comes to Ottawa in March, will the Prime Minister defend our industries, including Quebec's forestry sector? The Honourable Minister for International Affairs.
That important question. The answer is we will always defend Canadian industries. We will always defend the softwood lumber industry in that sector. We just met with the American president not that long ago. We agreed that Canada and the United States have an important trading relationship. We do about $4 billion worth of trade a day. We are competitive, the most competitive in the world, and we're fighting climate change. And when the Americans do business with Canada, workers benefit because of good labor, good paying jobs in both countries, and we're fighting climate together, and we're going to keep doing that.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, American protectionism is worrying all of our industrial sectors. Right now, a Quebec company, for example, that has, let's say, $50 million to invest in its development, well, it's hesitating now. It's wondering whether it should grow in Quebec or whether it should develop south of the border in the United States for fear of being excluded from American contracts. Biden's speech is an incentive for our companies to relocate south. So, when the Prime Minister meets with Biden in March, will he stand up for Quebec's economy and remind the Americans that they have obligations? The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague we have always defended Quebec and Canadian industry, and we will always continue to do so. We believe in the importance of softwood lumber, the importance of developing tomorrow's economy in order to have a class of choice when it comes to electrification of transport. We have great things to come for Canada. We are very well positioned. We're ahead of the Americans and we're ahead of the world, and we'll continue to defend our spot in tomorrow's economy. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, corrupt companies are still welcome to do business with this government. Deputy Minister Paul Thompson has said that a Canadian company would not be eligible for federal contracts if one of its affiliates had been convicted of a crime, but he also claims that McKinsey does not meet the criteria to be banned. But because of McKinsey's complicity, many thousands of people have died from opioid overdoses, and many more lives have been destroyed. When will the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for this mess? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, it is important to remind Canadians that the previous government implemented a system of integrity, and we follow their system of integrity in order to make sure that companies can do business in Canada. And so we'll continue to do business with companies that follow that integrity system.
Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government's inflationary spending, things are worse than ever for Canadians, and they are struggling just to get by. Mr. Speaker, this government has given over $100 million to McKinsey and Company. So why doesn't this Prime Minister just take responsibility that McKinsey is influencing this government and stop giving money to well-connected insiders?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, when the members opposite talk about the spending that we did over the past couple of years, they're talking about supports that we provided to Canadians at the height of the pandemic. They're talking about the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that was there that helped millions of Canadians to keep afloat during a very difficult time. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to be there for Canadians. We're going to be there when times are tough, and we're going to be there as things continue to get better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the minister across the way would have you believe that this gross largesse for McKinsey is somehow about helping families. Let me assure the member opposite that there will be austerity for McKinsey when Conservatives take office, but there will be support available for Canadians. Now, yesterday, the President of the Treasury Board could not answer my question about whether or not McKinsey is an ethical company. This should not be a difficult question given the record. So, can any minister in the government answer this simple question? Does the government believe that McKinsey is an ethical company? Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member across would know that contracts that are engaged by the public service are done at an arm's length. I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that the member is not saying if they ever had the opportunity to be in government, which I sincerely hope they don't, that they would interfere in those contracts and choose politically which contracts would happen. That was what it sounded like from his answer, Mr. Speaker. The reality is contracts exist to expand the ability of the public service to do its work. Those contracts are engaged at the highest standard. Canada is known internationally for those standards, Mr. Speaker, and they're done at arm's length.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, since the COVID-19 pandemic, our Canadian athletes have been asking for more and more support and resources for their mental health. Will the Minister for Sports and Minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec be pleased to inform this House on the recent initiatives she has put in place to help Canadian athletes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank my colleague for her question, also for her support in this very important dossier for our government. On a regular basis, my team and I are in contact with athletes throughout the country, and the issue that comes up often is that of mental health. That is the reason for which last December I announced a $2.4 million envelope in funding for better access to mental health support for our Canadian athletes. They will have access to psychological assistance and help closer to where they train, not only for their performance but for their well-being. The well-being of athletes comes through mental health, and no one has to be left behind. That is why I'm proud of my colleagues that announced $198 million to improve healthcare throughout the country.
Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of radical liberal experiments with our justice system, Canadians are less safe than ever. OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrique, along with all of Canada's premiers, are sounding the alarm. Soft on crime, liberal bail policies mean that there are more violent repeat offenders on our streets than ever. The consequences of these liberal policies are fatal, and Canadians will not tolerate liberal failure. When will this Prime Minister finally take responsibility and keep these violent thugs behind bars where they belong?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to be safe and they deserve to feel safe. The laws on bail that we currently have, Mr. Speaker, are clear. If one poses a threat to society, he or she should not be out on bail. Mr. Speaker, I have met with provincial counterparts and begun the process of discussing with them. And indeed, this morning, the Minister of Public Security and I met with national leadership of police associations, including Chief Carrique, in order to get their suggestions to move forward. We all agree it's a complex issue. It will require a number of different responses. And, Mr. Speaker, we're working together.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has never been in worse shape. Crime is increasing dramatically. People are looking for ways to pay their food and shelter. This government is abusing the goodness of its citizens. For 8 years now, this Prime Minister has been leading our country, and we are heading right off a cliff. We need a change of direction. What does this Prime Minister intend to do to put Canada back on the right track? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Let us go back to facts. This country is the envy of the world when it comes to how we dealt with a pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, have you heard throughout this week, have you heard the Conservatives say things that create panic and anxiety? What we are doing on this side is offering hope. Hope of having solutions, and we bring solutions. They have no plan. We have a plan that will deliver the goods for Canadians with hope for the future.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, these Liberals have found a new strategy to kill jobs, and that's to protect mud. These Liberals are proposing to shut down the critical halibut and swordfish fisheries off Browns Bank with a new marine protected area by the end of next year. More than 95% of the ocean floor these Liberals are planning to protect is mud. Apparently, a fishing line 12 feet under the surface of the water is a danger to the mud 270 feet below. Will the Liberal who wants to kill fishing jobs to protect the scarcity of mud and
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question and enjoy sitting on committee with him. I think it's important to remember there was a time when the Conservative Party was in power and they muzzled scientists, cut DFO jobs, and I believe they just didn't give two hoots about anything related to keeping jobs in community. I will say that when it comes to the fishing and fishing communities, we've invested through the Fish Harvesters Benefit, we've invested in small craft harbors. We know that small craft harbors, jobs, fishing jobs are the lifeblood of Atlantic Canadian communities and communities throughout Canada. We'll continue to fight for them while he continues with his puns.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, this week is International Development Week, a week that's aimed to inform, inspire, and involve Canadians in Canada's international development efforts. While this week many organizations will be highlighting their efforts, it was reported by the United Nations that around 660 million people may still face hunger in 2030, in part due to lasting effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the global food security. Can the Minister of International Development share with this House how our government will help the most vulnerable?
Minister for International Development.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. It's important work in development. It's a great opportunity for me to highlight International Development Week and also our international assistance, Feminist International Assistance Policy. Mr. Speaker, our Feminist International Assistance Policy, we fund programs that address food security while giving women and girls equal access to education and resources. And I'll give you an example with this. A study found if women farmers have the same access to resources as men, there would be over a 40% reduction of people living in hunger. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fund programs that have a direct impact on reducing hunger around the world and increase women and girls' participation in decision making. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, relief efforts in Turkey and Syria will need far more support in the coming weeks. Canadian partners are stepping up to help, but they need more support. So far, the government has only announced a matching fund for the Red Cross, but not for the Humanitarian Coalition. Now, the Humanitarian Coalition is a group of 12 Canadian leading international aid agencies that have vast experience in the region and are on the ground right now. Will this government fix the matching fund to make sure that these Canadian organizations can deliver help to those who are displaced, grieving, and deeply suffering right now?
Well, Minister.
thank the member for the question, and I want to also thank the Humanitarian Coalition, a group of NGOs, Canadian NGOs who do this amazing work. Yes, we have announced a matching fund of $10 million. This is in addition to the $10 million we have already committed. Our needs assessment is currently ongoing, and all options are on the table, whether it's additional matching fund. Also, we will also even consider direct funding to the Canadian Coalition to help the tremendous work that they're doing on the ground. Thank you.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, in the Hill Times of January 25th, the government House leader stated that in the upcoming session, the government's third priority would be, and I quote, protecting Canada's economy and infrastructure from foreign interference and from the rise of despotism, end quote. Presumably, the House leader includes protecting democracy and the Canada Elections Act among these goals. Can the House leader inform this House how that top priority is coming along? Moreover, is the government now aware of any sitting MP or 2021 federal election candidate who was subjected to foreign interference or who were themselves involved in such illegal activities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has taken the threat of foreign interference very seriously since the beginning that we took office. In fact, we heard just this week that the former ambassador to Stephen Harper was concerned about these things. But if you note, Mr. Speaker, none of the recommendations or implementation of actually protecting our democracy, protecting our institutions, actually began until we took office. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with all parties and all parliamentarians to ensure our institutions remain strong to the ongoing threat of foreign interference.
That's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps. I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of finalists and winners of the 2022 Arctic Inspiration Prize. The finalists and winners from across Canada's Arctic are recognized for their innovative projects to improve the quality of life in their communities. I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has a question for us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today for the traditional Thursday question, where the government has the opportunity to inform the House as to the legislation that we'll be debating in the days ahead. I do note that after the House Leaders meeting, there were some conversations about a very important piece of legislation, Bill C-39. Conservatives feel very...
House Leader, I'm going to ask everybody to maybe just keep it quiet so that we can hear the question and then we make sure that it's answered correctly. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thursday is the day where the government informs the House as to the business for the coming days, and I want to note in particular the need to address Bill C-39, which has only been tabled very recently, despite the fact that the government had years knowing that a deadline to protect vulnerable Canadians as it relates to the medical assistance in dying regime. There is a deadline looming of March 17th. Conservatives feel very strongly that mental illness should not be the sole factor when considering medical assistance in dying. Therefore, we very much support passing this bill to establish more of a timeline for the government to get this right, for parliamentarians to come together and get this part of the regime right. So I'm hoping that when the government House Leader rises to inform the House as to the calendar for the next few days, that he can also tell us what the expectations are, how we can deal with this bill in a timely manner so it can get through the Senate and get royal assent to protect vulnerable Canadians who are struggling with mental illness.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as somebody who's had my own battle with mental health, I can tell the honourable member that, that this bill for our government and myself, and I believe for every member in this House, is something that's exceptionally important and that we want to ensure that we get right. We've had a very good and deliberative discussions between all parties, and I think that we have the opportunity to continue those deliberations to make sure that we get that balance right and that we meet the objective that we all have of ensuring that we protect vulnerable peoples. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will resume the second reading debate of Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Protection Act as well. For Monday and Wednesday, further to the Opposition House Leader's question, we will call Bill C-39, which extends the temporary exclusion of eligibility for medical assistance in dying where a person's sole medical condition is a mental illness until March 17th, 2024. I would also like to inform the House that Tuesday and Thursday of next week shall be allotted days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders. Business of supply. Opposition motion. Use of the notwithstanding clause.
Au nom de Monsieur Blanchet.
Standing in the name of Mr. Blanchet.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we walked into question period or the members' statements, I was trying to highlight the importance of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that we should never, ever take it for granted, because I believe that over the last 40 years, what we have seen is that Canadians from coast to coast to coast not only have recognized the importance of it, but it has become a part of our values, Mr. Speaker. It is a type of thing in which when as parliamentarians or any others travel abroad, you kind of get a sense of pride in the fact that so many other countries around the world that look to Canada to be able to demonstrate leadership on the issue of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Yes, there is a clause that's in there. We call it the notwithstanding clause. And at the time, back in 1982, when it was ratified, and Pierre Elliott Trudeau with the Queen and Jean Chrétien, Mr. Speaker, as the Attorney General signed off on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, there was a great sense of optimism. And we have led, I would suggest to you, around the world in regards to, or at least we can hold our heads high in terms of the way in which Canada is perceived. The notwithstanding clause was a part of it. And it was something that was put in place in order to be able to demonstrate that, yes, Parliament is supreme. But it is also something that should be very rarely used or referenced. And what we have seen since 2017 is the issue of preemptive usage of the notwithstanding clause. We should all be concerned about that. We have Liberals on this side of the House that have stood up on that particular issue. The official opposition has been nowhere to be found on the issue, Mr. Speaker. And that is quite concerning. When I ask questions of Conservatives that have attempted to address the issue, Mr. Speaker, the simple answer that they provide is it's not federal jurisdiction, that it is provincial. And I find that unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because I think that a vast majority of Canadians look to the Parliament of Canada to protect the fundamental freedoms and rights of individuals, Mr. Speaker. And I see you're going like this, meaning I've ran out of time. I hope I'll get a couple questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member then if he can opine on the Egan v. Canada decision in 1995 and the Okies test. He went on and on about Section 33, which is the substance. Pardon, you didn't like the accent on it?
I just want to remind the honourable members.
Just be quiet.
Order. I want to ask the members to speak through the speaker, not to each other, and I want to remind the honourable members to have a certain amount of respect for each other so that we can have discussions that are somewhat civil in this hallowed place. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, I'll let you continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Like yourself, Speaker, English isn't my first language, and I grew up in the province of Quebec, so this is an issue that actually touches me very deeply. I am an enfant de la loi 101, as many Quebecers will recognize it. So I neither knew French nor English when I came to this country. So when I ask a question about the Constitution of Canada, about the Charter, how it affects us, so I may not get the Oakes test, or Okies as I would like to call it. I may not get the pronunciation precisely. So to the member, I'd just like to know, Section 1 and the Oakes test that is used, many Canadians, many constituents of mine are upset at the fact that how it was applied in Canada. They believe that there were violations of their charter rights committed during the pandemic. So I'd like to hear the member of the Liberal caucus opine on it, as we're talking about Section 33 of the Charter, whether Section 1 and the reasonable limits that we can place on people's charter rights, whether that test is sufficient for these times today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect on the motion that the Bloc Party has brought forward to the House today, which is of a very grave concern. All of us should be taking a look, and the example that we have used is with regards to is the province of Ontario taking a preemptive notwithstanding clause, or using the notwithstanding clause in a preemptive measure in order to squash union rights for free bargaining, affecting thousands of Ontarians. This is not in the 90s. This is just last fall, in which I would think that members on all sides of the House would be concerned. The Minister of Justice has made reference to the fact that we need to be clear that preemptive use of notwithstanding clause is of a concern for the government. The Prime Minister himself has made reference to that. The Conservative Party, in contrast, has been nowhere to be found on such an important issue reflecting on the Charter of Rights and the notwithstanding clause. And the Conservatives have been silent. And that is unfortunate. The member might want to refer to something a number of years back, but what we're talking about is the issue of preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. We should all be concerned about that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals say they're on the side of workers, but we've seen them basically stab them in the back. And Mr. Speaker, I guess I just have a simple question through you to my colleague. Did the Liberals actually agree that using back-to-work legislation amounts to negotiating in bad faith with or without the notwithstanding clause?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to raise up the many times that New Democratic administrations and provincial governments brought in back-to-work legislation. I'm not going to fall into that trap. I believe, Madam Speaker, what we're really talking about is when the preemptive, when governments, provincial governments in particular, use the notwithstanding clause in a preemptive fashion. I'm emphasizing that because whenever you institute the notwithstanding clause, you're talking about taking away rights and freedoms. And the example that I am using is one that's very recent. And what I would like to see is members reflect on what took place in the province of Ontario and to cite their opinion. I have no idea. The Conservative Party, for example's position seems to be, we don't care about what the province of Ontario was doing. It's not our business because it wasn't in our jurisdiction. I would argue that they should care, that we're talking about the notwithstanding clause and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Madam Speaker. We all have a vested interest. How many times we talk collectively about human rights abroad? Countries around the world look to Canada, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and they see the notwithstanding clause. And if it in fact is abused, Madam Speaker, by preemptive measures, that does not reflect well on us as a nation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the fabulous member for Manicouagan. So, Madam Speaker, we are here today to reiterate, all of us together as federal parliamentarians, one fact. That the House remind the government that it is solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. So that is Madam Speaker, the clear purpose proposed by the motion presented by the Bloc Québécois today. It's an opportunity for parliamentarians to clearly indicate their support for a well-known provision of the Canadian Constitution that has been used many times, particularly by the Government of Quebec. Now, if we need to protect this provision and to say it loud and clear, it's because the Liberal government, through the mouth of the Prime Minister, has recently called this provision into question. And, that's not insignificant. This is something really important and surprising, Madam Speaker. A Prime Minister who dares to talk about a major paradigm shift in relations between Ottawa, Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. This is a Prime Minister who has taken the liberty of questioning Quebec and the province's ability to make decisions for themselves. This is a Prime Minister who suggests that the use of the notwithstanding clause is fine, but only when he says that it's appropriate. So it's in this context that our motion is very important. Before the Supreme Court is called upon by the government across the way to rule on the use of the notwithstanding clause, we need to send, Madam Speaker, a very clear message. The notwithstanding clause is an essential part of the federal compact, of the federal contract. Without the notwithstanding clause, there would be no federalism as we know it. It was the provinces, and not Quebec, who managed to make sure that this right to be different was put in the Constitution. And I would note that the notwithstanding clause is the bare minimum to respect the democratic aims of the National Assembly of Quebec. Questioning the right of Quebec and the provinces to use the notwithstanding clause is a symptom, clearly, of a much deeper malaise, Madam Speaker. The federal government is challenging this constitutional provision here in a very specific context. The context, from my perspective, is the recent passage of two laws in Quebec, one on language and the other on state secularism, both of which use the notwithstanding clause. These are two laws that have one thing in common, and that's that they deal with fundamental elements of Quebec's identity and the identity of Quebecers, language and our conception of secularism, of state neutrality when it comes to religion. These two laws enjoy broad consensus in Quebec, and they also have in common that they were debated, Madam Speaker, improved, commented on, studied, and criticized, obviously, but ultimately passed by the elected officials of Quebec in the National Assembly. In full knowledge of the facts, by weighing all the elements, that's what they did. The questioning of the notwithstanding clause then comes at a time when our National Assembly is affirming itself through these two laws. I note this because this is really important. People might not know this, but Quebec has used the notwithstanding clause on several occasions throughout its history. In the repeated uses of the notwithstanding clause by Quebec, we haven't seen this kind of unprecedented response to Quebecers affirming their own choices. I'll give you a clear example. For example, the Young Farmers Act. Quebec wants to do everything that it can to support young farmers, the next generation of farmers. This is a key sector of the economy of Quebec and the regions of Quebec. So we need to do something to help the youngest farmers. And this requires using the notwithstanding clause. And has this been a problem? No, not at all. Let's look now at the Employment Equity Act. Quebec is acting as a forerunner in promoting the inclusion of all citizens of different origins, genders, and abilities in workplaces. This required the use of the notwithstanding clause. And was there an outcry, Madam Speaker? Not at all. Did the federal government rush to the Supreme Court to challenge the use of the notwithstanding clause here? No, not at all. Small Claims Court. This is another concrete example, a good example. This is a Quebec innovation that allows citizens to settle civil disputes in a more accessible, open, and fair way. And it requires the use of the notwithstanding clause. And even closer to home, the Youth Court. Quebec's elected officials are betting that protecting the anonymity of children during trials is more important than the right to a public trial. Imagine, Madam Speaker, this requires the use of the notwithstanding clause. Is the judgment of Quebec's elected officials being called into question here? No, not at all. So what I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that in each of these cases, Quebec went its own way. Our collective and democratic choices led to innovation, led to the passage of important bills, all of which required the use of the notwithstanding clause. Never, in any of these examples, has the use of the notwithstanding clause been called into question. So why, then, is Quebec's right to make its own choices being questioned as soon as we talk about language and state secularism? Maybe citing these two bills, Bill 96 and Bill 21, which are creating quite a public stir, some conflict in the Liberal benches, makes my argument a bit emotional. So I'll take another example. Quebecers will remember that Robert Bourassa, the Liberal Premier, created quite a stir, a very public one, by invoking the notwithstanding clause to maintain the rule of French of unilingual French in commercial signs. Times have changed, but, I see the debate remains the same. Basically, the notwithstanding clause is all well and good, except when Quebec uses it to assert itself. In those cases, it becomes open debate. This tendency to react to Quebec's assertion is notable, and I wanted to demonstrate it in the debate that we're having today. In the speeches from my Liberal and NDP colleagues, we're hearing a convenient diversion. We're hearing members talking about the debate on the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause. This is an argument that certain members of this House have put forward today. They say that Quebec, for example, would be short-circuiting the judicial process by saying at the outset that its law is legitimate, necessary, and balanced, even though it requires the use of the notwithstanding clause. I say that this is, Madam Speaker, a convenient diversion for some members of Parliament because today's motion doesn't even ask members of Parliament to rule on that issue. Today's motion simply states a fact. Today's motion confirms that members of Parliament agree with Section 33 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So I invite my colleagues, the federal members of Parliament, even if they don't always agree with the decisions of their legislature, to make it clear that they recognize that the legislature of their province is legitimate, that their legislature makes decisions in a democratic way, and that in essence they recognize the autonomy and sovereignty of their provincial legislature. I can tell the people of Salaberry-sur-Loire, Madam Speaker, that myself and my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois clearly recognize the legitimacy and autonomy of the elected members of the Quebec National Assembly. Those members are elected, debates are held, a number of parties, a number of schools of thought are represented, civil society is active, the media do their job, we live in a state of law. In short, it's not always perfect, but power and a system of checks and balances is working well in Quebec. Quebec's use of the notwithstanding clause does not upset this balance of democratic power. In fact, Madam Speaker, the notwithstanding clause is part of the balance of power in Quebec, its National Assembly, with its elected officials, and it's ultimately part of the balance of power of Quebecers, who are faced with a federal government that is increasingly militant and less tolerant of the legitimate and measured decisions made by Quebec society. Madam Speaker, let us decide for ourselves. Let's support the motion moved by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would like to... I understand that we have interpretation on the speakers. We'll try again.
Interpretation on the speakers. It's working now? Okay.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I would note that René Lévesque was against the notwithstanding clause. He didn't want a notwithstanding clause in his charter, and he was a great fan of individual rights, him and Camille Lorrain. And with Bill 21 in 76, we saw that. So I would like to hear my honourable colleagues' thoughts on the fact that the judge who looked into Bill 21 noted that the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause had an impact not only in terms of disallowing judicial analysis, but also cut down political debate. And is that not the opposite of what Robert Bourassa did legitimately when he used the notwithstanding clause after a Supreme Court decision? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And listen, maybe we could start giving history lessons on both sides of the House. I just want to say that Premier René Lévesque never signed the Constitution of Canada. He rejected it, and the other provinces united together to ensure the notwithstanding clause was in the Constitution. So, Madam Speaker, I respectfully listen to my colleague answer his question. I'd like to ask him to listen to my answer. I think that would be respectful, and I think it's legitimate to ask him to listen to my answer. And since he's quoting people, maybe I could quote a colleague who has knowledge in law, Professor Benoit Pelletier, and I'd like to note this because he's a professor at the University of Ottawa, a former intergovernmental affairs minister under a Liberal Prime Minister. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that I quote this. One of the principal dangers facing Quebec, like all other national minorities around the world, is the normalizing effect of courts. The notwithstanding clause can be used to fight this universalist tendency and to make sure that minority cultures can be preserved, and including those which are not specifically. The Honourable Member, there are other questions and comments that I have to move to. So questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. You know, I'm an Albertan, and I have to say that the use of the notwithstanding clause has been threatened and used in Alberta in the past under Ralph Klein. And I'm wondering, as somebody who I expect recognizes that climate change is real and recognizes how important it is, does she really want Danielle Smith to have the power to undermine our environmental protections, to do coal mining in the Rocky Mountains, to release water from the tailings ponds, water that goes into the Northwest Territories? Is that really what she would like to see happen in this country?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Well, Madam Speaker, often I answer my honourable colleague because she always goes into this terrain. I feel like she's not a member of the right legislature. I think that if Albertans elect Danielle Smith as Premier, it's because they trust Danielle Smith to be Premier of that province. It's not here in this Parliament and here in this House of Commons that we can tell the provinces what to do. She should go and beat Danielle Smith in Alberta and elect a Premier who's going to use constitutional and legislative tools in the interests of Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Barrie in this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member referred to the fact that the Prime Minister is using divisive tactics to pit Canadians against Canadians and Quebecers against Quebecers, and that this, it wouldn't surprise anyone that he's creating a constitutional crisis, possibly to distract Canadians from his failures. Does my colleague agree with me that this Prime Minister is the most divisive Prime Minister in the history of Canada? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire, a brief answer, please. Listen, I don't know if he's the worst, but what I can say is that I think that the facts speak for themselves. I would say that, the files that divide Canadians, Quebecers, and people between provinces, I think they are, being led by this government, by certain members, and by the prime ministers. And I think that what people are listening, or what people want for us, is that they want the best from us as members of Parliament. They want us to represent our fellow citizens the best way possible. And I can say that the Prime Minister is not setting a good example.
Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just throughout the last series of questions and answers, it seems like the feedback is still present. And if you're hearing it also, I wonder if there might be a resolution of some kind.
So I have raised this again, that you can still hear the interpretations, but in a little bit deeper. I'm not sure if it's from the hearing aids that we use, the earphones that we use, and so maybe we can have some of the pages go around and make sure that the ones that are not at their desks to have those that they are shut off. But yes, I can still hear that feedback. So, question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan, and if there is still a bit of an issue, then let me know. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the Bloc Québécois is asking this House, like my colleague was just mentioning, to recognise one fact. That the House remind the government that it is up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. Acknowledging a fact would seem to be a no-brainer. However, history, even very recent history, reminds us that we should not take anything for granted. No, nothing can be taken for granted. For example, it's very serious. Morgan Taylor, reading the bills of the member for Yorkton Melville, think of Pythagoras, who learns about the Flat Earth Society. Think of John Locke, who hears the Prime Minister of Canada exclaim on a certain January 23rd, 2023, "We will intervene in the Supreme Court in the case of Bill 21." To the point of marking out the use of the notwithstanding clause. No, nothing can be taken for granted. No right is acquired. Now, the Bloc knows this, and it is watching for Quebecers, and in this case, even for the provinces and territories. And it reminds us that it is imperative that this House unanimously reiterate that Quebec alone must decide how it will use the notwithstanding clause. Quebec. Does the Prime Minister really know Quebec? Does he even know the history of Quebec? I doubt it more often than not, Madam Speaker. Knowing Quebec means loving it, not fearing it, not to coerce it. Does the Prime Minister remember the people of Quebec who slowly but surely distance themselves from the cassocks? Does he remember the long march of Quebecers to arrive at the effective separation of church and state? Does he even remember the Night of the Long Knives? Does he remember that Quebec never signed the 1982 Constitution? Does he still remember that the notwithstanding clause for Quebec is perhaps a simple grain of sugar in a glass of hemlock? In all sincerity, Madam Speaker, I don't think so. To know Quebec is to remember how much it loves equality and freedom. It means remembering that if it has faith, it is in the intelligence and reason of humans. It is to know that Quebec believes in the sovereignty of the state, that if it is subordinate, it can only be subordinate to itself and to the Quebec people. The gods, Madam Speaker, whoever they may be up there, have nothing to do with the affairs of the state. They might be in the bedroom, they may be in the kitchen, they may be in your car, they may be in the street. They're no doubt in the church, the synagogues, and the mosques. They're in a book, they're in thought. But they are certainly not on the benches of this House, nor in the robe of a Supreme Court Justice. Imagine for a moment what it means for a Quebecer like me, who knows and remembers her history lessons to be theoretically the subject of a monarch, who is also the head of the Anglican Church, by the way, to sit in a parliament where every day members of parliament ask the Christian God to legitimize them in their position, in their votes. As an elected individual, I report to the people, not to gods. Imagine also what it means to a Quebecer like me to hear the fear, the arrogance, and the intolerance in the Prime Minister's crystallization of the fundamentally dishonest and misleading stereotype of a xenophobic, even racist Quebec, where freedom and equality would be a sham. Myself, As an elected individual, I relate to the people, not to myself. The Prime Minister's frontal charge against Bill 21 is a violent charge against the people of Quebec. For what is violence, Madam Speaker, if not the imposition of the will of one person by force upon another? Violence is the flip side of democracy. Speaking of a more pachydermical charge, what is the elephant in the room, Madam Speaker? What is this terrifying Bill 21 that authorises the Prime Minister to unleash the wrath of Canadian hell upon the sovereignty of Quebec, on the will of the Quebec nation, on its National Assembly? It is a law, a statute that, and I quote, simply prohibits the wearing of religious symbols by government employees in a position of coercive authority, as well as by teachers in the public school system, whilst recognising an acquired right for people already in their positions on the 27th of March 2019, the day before the bill is introduced. Bill 21 marks the separation of the powers of the state and religion. It guarantees freedom and equality for all. Freedom of conscience remains. We must also bear in mind that we, as elected representatives, are accountable to our populations. And as a member of the Bloc Québécois, of course, I'm accountable to my National Assembly. This morning, Madam Speaker, I heard a member from the governing party, I think it was the member for Outremont, say something that worried me. The member said that the notwithstanding clause, Clause 133, and I'm paraphrasing, was contrary to Clause 33. And that's what worried them. She was worried that the notwithstanding clause was a notwithstanding clause. Now, I don't think the government intends, of course, to reopen the Constitution, but I heard that they were worried about Quebec being Quebec. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is in a way a place occupied by the Quebec nation in this Canadian Constitution, the notwithstanding clause, I mean, a constitution that René Lévesque never signed. It is a place to wrest just a little more freedom for Quebec. And I think it's a hyperbole in this case, Madam Speaker, a bit of freedom for its identity, for its essence. It is a permission, an exception to exist. By asking its judges to stifle the notwithstanding clause, it is Quebec that the Prime Minister intends to stifle. Why is it that the only way the Prime Minister can be Canadian is to violently attack Quebec? No nation can dictate to another what it should be. Quebec has its values. Quebec is secular. Its existence is far from being able to be satisfied with the limited space circumscribed by a notwithstanding clause. As no one can dictate to me who to be. I'm for the secularity of the state. I'm a Quebecer. I'm an independentist. And my bags, Madam Speaker, have been packed for a long time.
Bravo. Bravo.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, my colleague took many liberties in misquoting me. I would be more than happy to share my speech with her. She should not quote members in the House if she doesn't have the actual quote. She keeps repeating that this Constitution was not signed by Quebec. Those are facts, yes. So why does the Bloc Québécois and the MP defend Clause 33 of the Constitution that apparently doesn't apply to Quebec, according to the MP? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to have heard my colleague for Outremont telling me rather what she had said this morning. I didn't hear her this morning, and so it would be difficult. Madam Speaker, Well, I would like to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that she had the opportunity to ask a question. She needs to wait for the answer to said question. There should not be a spontaneous conversation or any complement of information from her at the moment. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. What I was just saying is that if the Honourable Member for Outremont wasn't falling foul of tautology this morning, then I'm sure to read the Hansard to see what happened. I understood that this was something that was concerned to her as her question raised again. So far as independence isn't done, I will always defend with all tools necessary Quebec and all that can be a freedom or something that can give greater freedom to Quebec, including the notwithstanding clause. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bourgneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I ask my question, I would like to remind that earlier I heard the member for Sarrebruck-sur-Loire say to a colleague from the NDP for Edmonton Strathcona, she said that perhaps she was in the wrong legislature. Now, a separatist party in a federal parliament is kind of a strange statement to make. I'm sure you'll agree. I'd like to hear my colleague have to say. I would like to hear my colleague, who is an independentist, and I respect that her choice. She says that the Prime Minister once again is trying to increase clefts of division in Canada, and I think that has stimulated certain independentists. The Prime Minister once again is trying to create a constitutional crisis with the notwithstanding clause. Is it normal? Is this acceptable? And I'd like to say at the very end that the only party that to rectify this issue is the Conservative Party of Canada. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to also thank my colleague. As an independentist, I need no extra motivation. I have natural motivations, shall I say. Any nation that has a taste for freedom will use all tools necessary to obtain said freedom, and I represent people who voted for me as their representative, representing a fully and resolutely independentist party. And we have the right to sit here in that respect. Madam Speaker, I was also asked if it was acceptable or if Canada was shattered. And once again, Madam Speaker, I don't need that reason as well to be motivated. I don't think Canada can be fixed. Perhaps Canada can be fixed, but Quebec can live without this shattered or rebuilt Canada.
Alberni?
And I appreciate my colleague, a good friend of mine from the Fisheries Committee. Does my colleague agree, though, that suspending rights using the notwithstanding clause should not be taken lightly and should actually only be used in exceptional circumstances? Thank you.
A quick answer, the Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I imagine that the use of the notwithstanding clause is being confided to parliaments, to my National Assembly, and I would like to say that I have full trust in my National Assembly in its use of the notwithstanding clause, and so that judgment is among the hands of members of the National Assembly. I trust them fully in their use of the notwithstanding clause. The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for St. Catharines. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to the motion by the member for Bailey-Chambly. I would like to start by saying that I am Quebecer. I am part of the Quebecers who are against Bill 21 and the use of the notwithstanding clause in order to flout the rights of minorities. And I take inspiration from René Lévesque, who took the same position, by the way. He did not want a notwithstanding clause in his charter. He was against the usage of a notwithstanding clause in order to flout the rights of minorities, and I completely agree with him. Madam Speaker, I would also like to highlight that In Bloc Québécois speeches, there is a presumption that there is only one way to be Quebecer. There is a homogeneity in Quebec, but that's not true. I'm a proud Quebecer, and I do not share the opinions expressed by my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois on the fact that there is only one single way to be Quebecer. Madam Speaker, my colleague's motion to the effect that it is up to the provinces alone to decide upon the use of the notwithstanding clause raises a very topical issue. It is an issue that is of great importance not only to our government but also to our society, our democracy and our country. At the outset, I would like to make it clear that I'm not questioning that the province have and should have the right to avail themselves of the notwithstanding clause. Rather, I am arguing that the clause was designed to be used only in exceptional circumstances, and only, Madam Speaker, after the courts have had the opportunity to fully and rigorously consider a bill to determine whether it infringes or not upon the rights and freedoms of Canadians. The notwithstanding clause debate concerns us all as Canadians. It does not specifically target Quebec or its government, nor does it target any other province in particular. It is a debate about the values of our free and democratic society. We are talking about fundamental freedoms, our democratic debates, and the courts as guardians of our Constitution. Our government has always been very clear about its concerns about the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause by the provinces. We have repeatedly stated that we are considering all of our options. We are firmly committed to defending the rights and freedoms protected by the Charter. Many of us have strong positions on the issue of its use and its role in our democracy. The differences in our views should not cause us to lose sight of the principles that underpin the debate.
Ultimately, that's why we disagree with the Bloc Québécois today. It is incumbent on all Canadians to participate in this discussion, including the federal government and members of this House. These are issues that deserve a national conversation. That's why our government has already said that we will intervene to challenge Bill 21 if and when it reaches the Supreme Court of Canada. Canadians expect the federal government to participate in any national dialogue about the use of the notwithstanding clause before our country's highest court. La clause dérogatoire.
The notwithstanding clause reflects a political compromise. In the context of constitutional negotiations, the inclusion of this clause, in part, allowed the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to come into being. A concession that paved the way for the adoption of this fundamental constitutional document, which has proven essential to the maintenance of our free and democratic society. The inclusion of the notwithstanding clause in the Charter was not intended to provide a mechanism for Parliament or the legislature of a province to override certain provisions of the Charter on a routine basis. Rather, the broad consensus at the time was that the notwithstanding clause was an extraordinary remedy, and that the notwithstanding clause should only be used by Parliament or a provincial legislature in the most exceptional of cases where no other option could be considered. It was never intended to become a remedy of first instance, allowing a government to shirk its duty to protect fundamental rights and freedoms. Indeed, we must be aware that the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause by a legislature is an admission that the law infringes upon the fundamental rights and freedoms that the Charter provides for all Canadians. Indeed, Section 1 of the Charter allows courts and legislators to consider the balance between the rights of the individual and the interests of society in every new legislative initiative.
This broad historical consensus about the highly exceptional nature of the notwithstanding clause has resulted in its relatively rare use in the years since the repatriation of the Constitution.
Avant 2018, seulement
Prior to 2018, only 3 provincial legislatures had used the clause. Furthermore, Parliament itself has never used the notwithstanding clause.
Deeply concerning to see the increased use of the notwithstanding clause in recent years by different provincial legislatures. More troubling still is the growing trend of evoking the clause preemptively. Preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause prevents the courts from having an opportunity to review legislation to determine whether it's consistent with the Charter. It skips to the end of the process without the opportunity for debate and due consideration. You could say, Madam Speaker, it eviscerates the process and the balances that are built into the Charter itself. Let's remember what's at stake here. Section 33 allows Parliament or the legislator of a province to override the protections of Section 2 and Section 7 to 15 of the Charter. To review but a few, Section 2, our fundamental freedoms, freedom of expression, conscience, belief, religion, association. Section 7, the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Section 15, the right to equal treatment before and under the law, and equal protection and benefit of the law without discrimination. These rights are critical to our society. In fact, I would say they are the pillars of our country's human rights framework. I've previously said that Section 33 was meant to be the last word for the exercise of parliamentary sovereignty. When a legislature chooses to invoke Section 33, this prevents the court from invalidating legislation that unjustifiably limits Charter-listed protections. Canadians are thus prevented from obtaining remedies from legislation that violates their fundamental rights. That is why it was designed to be used only in the most extraordinary and exceptional circumstances, as a last resort, not as a first move. Madame la Présidente, j'ai enseigné le droit civil pendant...
Madam Speaker, I taught civil law for years in Quebec. Civil law is interpreted in a cohesive manner, a uniform manner. And the same goes for the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We have protected rights. We have Clause 1 for balance and Clause 33 for balance at the end. Our Constitution comprises a system of laws and fundamental principles that define the nature, functions, and limits of the Canadian system of government, both federally and provincially. Our Constitution also establishes the three branches of government, the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive. As you know, each branch has a role to play in maintaining a fair balance and in allowing Canadians to live in a healthy democracy. Finally, it is also important to consider constitutional conventions, rules which bind political actors and dictate how and when they should use the legislative or judicial powers that are protected by the text of the Constitution.
Le rôle principal des conventions constitutionnelles.
The main role of constitutional conventions is to ensure that powers are exercised in accordance with the fundamental values which underlie the text of the provisions. In simple terms, that they respect the Charter but also the spirit of the Charter. This discussion must include the question of the preventative use of the notwithstanding clause. When a government decides to apply the notwithstanding clause in a bill before the courts have even had the chance to rule on its constitutionality, it effectively paralyzes dialogue between the legislative and the judiciary branches. This dialogue, though, encourages a culture of rights that is transparent, open, and pragmatic. A culture of rights that allows members of the public to share their views and participate in our democratic life. Madam Speaker, I will conclude here in order to answer questions. But Madam Speaker, I am Quebecois, and there's not just one voice for Quebecers. There's not just one way for Quebecers to express themselves and be heard. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I don't think that the minister should get into that type of debate. It's a diversion tactic. It's not useful. Yes, he is a Quebecer, but there is a professor of constitutional law at York University in Toronto, Michael Mendel. He's written a great book about the it was written about Canadian constitutional law in the 90s, and I recommend that he read it. It would help him understand things better. Earlier, I almost rose to raise a question of privilege because the minister is currently misleading this House. This is a motion about the 1982 law, René Lévesque's law, which preemptively introduced, which sought to preemptively introduce the notwithstanding clause into all Quebecois bills and laws. Apologies. I need there to be time for people to answer questions. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member. I just cut him off because we were running out of time, so we do have to listen to the question. Even if we don't always agree, we have to listen to the question. The Honourable Minister. René Lévesque, Madam Speaker, was against a notwithstanding charter in Quebec's charter. He was for individual rights, but as Premier of Quebec, and to be against Prime Minister Trudeau at the time, he invoked the notwithstanding clause for many bills in Quebec for at least a year. But that was done more so as a political strategy. He was against the notwithstanding clause and didn't want one in his own charter. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Madam Speaker, I find it very unfortunate that the Minister of Justice just said that this is a tool, that we're using this tool to be provocative, to provoke Quebecers and Canadians. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a Quebecer and I'm proud to be Canadian. The Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party have just given us a great example of squabbling. Can we deal with real business? For example, the fact that the Prime Minister has been in office for 8 years. We have an economic crisis. People are struggling to pay for housing. People are struggling to pay rent. And here we are debating the notwithstanding clause. So I'd like to hear my colleague tell us how he can prevent provinces and territories from using a tool which exists, which is in the Constitution. And does he trust territories and provinces? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague. I, like him, am a proud Quebecer and a proud Canadian. Madam Speaker, in order to understand the structure of the Charter, we need to understand that there is a clause which balances, and then there's also Section 33 with the clause. We have to understand those two together. We can't just preemptively invoke the clause because that upsets the balance set out in Section 1 of the Charter. It is intended as a last resort, not as a first move. In our system, we have a dialogue ongoing between the legislature and the courts. That has to occur, and then the provinces can invoke the notwithstanding clause.
Brief question, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the minister for his comments today. You know, like him, I'm very worried about the increasing use of the notwithstanding clause. And of course, my focus is going to be on human rights. In 2000, in fact, in Alberta, Ralph Klein tried to use the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of the Soji community, to take away the right to same-sex marriage. He wasn't successful because the Supreme Court was able to speak about that. But I wonder if the minister could talk a little bit about some of the risks to human rights, to individual human rights that could happen if people like Daniel Smith were given this tool to use more and more frequently. Thank you.
A brief answer from the minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. What happens, Madam Speaker, if one uses the notwithstanding clause at the beginning? One acts as if there's no charter. And that was not the intention of the framers in 1981. It was there as a safety valve, as the last word when Alan Blakely and other Western premiers are advocated in its favor. It has a terrible impact. The judge in the first instance decision in the Bill 21 case, the Hack case in Quebec, noted it cut off the preemptive use of the Charter cut off both judicial scrutiny and political debate. It cut off political debate, Madam Speaker, as well as judicial scrutiny, and that is a tragedy for our democracy because it puts minorities at risk.
Avant de continuer, je veux juste mentionner.
Before we continue, I would like to say something. I do try my best to ensure that all have the chance to ask questions and that there be replies. Normally, there are 5 minutes for questions and comments per speech. I try to make sure that there are at least 3 questions. Each question should last 1 minute, and the answer 1 minute, 2 of those, and then 1 30-second question with 1 30-second answer. I know it's not always ideal for everyone, but that is the time that we have. I hope that this gives you an overview of our procedure and how I try to have things run. Speakers don't decide randomly to cut members off. We are trying to allocate speaking time to as many people as possible. It is the role of speakers of this House to ensure that the House functions with a lot of debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, rising on a point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker. As you mentioned this, I would welcome you to alternate among parties because earlier you recognized 2 NDP members in a row for questions, but it was our turn to ask a question. So I would ask that you please alternate between parties. When we all rise to indicate that we wish to ask a question, it would be ideal for you to alternate among parties because earlier, in fact, you gave the NDP a question, but it was the Conservatives' turn at that point. I appreciate this. We are getting into a conversation here, but what the member is forgetting here is that earlier it wasn't the same speaker. When a party takes the floor, questions go to other parties unless there's a lot of time. If there is remaining time, another question can be granted. So as I said, this is at the discretion of speakers of this House. It's the speaker's discretion when it comes to choosing who has the floor, but we do try to be as equitable and fair as possible during questions and comments. I may have recognized 2 NDP members or 2 Conservative members or 2 Liberal members because the speaker was for a Bloc Québécois member. A point of order. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to add to what you've just said and add my voice to yours. It was, in fact, the Conservatives' turn, and so you did well, and I thank you for that. I'd like to add to this quickly before we move on. If it was me in the chair, then I believe I gave the floor to a Bloc member because it is Bloc Opposition Day, and it was the government party who had made a speech, so they have the first question on Opposition Motion Day. All right, moving on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an important topic that we're discussing today, and as Ontario Member of Parliament and as a lawyer, it's really worried me what I've seen over the last few years, watching the Ford government in Ontario and its preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. The interesting thing, though, is watching that, at the same time, we hear from members of the Conservative Party who stand up and say, we're concerned about government's actions on certain legislation. It impacts freedom of expression. It impacts other rights within the Charter if we were talking about measures that had to be taken during the pandemic. As the Parliamentary Secretary to Canadian Heritage, I listened to this alternate debate that didn't exist in any type of reality, that the government was engaged in censorship, which is patently false. But worry about free speech, freedom of expression, Section 2 of the Charter. And I stand with them, that this is a fundamental right and freedom that Canadians have under the Charter of Rights. But the silence was deafening. I believe it was in 2018, just a couple of months after the Ford government got elected, that they invoked the notwithstanding clause, the first time they did it, preemptively. They did not wait. They didn't go through to the Supreme Court. They didn't hear. And what legislation did they do it on? They did it on an elections bill.
That's right.
They did it to prevent the court from finding that there was a violation of freedom of expression. And it was interesting to me at the time that the so-called champions of freedom of speech or freedom of expression from the other side was deafening the silence. Deafening. Did not hear anything, not wanting to stand up to criticize a fellow Conservative government. And I can understand political allies and friends at Queen's Park. But to prevent a court from finding a violation of free speech in an Elections Act a few months before the election, silence. Where were those champions of the Charter? Now, it eventually went through the courts, and the Ford government did pull back from that the first time. Then the second time, did the same thing. They picked on vulnerable education workers, picked on the rights of workers as guaranteed by the Charter. And again, from the Conservatives, absolute silence. Where were the champions of freedom of expression at that point? We had a member rise today to ask a question comparing the rights of the LGBT community to the rights of individuals under a COVID. And it's shocking to me that that would even come into the Conservative lexicon, that they would compare those two rights together. But again, I ask, where are the champions for actual rights that are being violated? We heard during the occupation of this city, we heard Conservatives stand up time and time again, especially after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that this is a violation of the Charter, even though the Emergencies Act does not violate the Charter. It did not remove any rights, but member after member after member claimed it did. But once again, after the fact, a few months after the fact, when the Ontario government moved against workers, moved against custodians, educational support workers, the lowest paid workers in our education system, where was the Conservative Party that claims to stand up for working people? Silence. Silence as the notwithstanding clause was again invoked preemptively by the province of Ontario. Deafening silence. I don't know if they appreciate the irony when they get up to talk about freedom of expression, that they sit on the sidelines when the notwithstanding clause is used in Ontario. It's disappointing. It's disappointing, and it's good that Ontarians stood up and the Ford government was forced to back down from that. Because again, these were the most vulnerable workers in the education sector. But this is, I would hope that all members of this place would stand up for our rights. These are things that are fundamentally important. We all stand here and condemn violations of other countries. I think every member here, I would hope to think that every member here supports the rights that Canadians are guaranteed. And I think we should express concern when those rights come under threat. And yes, the notwithstanding clause exists. It is in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But to preemptively use it is to take away any debate, any discussion, any opportunity for the courts to step in and protect people's rights. Because there's an acknowledgement within the Charter that our rights aren't absolute. The classic example that we're taught in law school on freedom of expression or freedom of speech is you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. We'd say that's understandable. Would lead to harm, danger, people could get killed. It's a criminal offense. So the Charter in Section 1 speaks to that in terms of reasonable limits. And the Charter says, the Charter, quote, guarantees the rights and freedoms set out in it, subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And the courts evaluate that through the Oakes test, and there's been many a forest that have been plowed down to make paper on all of the decisions on the Oakes test. And as a society, as a court, we've moved back and forth on what those reasonable limits are. But we're still debating what those limits are that are reasonable in a free and democratic society. Any government that steps up to invoke the notwithstanding clause is looking at Section 1 and saying that our legislation is not reasonably demonstrable in a free and democratic society, that we need to put aside Section 1 of the Charter and the rest of it. It's surprising to me, as a lawyer, as someone who likes to study history, as we look back and see these rights that have been hard fought and won. A member, as I mentioned, was trying to compare the rights of LBGT community to people, I assume, who had to wear a mask during a plane ride, or those of us who couldn't leave the country because there was a global pandemic, which is disgusting, but that's what happened. Those rights were hard fought over decades. We saw the Prime Minister stand and give an apology, and we could see the victims of government abuse targeted against the LGBT community in this place, that it took 40 years plus to acknowledge the trauma that a government inflicted upon them. It was moving, it was touching, but those rights were hard fought, decades and decades and decades, to come back and to ensure that those rights are now enshrined in the Charter. Even though it doesn't say members of the LGBT community, we know, and the court has found those rights in Section 15. So this is an important debate, as I see my time is running up. But I would hope that all members of this House stand for the rights of this country and stand for rights that can be reasonably demonstrable in a free and democratic society. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for, oh my gosh, Langley Aldergrove. Sorry, I just drew a blank.
Not a problem at all. Good. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was listening to the speech from the parliamentary secretary, I don't know if I'm amused or confused why, at a time when Canadians are hurting so much due to inflation, due to the cost of living crisis, interest rates going up, people in my community are worried about how they're going to put food on the table, how they're going to make their mortgage payments now that they're doubling, that we're having this phony constitutional crisis between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. And I just wonder what the parliamentary secretary says about that, about focusing on the things that really matter to Canadians, because I don't believe that this is front and foremost. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Well, it's sad that the honourable member doesn't think that the rights of Canadians shouldn't be front and centre, but it's not up to the government what supply motions get debated. Earlier this week, I wouldn't think it would be front and centre to make pollution free in this country, but that honourable member stood up and voted to make pollution free and try to pass that up. And this is the 7th time they've done it in this Parliament. And they think it's a joke, Madam Speaker. They think it's a joke that people are dying in floods and fires. They were telling jokes the other day about making hydroelectricity from atmospheric rivers.
So you have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, as the Member of Parliament for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, a community that has had devastating fires, I don't think that it is funny to be politicizing tragedy, no matter where it is. And
This is a point of, it's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. So the honourable parliamentary secretary can finish up, so I can go to the next question.
Thank you very much. It's that member that yelled out "woo" when it was about making pollution free. So I think she should look at her own constituents in the face and talk about jokes in this place.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks about these thoughts from Will Klimlicka, one of the main thinkers behind multiculturalism, who notes, and I quote, when it comes to the Quebec nation and its desire to be able to use means like the notwithstanding clause, if Quebec hadn't been guaranteed the powers, including the protection to have decisions imposed upon it by the Canadian Anglophone majority, it would never have joined the Canadian Federation. It would have seceded a long time ago. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the protection of the French language is fundamentally important, both within Quebec as a language minority within the country of Canada and language minorities outside, especially Francophone minorities, in other parts of the country as well. But again, I point to it, the notwithstanding clause acknowledgement of a law that is not reasonably demonstrified in a free and democratic society. That is the words of the legislation. That is the words of the Constitution. And it's something we really should take note of and something we should be aware of when we're standing up to support that.
Questions and comments? Young member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. And a lot of his discussion today focused on human rights, which is, of course, very important to me. And I do wonder why the government has not taken the opportunity to push for human rights for people around the world. Right now, the people of Afghanistan have been waiting for a very long time for this government to do a humanitarian carve-out. They've been promising it for 18 months. I'm wondering if they really do believe in human rights, why they are not pushing for that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I guess I'm a little bit confused by the question, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. She's a thoughtful member on issues of human rights. But this government, even on the issue of Afghanistan, are bringing in tens of thousands of refugees, acknowledging the suffering that is going on there. There are no Canadian soldiers on the ground. There are no Canadian forces on the ground. It is difficult, it is challenging, but we will get there, not only in terms of Afghanistan, but also in terms of Uyghurs and the powerful motion moved by my honourable friend from the Liberal Party. On Ukrainians, Canada's there. Canada's known around the world and as a fighter for human rights, and we will keep doing that as a government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to start out by saying on this side of the House, Conservatives believe in supporting provincial jurisdiction in provincial competences, and I'm very proud to be an Albertan that had Peter Lougheed, who actually initially was one of the big fighters for this clause to protect provincial rights. And Albertans have been exceptionally clear that they do not support a carbon tax, and yet this government has decided to overrule that time and time again and continue to push forward their ideas. And they're the only ones, the Liberal Party, provoking and stoking a constitutional crisis in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very brief answer, please.
It's very clear the honourable member hasn't read the Charter of Rights and would know that the carbon tax has nothing to do with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Mirabel. So, the notwithstanding clause. I started by asking myself, why did the Prime Minister come out to say that he wants to limit how the notwithstanding clause can be used? Well, when I looked at what the Prime Minister said, he seemed to be using, as a pretext, his desire to preserve individual rights. He talked about what Doug Ford did to fight unions in Ontario, and I would note very quickly that the reaction from the people of Ontario forced Doug Ford to go back on that. So using that pretext is, well, it's funny because I think in the history of Canada, the only people who've seen their individual rights truly be set aside are Quebecers. With the War Measures Act in 1970, that took away individual rights from Quebecers. People were arrested in the middle of the night simply because they were sovereignist. They, arrested Gaston Miron, a poet from Quebec, in the middle of the night. So that was a time when the federal government, did not respect individual rights in any way. So, our concerns about the federal government's point of view are justified here. So they also talked about the rights of minorities. The federal government is concerned about the use of the notwithstanding clause because it would go against minority rights. And I want to spend some time on this, Madam Speaker, because the crux of the problem here, Madam Speaker, is indeed when it comes to the rights of minorities. But we have to understand it properly, and we have to understand what minority we're talking about. So the crux of the problem, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, is very simple. It's a question of identity. What the government is concerned about here, the federal government, is that the notwithstanding clause allows Quebecers who have a distinct identity in Canada, even if there are people who don't like it. It's a reminder that Quebecers have a collective identity which is different from that of other Canadians, even if people don't like that. Well, the notwithstanding clause, it allows Quebecers to maintain that separate identity. And to demonstrate that, I'll go back to something quite simple. How did this issue take form? And to better understand it, I think we need to go back to 1963. 1963, the federal government realized that something was happening in Quebec, that there was a national identity that was being developed. So what did the federal government do to respond to that? They launched the Lorando-Dunton Royal Commission, a Royal Commission on bilingualism and biculturalism in Canada. So the goal of that Royal Commission was to give recognition to the Quebecois nation. Canada would become a bicultural and bilingual nation. But then there were people who started to think, well, if we offer recognition to Quebecers, well, it's not going to stop there. They're going to continue their march toward full autonomy. And Trudeau père said, maybe we could be a bilingual country, but we should become a multicultural country. If you recognize all cultures, well, it means you don't really recognize any culture. All cultures drown in the Canadian mosaic. There's no culture that's above another. So that was the first attack on Quebec, the first time where, in an exercise undertaken by the federal government, where Quebec went forward with good faith, was ready to listen to proposals from the federal government, well, the federal government turned its back on Quebec and Quebecers, and in the end, the report recommended multiculturalism. Multiculturalism, Madam Speaker, and I'll insist on that. Institutional multiculturalism. Let's be clear. Institutional multiculturalism means that a country like Canada is a country with a mosaic of different cultures. There's no one culture that is above any other. So that means that we don't recognize any particular culture, and in this case, the particular culture of Quebecers. So that was in 1963. Quebecers were set aside. And I would note that Quebecers do have a specific culture. We are a national minority, and we, Quebecers, are a national minority that needs certain measures to ensure that that identity will continue into the future. And that's something the federal government has never wanted to do. So the notwithstanding clause, what does it do? Well, it helps Quebec protect itself in the same way that you have, for example, the Canadian Constitution. And in the Canadian Constitution, there's the possibility, and this is recognized, there's a possibility for ethnocultural minorities to request reasonable accommodations. A minority can ask for reasonable accommodation. That was the case for a young person who wanted to wear a kirpan to go to school. And so a national minority can use the notwithstanding clause to protect its identity, and in this case to protect Bill 90, Bill 96 and Bill 21. And Madam Speaker, this is what the Liberal government is concerned about. This is what they want to limit. They want to make sure that Quebec doesn't have the tools to ensure the survival of its identity. Why? Because the only valid identity, according to the federal government, is a pan-Canadian identity. Quebecers should be Canadians like any other Canadian. A nation drowned in another. And, the Prime Minister, you probably heard this, the Prime Minister has on several occasions talked about the idea that Canada is the first post-national country. I'm not sure he understands what he's saying, but, listen. He says Canada is the first post-national country, and in the same breath, he recognizes all Indigenous nations. And I recognize the Indigenous nations. They exist, and I'd like to see more autonomy for them. Their languages need to be defended. I understand that we need to pay particular attention to those issues. So if we're a post-national country, how can we recognize, on the one hand, Indigenous nations, but at the same time not recognize the Quebec nation? It's a good question. And what's happening here? The government is afraid that the Quebecois nation is going to cause problems for the Canadian nation by requesting more autonomy. And so I'd like to go back to a theory that was developed by a Canadian philosopher called Will Kymlicka, who did a lot of work on multiculturalism, and not institutional multiculturalism, which is what Canada developed in the 1960s, but on multiculturalism as a liberal theory. And so what did Will Kymlicka say when talking about multiculturalism as a liberal theory? He said there's two kinds of minorities who need protection, or who want protection. There's ethnocultural minorities, so for example, Jews, Greeks, Muslims, who need in multicultural or pluricultural communities to have countries to have a certain level of protection. And that kind of protection comes through the recognition that they're offered. And that's essential. It's essential. And I agree with that principle. We need to offer recognition or recognize, quite simply, ethnic minorities. And sometimes that means reasonable accommodations. Sometimes that means recognition that their particular identity is valid. But Will Kymlicka said there are also national minorities. And this is where it gets complicated, because when Will Kymlicka talks about multiculturalism and says there are minority or national minorities, what he's saying is that those national minorities, if they wish to survive, they need political autonomy. Autonomos in Greek. The ability to have one's own laws. How can you define a collective identity if you can't pass your own laws? It becomes very difficult. So Will Kymlicka said that on the one hand, we need recognition for ethnocultural minorities, and on the other side, for national minorities, there is a need for political autonomy. And it's this political autonomy that the federal government does not want to see in the hands of Quebec. And that's why the notwithstanding clause appears to the federal government to be an abomination. And now they're even twisting the sense of the notwithstanding clause by saying, well, it's becoming a threat to individual rights. It's becoming a threat to minorities, when that same notwithstanding clause allows the national minority, which is Quebec, to maintain its identity. Bill 21, an essential element of Quebec's national identity. Why? Because our relationship with religion is different. Our relation with religion is different. The move towards a secular society in Quebec with the Quiet Revolution is an important part of Quebec's identity. It's fundamental. The mother of my father had 18 kids. Do you know anyone today who has 18 kids? If you talk to them about religion, or if you talk to them about religion, those who had 18 kids 100 years ago, I don't think they'd have such a positive view of it. Quebec has become secular. It's important to accept that, in the same way that Bill 96 is designed to protect a language which in North America is a minority language. But what this government is saying, well, Bill 96, what's it going to do? Well, I see all the Liberal members from Anglophone Quebec, they say that it's going to hurt minority rights. 8% of the population in Quebec is Anglophone, and they get 30% of investments in post-secondary education in Quebec. So if that's hurting minorities, well,
The government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In listening to the member, one would think that the primary motivation for the motion that we have today from the Bloc Party is more so to talk about division, to try to plant and continue to grow a seed of division inside the province of Quebec. The example that I've been talking about is how it is that the province of Ontario didn't even make reference to Quebec, how the province of Ontario is taking a preemptive measure using the notwithstanding clause and taking advantage of labor unions, which affected thousands of teachers, arguing that the federal government does have a responsibility. And all the Bloc want to talk about as if the notwithstanding clause only applies or is utilized in the province of Quebec. Every member of this of the Liberal caucus has a love and passion for the province of Quebec that's just as great as the member opposite. What the member sees is Quebec in a different light. I see the province of Quebec as a very unique province that adds so much to our heritage, Canadian heritage. But what we're talking about...
The honourable member, I have to cut him off here because I do have to allow for other questions. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière, the parliamentary secretary, is saying that I'm right. He's using the same pretext that I was. But the truth is, the notwithstanding clause is used for specific things. In 1977, with Bill 101, everyone was saying, it's terrible, this is the worst thing in the world. We have to end this bill. But now today, no one wants to go against Bill 101. We know that it allowed us to protect the French language. In 20, 30 years, perhaps the government will adopt a bill on secularism like we did, what the notwithstanding clause allowed us to do, and everyone needs to stop talking about Doug Ford for once. What the notwithstanding clause allowed us is to protect the French language, and we hope to have this tool in the future still so that the only Francophone nation in North America can continue its survival. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
My question for the member, I want to thank him for his comments and for sharing his thoughts with us. But I think all of us in this place recognize that Canadians are struggling on a number of fronts right now. You know, there is a healthcare crisis in this country. There is an affordability crisis in this country. There is a climate crisis in this country. And I'm just wondering if the member thought that this was the most important thing that the Bloc could bring forward that would represent the wishes of his constituents. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, that's a classic, isn't it? It's a Conservative classic that says it's not the right time to debate this. When we speak of Quebec, it's never the right time to speak about Quebec. When people talk about Quebec, it's never time to speak about the subject. It's never the right time to have an opposition motion date for Quebec's opinion. Well, what I would like to say is that we already had one very useless debate, the most useless debate in the world in this House. It was during the pandemic when a day was granted to figure out whether we should perhaps have a oil day in Canada. There have already been futile debates in the House, more futile than ensuring the permanency of our nation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly nobody on our side is questioning the importance of this particular debate. But it is important to understand, and I think the honourable member from Edmonton Transcona hit the nail on the head about the amount of crises that is happening in this country, economic crises, constitutional crises that the Prime Minister is creating in order to distract from his many failures. Right. These crises are happening right across the country as a result of this Prime Minister, and I'm wondering if the honourable member would like to comment on the distraction tactics, the division that's created by the Prime Minister every time he gets in trouble.
The honourable member from Jonquière, just very quickly. A very quick response. The member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles this morning was talking about the futility, by his reckoning, of this debate. Now, what I could answer, perhaps to my colleague, if he wants to be useful, perhaps the Conservative Party could clearly indicate if they are for or against Bill 21 and Bill 96, if they will contest. Now, were they to be in government, would they contest these two bills before the courts? That would be useful. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Dinah Fort York, Infrastructure, and the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, Foreign Affairs.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased that you didn't mistake me for the MP for Jonquière. Well, it would have been a great compliment. I would like to say that it's a big day for me, a rather special day for me, because never did I think that I would have to experience such a day. For years now, The federal government, especially the current Prime Minister, has told us that the Constitution is not interesting for anyone. Quebecers, Canadians. Constitutional debates are futile. It's completely uninteresting for the collective mind. And we shouldn't talk about these things, apparently, so much so that the Minister for Heritage, who is probably the Deputy Minister for stirring up trouble, well, this person says that we want to stir up conflict about a document that we never signed. That is the constitution of the Federation, a federation that I would not like to be a part of course. Now the Minister wants to go to the courts, perhaps up to the Supreme Court. The Minister wants to unilaterally rewrite the Constitution, Madam Speaker, because the Constitution is clear. Most legal experts have said so, well, apart from the liberal legal experts in this chamber. The clause is apparently preventive. And they keep saying it's preventive. They're trying to make us believe that it has been anything but prevented, but precedence is clear, Madam Speaker. The notwithstanding clause is preventive, and it is exactly, Madam Speaker, because of the Prime Minister's behaviour, because of his paternalism, because of his tendency to telling Quebec what to do. When he's unhappy with Quebec's government, that is exactly what he does. But that's why the notwithstanding clause exists for the Quebec government and other governments. Of course. Now, the Prime Minister has no courage. He's sneaky. He has no courage. It took him 28 months before he accepted to meet health ministers. So never will the Prime Minister have the courage to say that he wants to reopen the Constitution. He's going to do his dirty work through the Supreme Court. It's a win-win for him. No doubt the Supreme Court will say yes, but perhaps thanks to a judge that he himself appointed, by the way, Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court will create another breach, as was already the case in the past. So today we're not debating the notwithstanding clause, and only the notwithstanding clause. We're debating the Prime Minister's ego and his desire to dictate what Quebec does. It's a debate on the ego of this individual, an individual who we see in his will, once again, in his will to rewrite the Constitution, who believes that he is above all law. Silver spoon at birth. No difference between himself, the Constitution, the law, and our very institutions. This is the We Charity Prime Minister who makes no difference between business, family, government, and friends, Madam Speaker, against his checkbook and the government's checkbook. It's the Prime Minister who doesn't know if he's on a state visit or a holiday with the Aga Khan. Madam Speaker, this is the Prime Minister who spends thousands upon thousands of dollars for lovely hotel rooms to go see the monarch. This is a Prime Minister who fired a minister for the SNC-Lavalin case because it didn't go in his direction. He doesn't want his own ministers to follow the law, follow his law. When we go to the Ethics Commissioner, we wouldn't be surprised to see a chair that is always there with Trudeau's, with the Honourable Prime Minister's name on it. So we have a debate on the Prime Minister's ego. Also a debate on Quebec. That is what we'd like to talk about today, a debate on Quebec. Quebecers never signed, never agreed upon any constitution, Madam Speaker. They are a population subject to the Constitution in 1763, the first Constitution imposed by this monarchy that is being celebrated with the mace in front of us. A Constitution, 1763, forced upon us through weapons and violence. Then 1774, during the American Revolution, where we were given a couple of rights because we were bothering the English so much that they didn't want us to fight with the Americans, so they gave us a few little rights to keep us calm. 1794, 1791, with another constitution, Madam Speaker, where they never gave us responsible government. They believed that we could be taken for granted, but that's not even close to the 1840 Constitution after the Patriots' Revolution. where the Anglophones committed crimes against humanity. They killed, they raped, they pillaged, they burnt, they destroyed, Madam Speaker, without apology. Without the Prime Minister even saying, of the time, the Prime Minister saying that it was a bad thing. A constitution in 1840 that was founded on the Durham Report that said, Madam Speaker, that Francophone Canadians were a population without history, without culture, without literature, Madam Speaker. That's what they thought of us, and that's what they still think of us. Madam Speaker, I don't know what Lord Durham today would say if he's looking at us from up above. What he would think of Canadian culture when he sees Don Cherry on a Saturday evening on hockey night make comments, Francophobic comments. A population with culture is a good population. 1867. Even worse, because in 1867 we didn't sign the Constitution. Canada was a reject out west. The Brits didn't want them, the Americans didn't want them, and so they ganged up. They had two little conferences. They created a confederation. There was never a democratic process in that, Madam Speaker. Then they went to England to impose this upon us. With who? John A. Macdonald at the forefront. A racist, a Francophobic racist. An orangist, a racist, an anti-Francophone individual. His bread and butter was to be against the Francophones. And that was the birth of Canada. And so, 1982, where the Constitution was repatriated. And at the time, do you know what, Madam Speaker? The notion of Parliament's sovereignty was brought to the forefront once again. It's at that moment that we wanted to protect the sovereignty of Parliament for provinces and Quebec. And do you know who asked this, Madam Speaker? British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan. We probably would have asked for it as well, but during the Night of the Long Knives, where they stuffed the Constitution down our throat, we were not there. And they did that without us, Madam Speaker. And so I understand that they find it a bit strange, a bit weird that we sometimes defend the Constitution. Well, what do you want, Madam Speaker? They made a mistake. The Liberals keep speaking, but they made a mistake. Why do they consider that it's a mistake? Because all of a sudden it gave rights to Quebec. Oof. Because it preserved Quebec's Parliament's sovereignty. When things go in Quebec's way, well, they think that it's a bad thing. But I'm not one for the Stockholm Syndrome. Henri Brun, constitutional expert, says that in Anglophone Canada, we always hear the charter. It's become a symbol of the Canadian nation. The charter gives more weight to individual rights, to collective rights. This concept is stronger in Anglophone Canada than in Quebec, and we can see that today. And then Peter Russell, an emeritus professor at the University of Toronto, he said the Charter of Rights is an interpretation of justices who are not perfect. They can get it wrong, so it's normal that elected individuals have the final say on large decisions. It does not mean that we should use it all the time, etc., but it shows us the fact that Parliament needs to be sovereign. So, Madam Speaker, all the debates I've heard today, what does this remind us of? What's the conclusion, Madam Speaker, is that Canada's constitutional history since the very beginning of its history up to now is the history of English Canada that only asks one question, the following: how can we manage these people, these Francophones, that we colonized, that we crushed, that we tried to assimilate by stealing its cultural symbols, stealing its names, the Canadiens, so that they may not fully emancipate themselves? And Madam Speaker, what they're doing with the notwithstanding clause is the same thing as usual. It's terrible. It's abhorrent. They're trying to rewrite the rules with no courage. And we, Quebecers, Madam Speaker, we have fought for this emancipation. For hundreds of years, we have had our freedoms taken from us, and will continue to fight, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, this should not be a debate about the province of Quebec. This should be a debate about the notwithstanding clause and the preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. and what are the arguments for it or against it. And the example I have continuously used is the province of Ontario with the teachers' union. I'd be interested in the members' thoughts in regards to what the Bloc Party's position is on the notwithstanding clause being used in a preemptive matter on the teachers' union, and if the member could also explain why it is René Lévesque himself did not incorporate a notwithstanding clause in the Quebec charter when he was the premier.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, you know, Ontario business is Ontario business. Alberta business is Alberta business. This desire to stick their nose in provincial matters, I'm not going to start doing the same thing. Today's real debate, was initiated by the current Prime Minister. It's the Prime Minister who wants to go before the courts while there is an inflation crisis, while people are finding it very hard to survive. And the debate today is on the lack of courage from this Prime Minister, who is unable to look Quebecers and Canadians in the eyes and to speak openly about the Constitution, and who cannot do things right, Madam Speaker. The father of the Prime Minister had certain issues, but he had a spine, he had courage, and some qualities have not been inherited.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think one of the things that I disagree with, frankly, in the debate is the idea, and it's up to the member to have the opinion that he doesn't have a comment on what just happened in Ontario, and he can say that it shouldn't be for others to have an opinion on what happens in Quebec. But the notwithstanding clause is something that can be used by not just any provincial government. Not mentioned in the motion is the fact it can also be used by the federal government, and that how governments choose to use it in one jurisdiction will affect what is permissible politically, legally, or otherwise in other jurisdictions. And so I think it's not quite right to say that it doesn't matter how various governments are using the notwithstanding clause, because it will matter, both in terms of social license, political license, and ultimately legal precedent, how various jurisdictions use it. It will create opportunities, perhaps certain kinds of uses of the notwithstanding clause that the member can't currently imagine. And so for those of us who think that that matters, not just in terms of how a particular province uses it, but I imagine that Bloc members could have some serious concerns with possible uses of the notwithstanding clause by the federal government. So I think we need to appreciate the fact that it does matter how it's used in various jurisdictions, and that there are real impacts in other jurisdictions.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, once again the debate is being diverted. I take issue with a number of pieces of legislation. There are bills that were adopted in other provinces, in Quebec and other countries of the world. Legislation that I disagree with, but that sometimes uses a notwithstanding clause. Parliamentarians will say that we're trying to revoke the ins and outs of the notwithstanding clause, but the Supreme Court has already been clear about the notwithstanding clause. The sovereignty of Parliament comes with the possibility that these parliaments sometimes make mistakes. Voters can take governments that make mistakes and kick them out. A quick question. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I believe that he's already said it, but the notwithstanding clause is a defense against the dictatorship of the majority. Quebec, until its independence, is a minority. A constitution was imposed upon us against our will. An Official Languages Act was thrust upon us against our will. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on the matter. Quick answer, the Honourable Member from Mirabel. Madam Speaker, Canadians and democracy is very interesting to them when it's 9 against 1. In 1982 was the case. In previous constitutions it was the case when it was the king against ours. Yes, we are a minority in Quebec. I believe that we should be sovereign, a sovereign nation. It would go better for everyone, but this notwithstanding clause can be used in a healthy way, and its usage, by definition, is preventative. What we're doing today is to make sure that everyone has the right definition, but no one seems to agree on the definition.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour and pleasure to join debates in the House of Commons and
here we are today. It's a Bloc opposition day, day where the Bloc can choose anything that it would like to put into a motion, and it's a bit of an unusual one today. The Bloc are chosen to spend our day and have a recorded vote on this motion, which purports to really simply remind the federal government about the use of the notwithstanding clause. And before I get too deep into this, I did want to point out, Madam Speaker, that it's my plan to share my time. So make sure that we're clear about that. But you know, this debate really, the only way that one could really explain this to their constituents, or that I could explain it to my constituents, is that the Prime Minister thrives on dividing Canadians. The Prime Minister is always looking for different ways to divide Canadians, and one of the tactics that the Prime Minister uses is to invent phony issues or phony responses to issues in order to divide political opposition. And what he has done in this case is that has created a phony constitutional crisis over the use of the notwithstanding clause, and the Bloc has taken the bait. They've taken the bait hook, line, and sinker. The Prime Minister has divided Canadians throughout his tenure, East against West, Quebec against Alberta, Quebecers against themselves, all manner of Canadians over many different issues. They try to slice up and dice Canadians in enough different ways to squeak through and try to win elections with minimal support. And that's something the Prime Minister has succeeded in doing. But now, instead of using a fairly precious opposition day to hold the government to account for its incredible, in fact, spectacular failures, the Bloc are burning an opposition day by falling right into one of the Prime Minister's traps. The person happiest to be having this debate today is the Prime Minister. While this House is rehashing decades-old, long discussion points about the Constitution and reliving the now 40-year history of the Charter and the notwithstanding clause, the Prime Minister is avoiding a debate about how his government has made life unaffordable for millions of Canadians. We are in the midst of a cost of living crisis. Inflation is at a 40-year high. People can't afford groceries. People can't afford to heat their homes. People in remote communities across Canada, including Quebec, that rely on heating oil to keep from freezing in the winter. Some of these remote residents are among the poorest people in Canada, and they can't afford to pay $1,000 or more per month for home heating fuel. But they can't live in a home without heat in the winter. And while we're debating this motion, the Prime Minister is avoiding accountability for how he has deliberately made life unaffordable for Canadians with his punitive taxes, in particular the carbon tax. So while it's always a pleasure to engage in debate in this House, I wish that on an opposition day, we could spend the day talking about the failures of this government instead of giving the government a day off. Well, you know, actually, it's not quite that bad. I guess it must be conceded that while we're talking about this motion, the government isn't moving its own motions. We're at least not going a day where the government doesn't get any closer to passing terrible bills, like, say, Bill C-11, wherein the government seeks to give itself unprecedented control over what Canadians see, post, or find on the internet, including Quebecers. In fact, it's a bit of a bizarre one, Madam Speaker, in that the Bloc will ultimately, or signal that they're going to help the government pass C-11 and give a federal agency the power to regulate what Quebecers see and find and post on the internet. It's a strange one. But at least while we're talking about this motion today, that bill isn't advancing. But Madam Speaker, under this government, life is increasingly unaffordable for Canadians. Rents have doubled across Canada's 10 largest cities. Interest rates are at a 23-year high. Consumer debt is at record highs. Nearly half of the people who have a variable rate mortgage in Canada say that they are going to have to sell or walk away from their home this year because they can't afford the payments on the home that they already own. And there's nothing that is happening in this debate today that is going to help any of these Canadians struggling with affordability. So we're playing the Liberals' game today. We are avoiding these issues through the motion before us and engaging in this manufactured constitutional crisis while the Prime Minister dodges these questions about affordability. He's also dodging questions about the ethics of his government and himself, about the steady stream of ministers that have broken the law, including himself. So today, while we relive old debates about this issue, the Prime Minister is avoiding accountability for the repeated violations of himself and his government members throughout their tenure, their 8 years in office, and also the way that they hand out billions of dollars in lucrative consulting contracts to their well-connected friends. So while this debate rages, no further progress is made in dealing with any of these issues, and also, Madam Speaker, in the crisis of public safety that has emerged under this government. Violent crime is up 32%. Gang homicide up over 90%. Property crime is up. Fraud is up. Canada remains a prime destination for intellectual property theft is an issue too. We see this in the failures of Bill C-34, which we debated yesterday, that is failing to protect Canadians from the effects of foreign investment by state-owned enterprises. But Canada also remains a prime destination for international money laundering. These are real issues that impact Canadians in their neighborhoods. And this is exactly the kind of debate that we should be having, and it's the kind of debate today, though, where this is avoided, is the kind of debate that the Prime Minister wants. A debate where he can avoid talking about how life has become unaffordable under his government, where he avoids accountability for his failure to deliver basic public services, like the ability for his government to issue a passport, the ability of his government to process immigration applications, or any immigration services. There's a 2.5 million person backlog of immigration files under this government. So this government is delighted to be talking about anything other than the colossal failures that have taken place under its watch. They are avoiding talking about the crisis of public finance that is brewing under this government, under the spike in interest rates that is going to increasingly impair the government's ability to deliver basic services without cutting services or raising taxes, as debt service costs continue to eat more and more of the of the federal budget. So, Madam Speaker, this motion today is a lost opportunity to compel this government to be better. And that's what opposition should be about, is demanding better from the government through the process of debate to ensure that the best ideas go forward and challenge the government, identify mistakes that the government has made so that they can correct them. That's how we serve our constituents. That's how we help ensure that we have accountability from our governments and how we improve the services to Canadians. So I see that I'm just about out of time. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll end it there and let members ask questions if they have any.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's actually it's an opposition day. So it's the opposition that gets to determine what's going to be debated today. But I got good news and bad news. The good news is the Conservatives get an opposition day next week. And that'll be an opportunity for the Conservative Party to give all sorts of false information on the record. Bad news, Madam Speaker. Bad news is that on this opposition day, we're still waiting for one Conservative to have the political courage and stand up and say that what Doug Ford did in regards to using a preemptive usage of the notwithstanding clause to go against the rights of unionized workers, thousands of teachers, was wrong. I'll say that. Will the member be the first Conservative to be bold enough to say that Doug Ford was wrong?
Calgary, Rock.
So this Manitoba MP is quite something. He gets up and demands that me as an Alberta MP weigh in on Ontario provincial politics while his government avoids accountability for the issues that it's responsible for. That was a perfect example of the type of deflection that this government engages in. You know how many times I've been asked by constituents to weigh in on the Ford government? Zero. My constituents do not send me to Ottawa to talk about what goes on in Queen's Park. They don't send him here to talk about that either.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague say that we had other things that we should be doing rather than debate the notwithstanding clause. Well, here's my comment. The notwithstanding clause is very important for Quebec and Quebec's National Assembly. The notwithstanding clause allows us to do certain things. For instance, with Bill 101, the separation of church and state, and with Bill 96, it allows us to guarantee the survival of the French language. Quebec is a nation that wants to live and last forever. So I'd like to give my colleague the chance to come back on his words. Does the colleague feel that this is truly a waste of time? And if so, I'd like him to fully endorse that.
I think that this debate is a wasted opportunity to demand better service from this government to Canadians. I think that this was, and it's up to his party and his caucus colleagues what they want to debate in this chamber. But no, I will stand by my comment that I think we could have done better in making the case and through the debate process arguing the shortcomings of this government and the numerous ways that this government specifically has made life less affordable for Canadians and our streets less safe and our public finances in far worse shape.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his comments today. Earlier, he mentioned that he didn't want to talk about Ontario politics, certainly not with a member from Manitoba. Perhaps he'd like to talk to an Alberta politician about politics in Alberta. He thought that this particular debate was painful because we weren't talking about things that were so important to his constituents, my constituents, Canadians across the country. Would he agree that if this debate is not what Canadians want to hear, would he agree that Albertans are probably not terribly interested in debating Danielle Smith's Sovereignty Act, which again is an overreach of the provincial government? If he could comment on the Sovereignty Act and whether he supports that or not.
Well, member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, there will be a provincial election soon in Alberta, and I invite this member to contest that provincial election because all she does is come here and raise issues about provincial politics. This is the federal parliament. Let's focus on federal issues and let this member run in the provincial election if she wants to debate Danielle Smith on the Sovereignty Act.
Part of the NDP opposition.
Reprise du débat, une très...
Resuming debate for 1 minute and a half. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. 1 minute and a half, Madam Speaker. All right. So I'll continue another time. I will try to remain calm. Throughout the day today, I have heard arguments which bordered on incomprehensible. When a people on shared land has culture, heritage, a shared language, when a people has a collective consciousness, a will to survive throughout history, to last forever, that is a nation. When this House of Commons claims to recognize the nation of Quebec, but then Quebec's National Assembly democratically passes laws voted democratically, for example, Bill 101, Bill 96, The Canadian Constitution says that no government is above another. But the political space is becoming increasingly legalized. The Liberals lack political courage, and so they want the courts to decide the future of our people. 90 MPs were recently elected in Quebec, and that's democratic, and they passed their laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it is 5:15 p.m., I now interrupt deliberations. The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moved that the House remind the government that it is solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause.
Recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Adopté le jeudi 23 juin.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, February 13, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
I think the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House at this time, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Qu'il ait du plaisir de la Chambre.
Is the House in agreement? Unanimous consent.
Of it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. Standing in the name of Mr. Garon.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has the floor. No?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And debate, yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In regards to Bill C-290, I think it's important just to take a brief look in terms of the summary of the bill. It proposes to expand the protections of the PSDPA to additional categories of public servants permit that a protected disclosure be made to any supervisor and add duty to provide support to whistleblowers, as well as repeal sections of the Act that prevent overlap with our other recourse mechanisms and provisions that set out the standard of serious wrongdoings. Madam Speaker, what I wanted to maybe just highlight for members is the importance of whistleblower legislation. I've had opportunity both here in Ottawa in the past and in the Manitoba legislature to talk about the importance of enabling whistleblower and enhancing legislation where we can. What we know is that the government has been working with the different stakeholders in regards to how it is that we can improve the legislation, and that is a process that has actually been underway for a while now. I don't necessarily know all of the details of it, Madam Speaker, but I do know that how important it is that we recognize that particular process and actually, at the very least, acknowledge those that have put in so much effort in order to be able to bring us to the point that where we are today. The legislation that we are talking about, I would suggest to you, does have a number of concerns within it. And at the very least, Madam Speaker, if the legislation were to be determined to go to the next stage, no doubt it would require a number of different amendments. Madam Speaker, our civil service puts in a phenomenal effort in many different aspects. You know, it wasn't that long ago when we turned to our civil servants and said that going into a pandemic, we needed to ensure that we could develop the types of programs that were going to be there for Canadians. And I want to be able to acknowledge the types of efforts that are put in. And then I'll go on into, at the tail end, Madam Speaker, to talk about why it's important that we have whistleblower forms of legislation, both at the provincial and at national levels. And to start off by giving credit where credit is due, when we went into the pandemic, where there was no such thing as a CERB payment or a program that would provide the hundreds of millions going into billions of dollars to Canadians as we entered into a pandemic. Virtually from ground zero, civil servants stepped up. On a program of that nature, earlier today, we talked at great length about the wage subsidy program. Again, it was civil servants that stepped up to provide that program. And how civil servants, in general, Madam Speaker, the vast majority of things that take place within our civil servants is something that supports Canadians 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And if one wanted to be able to illustrate just how effective our civil servants were, and still are, obviously, but were in the creation of these programs that I just referenced, put it into perspective of 9 million plus Canadians received benefits. None of that would have been possible if it wasn't for our civil service. It provided the financial resources that were necessary in order for, Madam Speaker, people to be able to sustain themselves in many different ways. We can talk about the tens of thousands of businesses. Yes, there were some, as maybe highlighted earlier today, in which CRA will follow through on. But the tens of thousands of businesses that benefited through the efforts of civil servants providing the programs and the process necessary in order to sustain companies, protect jobs, so that Canada would be in a much better position. The speaker before me on the legislation made reference to the issue of immigration. We have civil servants around the world that are there every day, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we continue to grow and prosper as a nation through immigration policies. And as immigration grows, the demands on those civil servants continues to grow, and we provide the finances. But it's not all perfect, Madam Speaker, as we know. There are ways in which we can look at improving the system. And I wanted just to relay some statistics in regards to issues, Madam Speaker. If you take a look, for example, from 2007 to 2008 to 2021 to 2022, there were 161 internal disclosures that led to a finding of wrongdoing and 443 internal disclosures that led ultimately to corrective measures. PSEC had actually 17 cases that led to a finding of wrongdoing and corrective measures, and 2 cases that led to corrective measures without finding any wrongdoing. In fact, 8 cases were referred to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Tribunal. There have been no findings of reprisal. And I think that's really important, Madam Speaker. The reason why you look at whistleblower legislation and how it is that we can improve upon the civil service, and that's the way in which I ultimately view it, Madam Speaker, is how do we enhance what we already have as a world-class civil service. And one of the ways we do that is by protecting those civil servants that are put into positions where there's that obligation moral, or in many ways, even at times more than just moral, some form of quasi-legal aspect of having to report on something, Madam Speaker, where there are no reprisals as a direct result of having to make that claim. If you look at from 2016 to 2021-27, there were 505 reprisal complaints received by the PSIC, leading to 62 investigations that were launched, with 22 of them being resolved through conciliation. Madam Speaker, I think that it's important to note that the data was not reported from 2007, 2008, and 2015. Over the last 5 years, the number of new allegations of wrongdoing made internally has averaged in around 269 per year. Over the last 5 years, PSIC received an average of 145 disclosures of wrongdoing and 48 reprisals and complaints. Madam Speaker, I could go on in regards to some of the stats, but I wanted to emphasize that we believe that the public servants who disclose serious wrongdoings must be protected. We recognize that. Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act helps to ensure an ethical workplace culture and supports the integrity of a federal public sector. But as I started off my comments, Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude them in saying, because of what I have witnessed firsthand for so many years as a parliamentarian, it's just the outstanding performance of our national and other levels of government's civil servants. And it's something, when you compare Canada as a whole to other nations around the world, I think we can take a great sense of pride in it. And I'm glad to hear that the department itself is looking at ways in which we can even improve the system by incorporating whistleblower legislation that will actually add true value to the process and protect our public servant. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise today and speak to a bill which I believe is long overdue, a bill that is addressing something that I believe is long overdue. Bill C-290 will amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act to strengthen the current whistleblower protections for public servants. This is an excellent initiative, and I commend my colleague for introducing this bill. As was mentioned in the sponsor of this bill's speech, while the Public Servants Disclosure Act is based on sound principles, it has a number of flaws. This bill seeks to address those flaws. That is why it is important to add these stronger protections sooner rather than later. It would seem, though, that the desire to swiftly deliver stronger protections for whistleblowers only exists on the opposition side of the House. This government, after sitting on well-written recommendations for whistleblower protections for 5 years, now wants to spend millions of dollars and more time studying them. Who knows, they may even decide to procure the services of some outside consulting firm to tell them what they should do. We simply cannot afford to wait for them to get their act together. Whistleblower protections are fundamental to the functioning of our government. If public servants are afraid to raise the alarm, then corruption and wasteful spending run rampant. In the absence of these protections, a culture of fear arises. Public servants are worried about retaliatory actions being taken if they raise their concerns over government actions. Oftentimes, it is public servants that lead to the public discovering a government's malfeasance. For example, at the beginning of this year, when CBC published their article detailing the McKinsey contracts, they had testimony from 2 IRCC employees who held major roles in the department. They spoke about the issues of contracting with McKinsey and their concerns on the condition of remaining anonymous. If we had a system in place that would have protected them and allowed them to raise these concerns earlier, we may not be where we are now. with the government having given over $100 million in contracts to McKinsey. That is why we must ensure that the protections for whistleblowers are strong. This bill does many things to strengthen these protections. Bill C-290 will expand the definition of wrongdoing. It will broaden what is considered a supervisor so that public servants can make a protected disclosure to any superior within their organization. This will allow public servants to go to any trusted superior to voice their concerns. It will give them more confidence in raising concerns if they know that they can go to someone they trust outside of their direct superior. Another good change that is being proposed through this bill is the extension of the deadline for filing a reprisal complaint from 60 days to 1 year. Giving public servants more time to file their complaints will ensure there is ample time for reprisal actions to be identified and punished. It is important that these concerns are heard and that bad actors are dealt with, or else we may have reoffenders. Another aspect which is addressed in this bill is the penalty for reprisal against whistleblowers and protections for whistleblowers themselves. The significant increases in financial penalties for reprisals is an important deterrent for possible bad actors who are trying to punish and silence whistleblowers. The increased penalties will likely be a strong deterrent against reprisals. The bill also allows for a remedy to be provided to a whistleblower if a reprisal action is taken. This is important, as not only can the whistleblower be vindicated if reprisal actions are taken, but they can also be compensated in some way to make up for the reprisal action and ensuing consequences. Additionally, by giving superiors a duty to protect and provide support to public servants making a disclosure, whistleblowers can be more confident when coming forward that this will indeed happen. One last aspect of this bill that I want to focus on is the requirement to review the Act every 5 years. I'm sure that members of the governing party will enthusiastically welcome this addition, given their eagerness to just now review the Act. Obviously, we have seen that without proactive attention, the shortcomings of the Act have been exploited. As members may recall, the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act was brought in under the previous Conservative government in 2006. This legislation was in response to the Liberal sponsorship scandal. Now, over the past several years, we have seen that the current whistleblower protections are not sufficient. As the sponsor of this bill said in his speech, we can probably count on 2 hands the number of people who have actually been protected under the current framework. We must do more. With a Prime Minister and Cabinet that have been found guilty of a record 5 ethics breaches, we need to rely on whistleblowers more than ever to bring to light the questionable and unethical behind-the-scenes actions of this government. We need only recall how the Prime Minister treated his former Minister of Justice when she stood up for the integrity of her office. She was quickly forced out. If a Minister of the Crown cannot be protected, how can we expect public servants to come forward with their concerns? This bill is the first step we can take towards strengthening whistleblower protections. Hopefully, we can reach the point where the government will fully implement all the recommendations put forward by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in 2017. Conservatives have always been supportive of strong protections for whistleblowers. That is why we are supporting this bill, just as we supported the 2017 recommendations from the Ogle Committee then. And they were as follows: expanding the definitions of the terms wrongdoing and reprisal, and modifying the definition of the term protected disclosure under the Act, amending the legislation to protect and support the whistleblowers and to prevent retaliation against them, reversing the burden of proof from the whistleblower onto the employer in cases of reprisals, providing legal and procedural advice as necessary to public servants seeking to make a protected disclosure of wrongdoing or file a reprisal complaint, embedding in the legislation confidentiality provisions of witnesses' identities, making the Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner responsible for training, education, and oversight responsibilities to standardize the internal disclosure process. And finally, Madam Speaker, implementing mandatory and timely reporting of disclosure activities. As my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Treasury Board, stated last fall, Conservatives, and I quote, Conservatives have a long history of standing up for whistleblowers, first with the creation of the Public Servants Disclosure Act under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, as well as reforms to strengthen the Act included in both our 2019 and 2021 platforms. As the Liberal government fails to prioritize these important protections, we will continue our work to stand up for public servants and protect whistleblowers. End quote. I hope that all these recommendations will be fully implemented sooner rather than later, and think that this bill is a great start. I also hope my colleagues on the government side support it. If they do not, we will be left to speculate as to why they do not want public servants bringing forward concerns about this government's actions. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening to support this bill going to committee. Obviously, whistleblower protection is something that's quite serious and important. It's one of a few ways that Canadians can come to know about misbehavior or indeed rule breaking and unethical behavior within their government. And the fact that Canada's whistleblower regime needs to be improved is well known. In fact, in 2021, the International Bar Association did a survey of about 50 different countries across the world, and Canada placed dead last in its assessment of our whistleblower protection regime. And so I think it stands to reason that we should take that to heart. We know in my first parliament, in the 42nd parliament, there was finally a rather extensive review of the legislation under a commitment by this very government that they would improve whistleblower legislation that resulted in a number of recommendations that were never acted upon. And so we know, and it's been acknowledged in many different fora, both internationally and here at home, that our whistleblower protection regime is not what it should be and not what I dare say Canadians expect. And if we want to talk about gatekeepers, as some do in this place, one of the important ways of trying to create accountability for gatekeepers is to have the people that work under them able to confidently identify instances where they're not doing what they should be doing, where they're not working in the public interest that they've sworn to work under, or where their political masters are not doing that either. And so it becomes very important indeed that we have that kind of protection. Of course, the leader of the Conservative Party is someone who likes to talk a lot about gatekeepers and wanting to protect Canadians against them. But it was actually he, as minister in 2006, who introduced this legislation that has been roundly panned as a terrible way of protecting whistleblowers within the Canadian public service. And so I think Canadians should ask themselves that, you know, how it is that somebody who managed to design one of the worst whistleblower protection regimes in the world, certainly within the 50 countries that were examined by the International Bar Association, will fare as a prime minister trying to stand up to gatekeepers. We notice in other areas, like when we talk about housing, for instance, he wants to stand up against gatekeepers, and he would pretend that it's only municipal governments that are the problem, and if only we could push them to approve permits faster, we'd solve the housing crisis. No mention of the massive corporations that are making billions of dollars by financializing the Canadian housing market, and the kinds of things that we could be doing to make that less of a lucrative enterprise for these large corporations, rent-evicting tenants and putting them out on the street. No mention of that. No mention of gatekeeping, all the gatekeeping that happens in the economy by private actors. He's only seeing one part of the problem. which is government, and sometimes government is the problem, and there are government gatekeepers. But here's an example where here's the cabinet minister had the opportunity to do something about a problem and actually design one of the worst systems we know of in order to hold gatekeepers to account. So I would just remind Canadians of some of these important facts that I think this bill reminds me of and may remind others in the House of, in terms of the record of the Leader of the Official Opposition. But I digress. I think it's important also to talk about the record of this government when it comes to whistleblowing, because at one time, this Prime Minister said that he did care about that and said that he was aware of the shortcomings of Canada's whistleblowing regime. And then, not for the first time, didn't follow through on making good on commitments to improve that regime. And so here we are, hot topic often in the House of Commons these days, and rightly so, the extent to which firms like McKinsey, and I would add, and I'd like to see my Conservative colleagues add more often, the companies of Deloitte and KPMG and others that have also received huge contracts from the federal government. Well, how would you come to know about an 80-year contract, a contract that's good to the year 2100, that isn't competitive, that doesn't lock in value for Canadian taxpayers, but actually just shifts expenditure from where it should be in a well-functioning, well-trained, well-supported public service into the arena of private contractors? Well, you'd expect somebody who was given the job of administering that contract to blow the whistle. But you can't get access to that kind of information if people are worried that they won't be properly protected when they bring those kinds of things to light. And so I think it is, I think some of the contemporary topics here in the House of Commons highlight the importance of being able to get that good information from our public servants by offering the protection they deserve when they see in their workplace that, as I say, either their superiors in the civil service or their political masters are not behaving in the public interest and doing things that quite rightly ought to be examined in this place and in the media and all the other fora that matter when we talk about a well-functioning democracy. You might also expect, frankly, a little more respect for our public servants. You know, we're talking about whistleblowing today, but the other important aspect that I think ties to this question of McKinsey, Deloitte, and KPMG, PricewaterhouseCoopers, is the fact that a government that says they really value public servants and they value the work they did during the pandemic and they value it even going forward isn't coming to the bargaining table to bargain in good faith with these very workers that they're willing to praise with words in this place, but when they go back to their departmental offices and it's time for action and it's time to honor those words in the collective bargaining process, they take a pass. PSAC members at the Taxation Centre in the riding that I represent, Elmwood-Transcona, have been without a contract for 2 years now. And the government won't come to the table to talk to them about the offer that they've put on the table, that workers have put on the table. And so they're contemplating strike action. Well, you know, how does that represent the commitment to respect the civil service that the government made in 2015 when they were also talking about improving whistleblower protection? Well, it doesn't. And how dare the government plead poverty at the bargaining table and say that they don't have money to pay public servants what they're worth when they're hemorrhaging money out to companies like McKinsey and Deloitte and KPMG and PricewaterhouseCoopers to do work that properly belongs within the purview of the public service. It's unreal. And this kind of perpetual inadequacy of the whistleblower regime is just another way that a government that says it wants to respect its workers continues to show an incredible amount of disrespect to them. Disrespect by not allowing them to bring forward problems from the workplace with adequate protections. Disrespect by refusing to come to the bargaining table and negotiate in good faith. Disrespect while doing that to be paying billions of dollars to private consultants to do the job that public servants were hired to do. And then you say they can't invest in the public service. Well, that's poppycock, Madam Speaker, because they have the money. They're just choosing to spend it elsewhere. And so I'm happy to be voting to send this to committee, not just to improve whistleblower protection in Canada, which is something that's long overdue, but also as part of a larger project of actually manifesting respect for our public servants, who, as others have said in this place, did an incredible service to Canadians in delivering pandemic relief programs on an urgent basis, who in many cases did that from home while trying to manage children who weren't at school and spouses who were also working their various jobs, and was difficult. And a lot of them still, as we all do, bear certain scars from that experience. What has made it worse, and what is tanking morale at a time when the federal government is struggling to provide basic services, is this ongoing disrespect, not showing up at the bargaining table, not giving them protection that they deserve when it comes to whistleblowers, and finding out that meanwhile the government has plenty of cash to pay their friends in the private sector to do public servants' jobs for them. Thank you very much. And that's why I'm quite pleased to be voting to send this on to committee, where I hope the whistleblower portion of that project will be examined in greater detail. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Oh, Madam Speaker, I haven't seen you for a very long time. Very happy to see you. What a lovely bill. What an excellent bill. I wondered, who is the brilliant MP who had the genius idea of tabling this bill? Well, it's the MP for Mirabel, I figured out. The inspiring MP for Mirabel. So how did this amazing idea come to his mind? Oftentimes people in this chamber accuse us of trying to stir trouble, but we're full of solutions. And the member for Mirabel had an amazing idea. Tabling a bill on whistleblowers by talking about people. About people like the MP for Mirabel said, or his alter ego Infoman said, some people have things to say. People who perhaps felt uncomfortable. So, he had this amazing idea of tabling this bill. He did not pull his punches when it came to putting this idea on paper, and today we're here before something that is fairly consensual. I believe that the New Democrats, the Liberals will be for, our Conservative friends will vote for as well, which shows that when we have good ideas, which is often the case for the Bloc Québécois, by the way, people can band together and change things for the better. It's fantastic. All right. Now, let us talk about the substance of the matter. Only someone inside the state apparatus is in a position to see wrongdoing, illegal acts, abuse of power that are still frequent, or even worse, are in a position to see political interference that often happens in decisions that should only be made by civil servants. It should be nonpartisan. This supposes that we have to live with the fact that public servants very often are in a position to see things that the people cannot. A democracy is strong in its capacity to get information. If you cannot get that information, then democracy suffers. What is contradictory is that some people say, well, perhaps public servants are the eyes and ears of our democracy with what happens behind closed doors. But there's another principle which is rather important as well for public servants, which is a duty of impartiality. They have to obey a hierarchy. Loyalty and allegiance to the constituted authority cannot be cast in doubt. Discretion is also necessary. Political neutrality is also essential. We ask public servants to be politically neutral. It is part of their duty, honesty, impartiality, absence of conflict of interest. This isn't being doubted in this bill. The common good must not be paralyzed by, for example, the blind application of the principle of reserve for sometimes rather dubious reasons in order to camouflage reprehensible actions. So this bill comes at the right time, in my opinion. If we have a look at the current context, what can we see in our federal politics? there's a phenomenon that perhaps existed in the past, but that has taken a more significant scope. That is a private company that substitutes for the state. No doubt you know, Madam Speaker, where I'm going. McKinsey, in this case, a private company that substitutes for the state. A private company that not only does this, but that comes to define state policy. This is no longer advice. This is no longer a consultative, a strategic consultancy. It's not a question of expertise. Here, we have fallen into the domain of a private company that substitutes for our duty. If we had good politicians, that could table bills for our public administration, if they were good bills, then they would move forward. But what the government is trying to do at the moment is to cast aside initiatives. Put aside public servant initiatives with a recourse to private companies, which is rather concerning. It's rather concerning for immigration. The Century Initiative scares me, to be honest. And people have been coming to see me about it. Public servants that see these communication plans appear on their desk, these ideas of development, and they come to me and they say this is completely inapplicable, unapplicable. It's completely disconnected to reality. But we are the ones who know how our department works, and the directives we receive are completely unapplicable. Now, these people could be listened to by their hierarchy, of course. These people have the means to be listened to, but when the intensity is too strong, when they decide that government is acting against the common good, the public good, they should be able to whistleblow. They should be able to raise an alarm. And that is what this bill does. A bill on the protection of whistleblowers. Now, two objectives, rather simple objectives that could have good impacts. The first objective, to protect public servants who disclose wrongdoing in the management of the state. This could be in many forms. The second objective is to establish a process for investigating such wrongdoing in order to help put an end to it. So, the statute would create a mechanism through which a public servant can blow the whistle on wrongdoing. This public servant's anonymity would be protected, and would be protected against reprisals such as dismissal, demotion, or even in the case of an outside firm hired by the government, protect them against termination or non-renewal of their contract. And I was thinking about this today. I asked myself, why not examine cases that in the past would have allowed us to perhaps have more information, better information about rather dubious or litigious decisions by previous governments? I'm a sovereignist, so the example that comes to mind is the sponsorship scandal. Alan Cutler, Maschwitz, who worked for Public Works in 1995, when he blew the whistle, when he raised the alarm, when he started communicating with journalists, he was demoted. In 1995, he was demoted. He blew the whistle on one of the worst scandals in history. Some friends were being given very generous subsidies at the time, whilst harming the sovereignist movement. So this scandal, which was highlighted, meant that a public servant was demoted in 1995. This person would have been protected under this statute here. There's also public servants Shiv Chopra, Margaret Hayden, and Gérard Lambert, who denounced the threats to human health associated with bovine growth hormone and the insufficient measures that the government at the time instated to prevent mad cow disease. In 2004, all of these three public servants were fired. They were fired because they had the boldness and the courage to whistleblow on a situation that would have had a significant impact on human health. There's also public servant Sylvie Thierrien involved in the EI quota affair. The Conservative government of the time had instated quotas for EI agents in order to try and fight against what they saw as corruption. This public servant suffered from the government decision because she had good intentions and she wanted to raise an issue that should be heard by the public. Now, there should have been many people pulling the alarm with regards to Phoenix. It probably would have exploded had there been whistleblowers. Some people wanted to be listened to. These people, once again, were afraid of being subject to the public administration's consequences. These people were stifled. The same can be said with Quebec's government. It is high time that such a bill were tabled. The International Bar Association compiled a list of 50 countries. My sincerest apologies, but we have significantly gone over your time, unfortunately. The Honourable resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel, 5 minutes, right of reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues from all parties for having taken the opportunity to consider the legislation that I put forward with constructive and positive comments in nearly all cases, Madam Speaker. This brings me a lot of hope. I have the hope that this bill will be studied in a non-partisan way, in a constructive way at committee. But, Madam Speaker, those that we have to listen today are not MPs. It's not the MP for Mirabel. First of all, we have to listen to public servants, those who work in the state apparatus and who feel the need to be better protected, even under the current system. What they are saying to us, and I talk to them regularly, and the Parliamentary Secretary was saying earlier that there weren't very many issues. Some people were saying that they were suffering the consequences, threats, demotions, retribution. These people feel that they have to be better protected, and that's why I stand today before you in this Parliament today. Those that we have to listen to is the Bar Association, unions, former whistleblowers, witnesses from all allegiance that came to the Government Operations Committee a number of years ago that tabled a report that has been completely ignored. None of the measures have been implemented. The International Labour Organization has told us how important it is to have an effective regime and system for our whistleblowers. Journalists are taking a great interest and have taken a great interest in this file for years now, and they say that we have to act instead of just consult, instead of just consulting people. We can consult, of course. And the road to excellence is a continuous path, but that should not be hindered by even more consultation. Madam Speaker, if you spoke to whistleblowers who led to my wanting to table this bill, those that we have to listen, what we have to listen to today is good sense, it's logic. And there are many recommendations in this bill, Madam Speaker. And what we offer is a protection for more public servants, for contract workers, protection for former public servants, more anonymity for those who file complaints, but also for witnesses. Because when you are called to bear witness, when you've noted any irregularities, you're not protected at the moment under the current law. It's to be able to confide in someone that you can trust. Work is fundamental for the evaluation of complaints. The Auditor General, Sheila Fraser at the time, was the one who allowed us to uncover the sponsorship scandal. It is to rewrite and broaden the definition of reprehensible acts. It's to give more time and more means so that public servants who want to do their duty in full honesty and tranquility of spirit, respecting the public apparatus. Those are the people for whom we work today. Madam Speaker, I saw positive signs from the government. Of course, more positive signals from the two opposition parties who are on this side of the House today. And I note that the Minister, when the table was built, initiated a round of consultations to perhaps amend the law, Madam Speaker, which would imply significant delays before we can strengthen this system, a system that could be strengthened today. And I hope that these consultations, that are welcome, of course, won't hinder the process that will lead to the adoption of this bill, Madam Speaker. And I would like to conclude in a few seconds, and I know that I have 41 seconds left.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind this House that having a law for whistleblowers is helpful, but it's just like putting a Band-Aid on the problem, because what we really need is a profound culture change. There are some departments and agencies and crown corporations that need to significantly change their way of doing things. And I hope that this bill will help those organizations work towards culture change, which in some cases, more than in others, is incredibly necessary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleagues for participating in debate. The question is as follows. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Blanchet-Jonca, moves that Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I request a recorded division.
Wednesday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 15, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows. The question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, I'm optimistic that tonight's debate on my earlier question in the House will be responded to by the relevant representative for Canadian heritage as opposed to intergovernmental affairs. You know, it's likely tough to be coherent and understanding when it's not a matter under the jurisdiction of one's own department. Regardless, I want to ask again what I initially thought was a really straightforward question on a matter very much on the minds of not only many of my neighbors in Spadina-Fort York, but what also represents, to quote a constituent, a loss to our community, the Greater Toronto Area, and the businesses along and in the waterfront neighborhood. Madam Speaker, on August 21st, 2021, the federal government announced an investment of $20 million for urgent repair and upgrade work for Toronto's Harbourfront Centre. The rationale was that improving culture and community infrastructure builds strong, dynamic, and prosperous communities. However, such lofty objectives have fallen short of reality. Madam Speaker, part of the problem is that after obtaining the funds, Harbourfront Centre ignored obtaining input from residents that very much wanted to see the funds put to good use in revitalizing Harbourfront so that it could still provide the updated quality of service and recreation that attracts over 5 million visitors annually. In the winter months, Harbourfront's skating rink provides a well-attended attraction that has become a vibrant heart of our community. And it's been that way for decades. But don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. After a recent town hall that I convened on Harbourfront Centre, here are some of the comments that my constituents have said about the rink and the lack of public consultation. Tracy told me about how her 4 children enjoyed skating there. She said it was so fun and it was a free winter activity. The fact that
they, Harbourfront Centre, didn't even consult the community is, in her words, egregious. She even asked whether this decision to uproot the rink involved, and I quote, some kind of backroom shady deal, end quote. Renata would like to remind the government that, and I quote, downtown Toronto suffers from a shortage of parks and recreational activities for families during winter, end quote. She implores that this, in her words, beloved institution be kept open. Joan talked about how the skating rink has been the heart of the community. Joe didn't mince words. He would like the government to know that he doesn't, and I quote, like the fact that fat pigs appointed by our government do whatever they want to the benefit of big fat corporations to get what they want, end quote. Gordon Moores wanted his comments completely attributed to him. Gordon is appalled at this unconscionable decision and that it was done without any consultation. He would like the government to know that when his wife was diagnosed with cancer, one of the very first things they did that same day was go skating on the Harbourfront Centre rink. You see, Madam Speaker, the Harbourfront Centre rink was the heart of our community. It's the heart of our city. It's the only place where people from across Toronto and across the GTA can actually skate right on the shores of Lake Ontario. And it's something that many residents and many visitors have been doing for generations. So my question to my honourable colleague is he okay with the government giving away $20 million of taxpayer dollars with little public consultation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the opening of the member's speech, it's truly disingenuous that the Minister of Infrastructure asked him a question, and then he asked an infrastructure question. But I guess that's unsurprising given his disingenuous candidacy and the lack of information he shared with his constituents during that time. I think the constituents that he shared their thoughts of would be quite surprised to find out what he hid from them and continues to hide from them. Harbourfront Centre, as he knows, is an independent non-profit cultural organization which provides internationally renowned programming in the arts, education and recreation, all within a collection of distinctive venues in the heart of Toronto's downtown waterfront. This organization, with a significant social and cultural impact, over 4,000 events are programmed each year at Harbourfront. Many of them are free of charge for the public. It's estimated that nearly 5 million people visit the Harbourfront Centre annually. The institution works with hundreds of community stakeholders, community organizations to offer events and festivals reflecting Canada's diverse society. I had the opportunity not too long ago to go to the Harbourfront Centre and engage with a Nordic cultural exchange. Each year, they hire over 1,000 professional artists from around the world representing diverse communities and artistic disciplines. As such, investing in the Harbourfront Centre supports access to our arts, culture and recreation and showcases the diversity and richness of life in Canada. The Government of Canada has a long-standing relationship with Harbourfront Centre and provides annual funding and support towards the operation and facilities. Harbourfront sits on 10 acres of Toronto's waterfront, an important destination for Torontonians and visitors alike. Harbourfront Centre's facilities includes 4 theatres, an outdoor amphitheatre, the Power Plant Art Gallery, Harbourfront Craft Studios, the Bill Boyle Art Port, several additional exhibition areas, as well as marinas, piers, restaurants, and many other indoor and outdoor spaces. Much of Harbourfront Centre is repurposed from industrial space that dates back long before its incorporation. Its aging infrastructure is a challenge for the organization and requires significant investment. Organizations in the cultural sector, including Harbourfront, were hit badly during the pandemic. Budget 2021 and include an investment of $500 million over 2 years for the Recovery Fund for Arts and Culture, Heritage and Sports sector, and the Reopening Fund to help the sector return to its pre-pandemic strength. Substantial portions of these funds were invested in the live performing arts sector, community festivals, performing arts, and music. Part of that fund was an additional $20 million awarded to Harbourfront for capital infrastructure work over 2 years. This funding sought to address urgent capital improvements and repairs to update performance spaces and venues, address health and safety elements, and welcome back artists, visitors, and staff to provide greater accessibility through the site and achieve reductions in energy and water use targeting zero carbon levels, as well as to continue urgent capital repairs. As an independent non-profit organization, Harbourfront is responsible for setting its priorities and ongoing infrastructure projects and making its own decisions accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, this is not the first time that I've debated this particular member, and it seems each and every time he makes it about me instead of the issue at hand, and it's likely because he's having to rise to defend the indefensible. The Harbourfront Rink was an iconic venue. It's where new Canadians have come to learn to skate. I've heard from immigrants who have embraced skating and learned to skate on that very rink that's now being removed without any public consultation. It was a decision made behind closed doors by those who do not know the pulse of our community or care about what people want. Is this how the federal government cares about how $20 million in taxpayer money is spent? I call upon Canadian Heritage to review the terms of this contribution, including its initial plans and the complete failure by Harbourfront Centre to undertake public consultations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Defending the indefensible, Madam Speaker, he says it without irony, defending the indefensible. I don't know that it still to this day has not addressed the charges against him that he hid from his constituents. And it's shocking that every 4 to 6 months he pretends to care about issues on Canadian heritage. Even today, Minister of Heritage and his office are working on this file. Even today, the Minister's office met with Harbourfront Centre. We're committed to the arts. We're doing it every day, not every few months when the honourable member thinks to come here and ask a question.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to stand today and address this place. I am here because I have tried multiple times through multiple channels to get information about the sanction regime that is being imposed by the Canadian government. I have asked questions through order paper questions. I have asked questions during question period. I have raised it during debate. And yet, it is impossible as a parliamentarian to get clear answers from this government on what is being done to ensure that our sanction regime is effective. And you know, the reason this is so important, Madam Speaker, is because the sanction regime is in fact the cornerstone of some of our foreign policy. You know, we look at what is happening in Ukraine, we look at the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine, the horrific things being done by Vladimir Putin and his thugs within the Russian Federation. And one of the tools we have, one of the tools I think could be one of the best tools we have, is the ability to sanction those oligarchs, make them pay for what they are doing to the people of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, we use sanctions in multiple countries. We are using sanctions in Haiti. We are sanctioning people in Iran. We are sanctioning, not near enough, but we are sanctioning people responsible for the Tamil genocide. But Madam Speaker, the sanction regime is only as good as the enforcement. And right now, that enforcement is not transparent. It's nothing that we can get any information on. It doesn't appear to be working at all. We have no idea why certain people are added to the list, when they're added to the list, what's been seized of their assets. Extremely frustrating to not be able to get these answers from this government. And for all of us in the House, I mean, we've seen the Minister of Foreign Affairs stand up. You know, the minister, frankly, hands out sanctions like she's Oprah Winfrey. You get a sanction, you get a sanction. And all of those people, those 1,600 people should be on the sanction list, Madam Speaker. But how fast do you think someone who's sanctioned is going to realize that the sanctions don't matter if the government of Canada is not enforcing those sanctions? So let me tell you a little bit of a story. When I asked about the sanction regime and what was being seized, I was told that the government could point to only one asset that they had seized in the 6 months in the response to Putin's invasion. One asset, that of Roman Abramovich. $120 million, that is it. 1,600 people are on the sanction list. And this government has seized $121 million. Now, that's a lot of money to me. That's a lot of money to you, Madam Speaker. That is not a lot of money to Russian oligarchs. That is an embarrassingly small amount of money for Russian oligarchs. How fast do you think that they're going to realize that the sanction regime is not strong in Canada? How fast do you think our allies are going to look at us and say, what's the point if you're not enforcing them? If you're not putting the tools in place to enforce them, what's the point? In 2017, the Foreign Affairs Committee put forward recommendations on our sanction regime. This government has had ample time to implement those recommendations. They haven't done so. I'd love some information on why that is the case. I myself have been calling for a renewed study 5 years later of the sanction regime. I'd like to see the Foreign Affairs Committee study that. But at the moment, that's not happening. So I'm going to need some answers, Madam Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. It's my second question from her today, both consistent on human rights and her passion, both in Canada and abroad. Canada and its allies work closely together to seek changes in policies and the behaviour of individuals and foreign states engaged in heinous acts. This includes cooperation and coordination on imposing sanction measures against the most egregious actors. Together, we are restricting the revenues and resources that fuel their violence and hindering their ability to operate politically, economically, and militarily. Over the past year alone, Canada has increased its use of sanctions in response to numerous global crises, including Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, as well as respond to the situations in Iran, Myanmar, and Haiti. In 2022 alone, Canada imposed 60 rounds of autonomous sanctions, representing an overall 150% increase in the use of this foreign policy tool over the previous 4 years combined. In response to Russia's illegal and unjustifiable war, Canada has imposed a broad dealings ban with over 1,600 Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian individuals and entities. In effect, the dealings ban freezes the assets of designated persons and bars those individuals and entities from transactions with Canadians or persons in Canada. Canada has also imposed a shipping ban and prohibitions of a broad array of key revenue-generating sectors. These measures are largely taken in coordination with our allies. As a result of the international community's coordinated sanctions, we are seeing impacts on Russia's economy. There's also evidence that Russia is becoming increasingly desperate to find ways to finance and wage its war. On Iran, Canada has posed broad measures denying access to the Canadian market and prohibiting sensitive goods and technology and sources of Canadian investment that could support the nefarious activities of this regime. In Haiti, sanctions are impacting and are recognized as being a key factor in the pressure on members of the elite to resolve the crisis, as demonstrated by the December 21 political accord, which was endorsed by a number of political factions and the private sector in that country. Further, in Myanmar, Canada's sanctions target those responsible for violence and are consistent with Canada's commitment to uphold democracy and end impunity in Myanmar. Enforcing sanctions is critical to ensuring their impact and effectiveness. The government takes this responsibility seriously. With interdepartmental collaboration, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Canadians, and in particular the Canadian financial institutions that have played a key role in enforcement, not only by disclosing deals on dealings ban and individuals and entities, but also in disclosing to the RCMP any assets in their possession. Recognizing that effective enforcement is a central part of the desired impact of Canada's sanctions, the Prime Minister announced in October 2022 that new funding would support the creation of a dedicated sanctions bureau at Global Affairs Canada and enhance the capacity of Canada's enforcement agencies to carry out these duties. Additional resources will allow Canada to deepen its sanction capacity and align it better with our closest allies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Putting more people on the sanction list if there is no enforcement of the sanctions is simply meaningless political theatre. This government should be ashamed of their actions on the sanctions regime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canada's sanctions measures are unprecedented in their impact, scope, and level of coordination with our international partners. We recognize the importance of ensuring the effectiveness of Canada's sanctions through enhanced enforcement, broader cross-government coordination, and increased cooperation with our allies and partners, particularly to catch sanction evaders. These new investments in Canada's sanctions capacity will help achieve these goals. Sanctions are but one foreign policy tool among many In addition to imposing sanctions against those responsible for breach of Canada's international security, Canada has also provided much support and assistance to the people of Ukraine, Haiti, Iran, and Myanmar. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.